打到一半，他妈还给我断线。妈，垃圾中华电信，干你老师！什么他妈什么畜生才会选什么医者辅助？不要给我重来了！还真是。三小眼。他妈来害人的是不是？ 他挡。你这点子很小。可能是不是他妈死了？一直点。纯他妈喜欢的。帮下路帮一波，还浪费了我一堆时间，我还一直狂吃这个他妈的竭力的问号是谁？妈的，还把我野怪给吃，操你！干，很喜欢反鸟。小老师故意在激怒我。妈的，就下路一波，还让我掉了一滩鸟，一滩鸡。好多人。这人到底是什么东西啊？秒换，有够亏。给秒！哇，被这对面中路给我搞死！等下复仇。干嘛呀，老哥？为什么会一直走到那些奇怪的地方去？我看你的。 给死！哇，操你的！刚刚怎么会按到那个大？妈，这个是造型，让他给跑。干你的！垃圾下午到底是怎么回事？打又打不过。然后这辅助还可以他妈一直跑线，干你的嘞！你竟然是北蓝。看，这小档居然是他的，哭啊！炸掉！脚又在，这家伙怎么可以这么烦呢？然后全都是辅助的头，是啥小？他妈这对面这个是外挂吧？他妈这家伙就一直狂 K 头，操你妈！ 他923。第一年下路狂给他送。喵。还要打。怎么打的好像没有那个龙会输一样。 13级。为什么不吃亚拉汉呢？把他给杀！又宰了一个，可以吃龙吗？为什么不来吃龙啊？我没有重击。我真是他妈服了，真的！我把这上路检举一下，他妈一个双10比一个火龙还重要。干！操！真是垃圾！到底是啥小？就我们这上路也是脑子有点问题吧？不然怎么会这样玩？没看懂，有火龙不拿，你要在那边浪。有火龙不拿硬要在那边送那塔都已经拆完了，还要在那边浪，看不懂。这个倒是可以抓。硬操作，被他 R 给推开。这边2个2打2，他怎么又不吃巴龙？我真是看不懂这群人在干嘛呀！没办法理解。我说他怎么从那边走过去，我都没看到，原来是有红叶。原来是有红叶，我说怎么会没看到？ 川。巴龙杀了人，巴龙也不吃，亚拉汉也不拿，整天在那边耍逼呢，看不懂。一直在那边瞎乱玩。他会不会开巴龙？这龙不开，好像可以杀下路。You are dominating。好，把对面爆死。给他打一下。他感觉会被那个对面那个谁中路给杀了。这奇乐是不是还在？哦，剩一个泡面头了，原来。那不能放他跑他很鸡巴。他感觉应该就是还在那边蹲。这里。哦，他刚好回城，可惜。可惜。想要终止连败了。我说这队友都太离谱。开来。我好像可以在这边杀他。这 AD 又不来，好扯啊！最扯那种，死都不来打正面团的那种。妈的！他现在 AD 要回，我也不给他回，他还在看我。看，我真的要检举这 AD。我感觉这1-2比他有用。这边检举一下这低能 AD。他拿15700，伤害只有多1+2000，1块钱1点伤害啊！交闪现，前面一直搞我，被我逮到机会，痛扁那一顿，好爽。还是在连败，还是要睡觉。今天输好多，天哪，今天多输好多场。看一下，赢4把。1、2、3、4，还多输1把，我的天哪，头好痛！今天还多输了1把，唉，再打一场，输了就睡觉，赢了继续，赢了治百病。 打了，看一下，现在不是3点吗？3点好像在打。哎，真的哎 ，MKOI 跟那个 Cfo 开打。
严重掉发有救喽！只要5个月，他恢复茂密发量。巴黎国际医疗体系邓祥俊总院长。
Don't expect.
Yeah, because he was played.
Yeah, because he was played, and he can't be played anymore.
That does make sense.
But it's a true statement.
It is. It's a very true statement. Jackson Pantheon banned away by MKOI on the blue side.
Don't expect those to be picked in this game now, too.
I'm not expecting it at all, Zale. I'm going to be honest. Oh, there's the Gragas.
There's the boss bands right there. Lost Returns stuff in for game 2.
I'm sure there's a lot of fans who think the Lost Returns could have done better than EU has done so far in this MSI. Gragas the final ban for MKOI. CFO looking towards their last. Varus available is something we saw banned out in game 1.
Conspicuously absent.
Yeah.
I would say I expect him to be banned, but we'll find out if that is going to be the case or if CFO are going to be willing to leave that one up. Varus to me is just kind of the clear #1 pick right now. I feel like it's almost a guaranteed first pick for MKOI with that up and available. But TF is another pick that obviously is really powerful. They didn't decide to go for it last game. This time they're going to first pick the TF. This is interesting because like, it really is hard committing you to this style. It hasn't actually been that effective so far at MSI, and it's not a champion that Hongq has played, so I almost feel like you could have gotten the Varus and then maybe grabbed the TF a little bit later on. I feel like this way you're both giving counterpick over, you know, potentially double counterpick because Hongq could take his mid laner now, and then you could actually save 5th pick for Driver, but also potentially that Varus as well.
Not something we see often from Doggo this split, at least. Hasn't played it at all.
But it's just so
I mean, it's so powerful. 100% agree with you. It's the S tier 80 carry right now.
But it's possible that he is just going to kind of skip past it, because you're right, it is not something that has been a big priority for him whatsoever. Skarner going to be taken. You could still go like Skarner Varus and take a mid lane counter on 3 if you wanted, but we'll see if they are just going to completely ignore that Varus. In which case, credit to MKOI, they would have a really good read.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be the Aurora coming out for CFO. Switch to the Rise at the last moment. Great push on the Rise, obviously, with that spell flux. Can clear out waves really quickly and gives you map pressure. Realm Warp, getting multiple people into a side lane against something like a Twisted Fate who has the Destiny. It's the ability to follow the Twisted Fate that can really help you out.
Now, something I really do want to see, though, from the MKOI draft is I'm not actually a big fan of TF if you pair it with kind of like more tanks and stuff on the top side. We've seen that a number of times, and I feel like oftentimes you just don't really have a great lane to play towards. Yeah. I would like to see, you know, Mirwin bust out something that is a little bit more selfish, a little bit more split pushy. Ooh. Obviously, Gwen is going to be banned, but we're going to get the Lee Sin here from Elyoya, so that is really strong. But obviously there's so many picks that we have seen from Mirwin that I do think fit the bill, but like play towards something like an Ambessa or something along those lines I think would feel really good, because you are a little bit lower in consistent damage and you do want to have a lane that you're really focused on kind of putting ahead.
It's also whether he wants to pick it here or whether he wants to wait for the second rotation. Obviously, CFO could then pick their top laner and ban out a couple of good top laners into it. It looks like it is going to be the Ambessa. Really good prediction there.
Yeah, I mean, it is something that fits a bill. You know, I was looking through his champion pool, and it's like, obviously, Gwen is banned out, Jax is banned out. You know, you do want physical damage, and it's something that can kind of play heavily through that side lane, so I think it makes a lot of sense, and I do kind of like what they're drafting here. It's a lot of playmaking. Lee Sin, obviously, sometimes it is difficult to get into that back line, you know, kick someone in, but, well, guess what? Rapid Fire Gold card sets you up pretty well for those Qs. Shen would be a great answer. I actually really like Shen because the Spirit's Refuge, that parry zone, can actually block the gold card, so that is quite nice when they are coming in. It's also a very advantageous matchup in the early levels against Ambessa. I think pre-6 is quite heavily Shen favored. As long as you're actually playing it well, you're pulling the blade through for the empowered autos. I do think it really does go in your favor. The other reason I really, really like it against TF is not only can you answer when they are coming towards you, but you can actually answer TF plays very effectively. Yeah. TF is going to try to ult down to bot to dive. Well, all of a sudden, here's Shen, and now it's going to be a problem.
And then there's a Realm Warp to follow up, right? The ability for CFO to be around the map, which is something that really dictated how good they were in the early game in game 1, is just incredible here. They have so many tools to answer pressure from MKOI, but so many tools also to make their own plays in those side lanes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you had talked about how, you know, you thought CFO wasn't necessarily playing the map as well in the later stages. Shen is such a band-aid for your macro. Like, it is so much easier to actually play out because you can basically go and answer every single wave. You don't really have to think too much about it. You know, I'm not expecting him to go like solo queue and go flash ignite. It probably is just going to be flash TP. And then you always have a global pretty much much to be able to answer whether it is your ult or your TP, so it's very comfortable to go out towards those side lanes. Would be interested to see what sort of a build he does go for. Obviously, Titanic is very, very popular, but a lot of the Shen 1 tricks do prefer just going like more of a pure tank style, where you're just going something like bombies into deadmans, and then using that bombing for your early wave clear. You can become incredibly tanky that way. Obviously, your damage is lower, your wave clear is lower, so there are kind of pros and cons. But when you're looking at a damage profile like of a composition, and it's a little bit on the low end, sometimes those more aggressively tanky builds can become such a problem for them, and you just can't actually punch through and finish off Shen, especially if you're auto attack focused, just because of that W. That parry zone is so powerful.
Spirit's Refuge just does so much work in that sort of situation. CFO looking towards the Zeri with 4 AD carry bans in the second rotation. Kai'Sa, Varus, Lucian, and Kalista all taken away. If I'm looking at Super, you're falling a little bit down the list. Things like his Xayah, his Tristana, it does have an okay Draven as well if they want to be a bit aggressive in that lane. But for Doggo, it's actually going to be the Jhin locked in the end.
Honestly, I really like Jhin here. I do think one of the kind of struggles of Jhin is punching through frontline. There's not really any super tank that's going to be drafted here. Maybe go towards like a Rom or something, but I don't really expect that. Alvaro, I think, is so good on the playmakers. I do want to kind of continue to see him there. I'll be interested to see where he goes. If it is going to be something kind of standard like a Rel, which is up and available. Rakan is also up and available. Caitlyn would be interesting and would open the door for more of these aggressive pairings. Some of the Enchanter pairings, things like Nico, I think, can work great as well, because Nico has that luxury of being both an engaged champ and something that can really facilitate the poke very, very well in lane. Obviously, all the tricks with the clone are incredibly strong for actually playing around vision, so it is really powerful, and I do think it would kind of fit as far as what they are looking for, but I'm just not sure if that is exactly what they want Alvaro on.
Yeah, the things you usually look at are Nico or Karma when you're looking at a Caitlyn, right? And it is going to be the Karma pick. I agree with you that having Alvaro on something that doesn't have hard engage kind of mutes MCoy a little bit. Him being able to be a front line is just so powerful, and his flank positions are really good. So I would have preferred the Nico. I also think they don't have a huge amount of CC as a composition. You've got Gold Card and you've got Lee Sin kicking people back, you've got the public execution, and that's about it. So they need to be poking out before fights start. It has to be Gold Card into Yordle Snapchat, into a little bit of poke, because Bard is the final pick here for Kaiwing on CFO.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be very heavily about the 2v2. I do think in the early 2v2, Karma obviously incredibly strong. You start with your ultimate, you can look for the poke. If you are pushing them in, really dominating in the 2v2, then maybe it's completely fine. But it's a lot harder to play around vision with Karma because you don't have the luxury of just sending in a clone and then scouting on all these areas. You can get picked off, and like you said, there's not a lot of hard CC. Their engage, it's pretty low. It is really some sort of a Lee Sin kick or basically Gold Card into poke, and I think that's more how they're going to probably play it, is just more go for that rapid fire on JoJo, third item. I mean, standard to just row a Lich, rapid fire, throw out that Gold Card, in comes the Caitlyn Q, in comes the Karma Q, in comes Lee Sin Q, and just constantly poking and prodding in that way, and then only committing once someone is chunked down with the public execution, with Lee Sin going in and try to actually get that kick back, but it can be difficult when there is quite a lot of peel over on the other side.
Also really difficult when you fall behind into tanks. If there is a Shen and a Skarner who can just walk up towards you and say, okay, Gold Card me, it's really hard to play into that if you're behind, because they're just going to be so tanky, for the whole time.
And Gold Card, Skarner presses W.
Exactly, right? And they also have long range, non-committal engage if they want it for CFO. The Bard ultimate, that Tempered Fate, you have some mobility on MCoy, but TF isn't going to be able to get away from that Tempered Fate too easily unless he's popping a flash.
Absolutely, and it always does sound a little bit funny to say, but when you are playing these split push comps, I do think it's actually so important to be able to get the early dragons. If you can get an early dragon or two, it buys you so much time to play the map later. So we will see. I mean, if they can actually do really well in this bot lane 2v2, I think that's going to open up options for them massively. If we see Supa and Alvaro creating an advantage, being able to utilize that to get an early dragon or even 2 early dragons, well, all of a sudden then, you have so much time to play the map, to look for plays. There's not pressure on you to actually walk in and try to fight CFO if you don't feel the setup is there.
Couple of unsealed spellbooks in this game. We saw none in game 1, but JoJo is running one, as is Kaiwing on this Bard. No real surprises there. Both Twisted Fate and the Bard love to have that utility out of the extra summoner spells.
I mean, there's going to be so much ability to move around the map and answer these plays. You know, when you're thinking about Shen'Alt, when you're thinking about Realm Warp, when you're thinking about double teleport, and potentially even a teleport or just Bard roaming around and answering those plays. So it is going to be something that you really have to track. You've got to do a great job at monitoring where these people could be, because they're going to be able to respond so much faster than they can in a normal game.
For MKOI, a bad start to the day. Bad start to MSI, although against BLG, they did have some signs of life. In that game 4, Eliora came out afterwards in an interview and said, we were just playing scared. They were over-respecting BLG, they were overthinking, they didn't really play the map the way that they would want to play the map, or the way they would domestically. In game 1 here against Cfo, the map was not theirs at all. Cfo absolutely controlled everything on Summoner's Rift. So for MKOI now, if there are a few nerves, if there's a little bit of anxiousness, you really need to focus up and get locked in for this game.
You absolutely do, and it's kind of easy to say, but it's hard to do. It's one of these things where it's like, yeah, you know you need to play the champion, not necessarily the player, but it can be very hard to separate the fact that it's like, I'm just playing against a Jax versus I'm playing against Bin's Jax, right? You know, these things really do weigh on you, and it's hard to not sometimes overthink, you know, especially for players. These Western players go up and you get to play against some of your idols even. You're playing against like a Gen G, and it's hard to think, well, Chovy's going to know what we're doing, or Chovy's going to answer it, or they're going to be able to stop us, and sometimes that does lead players into overthinking and not being able to find those opportunities.
Even in a series like this where CFO, they've got great players, but they're not as well known as a Gen G or an AL or a T1. For MKOI, they're the last hope of Europe. That's an expectation placed on them coming into this, and when you lose game 1, you're then thinking a little bit more apprehensively overall. As Super and Alvaro are able to get the push early on in this bot lane.
Also worth noting, Doggo going for a boot start here, so definitely a lot less popular. This used to be meta, you know, quite a long time ago. We have seen it, I think, once so far this tournament that I can recall. But obviously, when you are playing against a lane that is really heavily skill shot reliant, sometimes people do it against Varus. But obviously, Caitlyn, the Q connects there. But between Caitlyn poke, Karma poke, you really do have to dodge a lot of this. So Doggo really is valuing the extra pots as well as that additional move speed here. But he's already chugged through every one of those potions regardless. And I think he's going to have to maybe give up that cannon too.
Build over Peacemaker, connecting just on the edge of it. Jojo looking for the stun here as the Rune Prison comes out from Honku. Jojo on the wrong side of the trades in mid. Elio's finished his clear and now he's on the bot side Scuttlecrab. Jinjo went towards the top side, but is also on that Scuttlecrab right now. Driver taking a tower shot. Could have been a great trade for him, but Shadow dashing underneath that turret range makes it a little bit trickier to get the damage down onto Mirwin.
It really does, and I think he's going to be able to get the crash either way, but it is one of the great ways to play against Shen, is because Shen has really crap wave clear. Like, you are so bad at pushing in these waves, that is why you almost always need to rush a bombies or go Titanic or do something to facilitate that. But if you can, you know, before they're able to actually get there, be able to hold waves outside the turret. Sometimes Shen can no longer go aggressive because you can't actually taunt in the tower range, but you struggle to actually crash the wave. So it can be a way to really play effectively against the Shen. And for Mirwin, it really is just all about being able to just kind of survive the early pressure that Shen is going to be put on. You are going to outscale. You know, when you hit Eclipse and you get level 6, you're going to be in a really good spot.
Honku locked up with the gold card. Eliora jumping in as well. Will hit the Sonic Wave. This is just harass more than anything. Doesn't even pop the cripple part of the E, that Tempest cripple. Jinjo, though, a magical journey to the bot lane as Alvaro flashes away. Super trying to get away as well, but a good Ishtar's impact. The root blocked there by Super. Alvaro will fall first, and now Super needs to get the hell out of here. Does still have a flash of his own. Doggo flashes, fourth shot to the back. Super and Alvaro fall.
Yeah, Supa tries to block the W there, blocks the root, but the problem is it means Alvaro's just going to go down anyway, and then Supa becomes a target here himself. Doesn't use the flash as Doggo flashes in with the 4-shot. They finish them both off, and this time both the kills go to Doggo. That is such a problem. Early Swifties even going to be able to buy some more damage on top of that. And this Jhin going to be a problem. That's the playmaking we've come to expect here. Kaiwing and Junja so active. I think they were feeling a little bit too comfortable, thinking, you know what, it's Skarner early, he's just going to be farming, he's just going to be chilling, but no vision in the river whatsoever for the MKOI bot lane. You're going to be able to get in behind them. Great flashback from Junja, brings him all the way back, stuns him into the wall, and then Supa trying to survive, but we're going back to live.
Prison's going to hit. There's the Ishtar's impact as well for the suppression. TP coming in from MKOI as they try and save Alvaro. Elioya jumps across the wall, and now Junja is in for a world of hurt. He'll fall. MKOI on the board as Mirwin lands with the TP, but will just clear out the way.
Now they're just going to try to delay Mirwin from getting up towards that top side. Because yes, we did see MKOI overload mid lane. They were able to get a kill there. Great job by them. And they're going to use this to try to start up the Dragon. The advantage for CFO is that no one is answering top lane right now. So that is Doggo that is getting this farm up on that top side, trying to catch up as far as the CS is concerned with Supa. And just, you can see, he's very slowly pushing this out. It will eventually stack and push away, but he's going to deny probably an entire wave.
Definitely in, onto Honkyu. The Rune Prison comes out as well, but Mirwin gets the kill. This Shard's Impact is going to take him back underneath the tower. Has to try and flash away. Ginger puts him in the dirt, and Jojo Pyun will be able to walk away. A 1-for-1 exchange. CFO will get the feet of warfare as they picked up their 3rd kill.
This time, I do feel like it favors CFO a lot more because you get that 1-for-1, and again, still no one is actually answering the top side. Kaiwing is going to be annoying here, try to hold as much as he can. But this freeze has been maintained for quite a while. Again, eventually it will stack up and push away here, you have to think. But that is a lot of waves, a lot of experience that is being lost by MKOI on the map. The whole time, Driver has been mid lane. You know, Honkyu gets out, or rather, he's been bot lane. Honkyu gets back out to mid lane and will pick up that wave. So it is going to start showing itself as far as the experience is concerned. You can see Doggo now already hit level 6 here. So he's up with the solo laners as far as experience is concerned because he's been getting solo XP on this top side for quite a long time. And just now, finally, feels like a couple minutes later, MKOI is sending someone up towards that top side to answer.
Supa's going to go up there. Will be matched by Alvaro in a moment's time. Love to see that wave and see if it's still frozen by Doggo and by Kaiwing. No, it looks like it's slowly going to start pushing out towards the MKOI side. So with the freeze broken, should be okay for Supa just to stay back underneath his tower until that wave pushes in, with Alvaro still working his way through the jungle. Honkyu doing a good job against Jojo Pyun here in the mid lane, who's gone for the Catalyst. Went double Ruby Crystal to start, gets Catalyst of Aeons now, so isn't going for that immediate damage spike that you can sometimes go for.
Yeah, definitely the most common build these days is just going to be Roa, Lich Bane, Rapid Fire, so kind of expecting that. They are looking for a potential dive here.
Curtain's open. Supa has the flash, and because of the protection of Elioya and Alvaro, they are able to back away, but this is really well done by CFO. They froze the wave on the top side. Temper Fate connects. It's onto Elioya, who flashes away from the Impale. In the end, CFO will just settle for the fact that they denied 2 full waves of minions underneath this tower.
Exactly, like you said, they have this kind of freeze over by their...
好多人。不行哎，如果现在去的话，感觉我要跟着一起炸。哇，他蹲在这里。我说他为什么往这边走？是他的。早知道我直接回家。真他妈恶心！在中路选个马 马尔扎前期根本一点卵用没有，完了。 捡到2颗头，开始叫我在玩套路。妈，他在抖三小。 这边回家，他应该不敢吃这波线吧？吃他就要死啊！暴揍！6级了，差一点。啊，这边吃一吃，应该快6级了。狂弄我之类的。 隔2格是怎样？一直往我野区跑，这有什么毛病？操你妈的！这人到底要放他跑多久啊？赶紧刷线行不行啊？妈的！给我白 白痴。你都是啊呀！我操你的！真是会被这个低能中路害死！这家伙到底在干嘛？根本是弱智吧，这人！你妈选个这个英雄到底有什么卵用？玩不了，这两个一直联动，这狼人跟那个什么小的，真是白痴，比较。刚狼人骑在我头上的时候，哇，妈，真是有个路色，一会再说。这他妈要打到什么时候才有结果？看真的是狗看中路哎！啊，狼人在后面呢，那就没戏啊！别打了。还要 K。为什么不下点燃啊？真是要吐！真得把这中路他妈直接检举，然后混不明白。他已经这么肥了。 一样啊。你有没有除了打灯以外能做的事啊？选个果干英雄，屁用没有。 哇！中上真的是一对活宝哎，这两个，就我这两个到底要怎么赢？这上路还算还好，这个中路才叫白痴，还有走出去被绑。 无视塔直接扁他，我这边蹲，我一开始就不应该被他蹲到，妈的！他妈的就只有在那边原地开大，谁不会玩？压力有点大。交闪。 点一点吧。两边中路。 他没选个马尔，操！真的。 大，有大就好。我得跟这只卡马走，不然怎么玩？好像玩不了。 沉默吧，没拖到，拖到就好。他还敢在那边吃野怪，他都不怕送哎。蓝好不好吃啊？真赶紧点好吗？这中路怎么赢的？然后带不动的傻逼。带只喜羊羊到底怎么赢的？选角选不明白，玩也玩不明白。吃了巴龙还要在那边吃那个蓝 buff， 操！这索拉卡还是在后面补，魔豆怎么样都秒不掉。算了，不点我就放推了，不点自己慢慢玩，没事。我看一把，放推一把。点自己慢慢玩了，打到他妈这个时间点了，还在160，这家伙。还在期待。他连他妈的该站在谁旁边去开大他都不知道，大局还会开错的那种。他这种憨儿还要在那边浪费时间，像是他妈死了一样。给我停拳，再停三小，停他老妈！这游戏真的是只适合给垃圾玩。选个妈在他那边混整场，还有这种废物还得忍着他，果然是垃圾游戏。这种狗 垃圾就不应该玩这游戏，玩什么马尔扎哈，去给狗干一干比较快。这种废物还想着要上分，我来看一下这家伙打了几场。玩那狗干马尔扎哈，他要上什么分？他妈脑子都没长完全。胜率48，胜率48的低能儿。170、110、20、69、15、180、24、24、47、31。这家伙怎么玩辅助废的跟狗一样？他妈连玩中路都长得跟坨屎一样。中路是没其他英雄可以玩，是马尔扎哈，亏他选得出来。排到这种有够晦气又恶心。那一波干嘛去了？那一波我们杀完塔龙，按理说应该是要吃龙跟打魔斗，但这个人好像回家了。来看一下，我来看这个憨的，我们那一波为什么会打输魔斗？主要就是输在这中上啊。如果没猜错，这人应该是杀完塔我们就回家，不然我们那一波应该不至于打不过就又那个什么，又死光了。看一下那个低能的那一波在干嘛。应该是这一波。好像不是这一波。大学我奶了一口。对面这辅助玩的挺好的，应该是这里吧？对啊，这个地方杀完塔龙之后，他应该是回家。按理来说，他不应该回家，因为我们是要吃龙跟打魔斗。这个小龙是伏笔啊，这个小龙是伏笔。然后这低能的回家也没踢出来。 看，这时候我们这边还有3个人，他在回家，我不知道回什么意思。而且为什么他会那个，他会又被蟾蜍打到？这家伙真的是个低能儿欸！他连回家都被断，然后断完还在吃线，然后这一波我本来他应该是要来帮忙打，然后也没回家踢出来。这波不应该输，这波输就掉龙。这家伙，真的是人才欸，就有人可以弱智成这样子，也是不简单。难怪这乐色他妈胜率48%。脑子都没长完全，低能的。什么上路选贾克斯，他妈中路选什么马尔扎哈。妈的，中路随便选一只正常点的，这狼人都没办法玩了。还他妈路野，路小野了，路野。这狼人他妈烂成这样，他入什么野？
Side for so long. Doggo's getting a solo experience. They
oysters who are swimming happily. And I'm sorry, but MKOI are sleeping with the fishes.
You just couldn't help yourself.
Let's get it out. One game.
Yesterday also.
Completely unconcerned now because they know as long as we're putting the pressure on Supa, JoJo's not going to kill your tanks, and Mirwin, it's going to take way too long to really be able to do it by himself. They are so reliant on Supa with this composition.
Supa is 1.4 thousand gold behind. For MKOI, the smallest of windows is this next Dragon or Baron fight. They're spawning at about the same time. If you can sneak away one of them, perhaps there's a way back into the game, but I really don't think CFO are going to give you that luxury. They've been so adamant with their vision control. They've been precise. Look at how deep their vision line is into the MKOI jungle. It's past the red buff. It's around where the wolves are. It's so hard for MKOI to step up, especially since they don't have a true tank. Yeah. So who is guiding this Karma through? Well, it's Mirwin right now, but he needs at least another member, or even 3 of them, to actually put pressure into the enemy side of the map.
Absolutely, and Elioya just hasn't really been able to get much value on the Lee Sin so far this game, but there is always the opportunity to make a big play on this champion, and that is why it is so exciting to watch. He is.
不是啊，这死妈中路排到我们这种等级的人都带他赢不了，他指望这种路人带他赢。你妈选角都选不明白，躺都躺不明白的垃圾，还想着要上分，吃大便。
Down 2.6k, it's going to be very hard, but hey, if you can get into the back line, kick someone like Doggo in, get a kill on him right to start a fight, then you have more of an opportunity. But that is just about a full death gap. This guy is well and truly online, hit level 18, and he's ridiculously strong, so you're going to have to find those kind of picks. You're going to have to find those kind of plays, and really the only one who has that kind of like explosive X factor is Elioya, so it falls squarely on his shoulders.
The captain of the team rebuilt it around him.
He's behind them.
Yes, he is behind them on that flank position. The Dragon secured by Honkyu in just a moment's time. Has that Realm Warp. That's why he's been left to his own devices down there. Will be sold for CFO. There we go. He secures it. Driver looking in. TP coming out from Honkyu as Jojo Pin will land the stun across the wall, but Junja's already onto towards the back line. Driver's taken no damage as of yet. Mirren trying to dance around. Honkyu goes very deep though. But there's the Stand United. There's the shield. There's the Samaps. The angel on his shoulder keeps him alive. Alvaro forced away. away, and Honkyu just jumped into the middle of MKOI, survived. Driver TPs into the base. MKOI, they had one last roll of the dice, but it's coming up Snake Eyes.
Not going to be able to do anything there. Honkyu knows his strength, pairs up with Driver, and they are on the march to take down this game.
Alioya's going to try and defend, but he's the only one left standing for MKOI alongside Alvaro, who might die as the collapse from Cfo can just come in. The inhibitor does respawn in the mid lane. There's Doggo. 10-0-8. His bite is worse than his bark. And Cfo pushing. Alioya trying to defend, but what can he do against all of Cfo? One game away from glory here for Apex. Cfo. Paranoia's popped. The rest of his team can't see him. MKOI tried to mitigate a bit of Irelia's weaknesses by picking up the Poppy themselves, because obviously Steadfast Presence, very powerful into a champion that just wants to dash.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, it's going to be really interesting to see how they actually plan this out. To me, this game is already almost entirely about top lane. Both of these champions are extremely impressive from ahead and absolutely useless if they are put into the ground. So we have to see drafts, I think, that have really kind of bot lanes that can just work on their own, you know, that don't necessarily need a lot of jungle attention, that don't necessarily need a lot of help. I would really be thinking about, okay, how can I actually play this out to where, you know, I have strong wave clear, I'm not going to be threatened in the dives, I'm going to be able to just chill on an island here so my jungler can play for top side, because I think that is where this game will be decided. Draven would absolutely not be it. To me, it's Senna, I think, is a fantastic pick that would actually allow you to play towards that side lane that is pretty good at actually sustaining on your own, especially when paired with a stronger laning support.
And as soon as you get the static shift as well, it's really easy just to sit in that mid lane, push out the waves. You put something like the Nautilus alongside it as well, it gives him a little bit of extra safety. Kai'Sa's going to be the pick. Has a little bit of safety herself with the Killer Instinct and the Supercharge. You can avoid a bit of damage, but as you said, a full dive really seems to be the name of the game for Cfo. MKOI are going to have to watch their flanks when it comes to this Paranoia coming down.
And I mean, Nautilus is still up and available, obviously one of the really common pairings. Rakan is still up and available too. I think Xayah Rakan makes a ton of sense here for MKOI. It's a great answer to a full dive comp, which is what we are obviously showing from Cfo. It does mean that you'd be giving the Nautilus over, but honestly, who cares? The counter engage, I think, is fantastic from the MKOI side. Instead, they are going to be going in towards the Rel, so grabbing up the Rel for themselves here. Very interesting, and that does leave both the Rakan as well as that Nautilus as options for Cfo.
My expectation would be
unless they really want to cook.
Nah, I mean, Renata also does a similar thing with the hostile takeover and the handshake. You can protect your AD carry a little bit if you think you're going to be overcome by the dive that comes out from MKOI.
Like hard engage here. I don't like the Renata, honestly. I would be very surprised. I think he's just kind of hovering around for fun, and I think he's going to lock in hard engage. I just don't really buy it when it's like, you need some sort of a go button, right? You need to be able to actually lock these people up, apply CC so that the Killer Instinct can even be used, right? Like, otherwise, what is your CC? You're waiting for a Fear Tether to proc the Plasma so that Kai'Sa can go into the back line? It just wouldn't make sense. So it's going to be very interesting. Two teams playing two very different styles. For MKOI, it's all about stifling the engage, absorbing it, being able to then turn around the fight in the longer run. Whereas for Cfo, it's all about that first punch and, of course, playing through side lane. You know, both MKOI and Cfo are going to have eyes on that top lane. Rest and Mirwin, the fate of their teams, I think, really will be on their shoulders here.
Yeah, huge amount of weight on Mirwin's shoulders. Irelia, the last time we saw her was back in 2023 from Chasey on Mad Lions, which is the team that MKOI then became, or came out of, at MSI. So it's going to be really interesting to see how this Irelia does. A lot of weight on Mirwin's shoulders. Non-subscribers can come back in about 30 seconds, as we will see you then. For now, we'll see the coaches handshaking on the stage and get into game 3 here. Cfo, one game away from a historic victory for the LCP, for the APAC region. A few times we have seen this region managed to beat out EU, but all time it's like 9-23 in favor of EU. In series, it tends to be close, but EU comes out on top.
Yeah, absolutely. But you also have to take in consideration 4 of those wins were right at first stand, right? You know, we saw that Cfo was able to 2-0 KC and then had a close best of 5. It was 2-3 that they lost, but still overall score 4-3. They actually were winning a lot of games there. This team is something different, right? And we have to respect how good they have gotten. Cfo really is a threat on the international stage. They are absolutely proving that. Mirwin, though, this is the kind of game that is make or break for you. You are known as one of these really impressive carry players who has this deep bag of champions that you can pull from. This is an absolute hard counter in the 1v1.
Yeah.
You have the opportunity to take over this game, and I really want to see if he can actually step up with all the pressure on his shoulders and do it, because Aurelia, it's not just going to be about the 1v1, it's going to be about that later stage.
Go comes in, crash down from Alvaro. There's the heal coming out as well, as Cfo will just start to retreat. Ghost was used by Super for the chase, so it's a summoner for a summoner. I think this is too late on a recall from Doggo. I'm not going to be back in the lane too early, and Alvaro and Super trying to make sure that he can't get back easily.
Watching from the crowd, hanging out. Yeah, it is going to be a bit of a tough start. So you lose your potion, you're still not going to be full HP, but that was a risky invade. They were just kind of trying to walk in blind, and as a result, they are punished. So MKoi going to be really happy about how things are starting out. And all eyes on the top lane here. Again, it's not like it's just you're just going to straight up kill him at level 1 or something, but the whole reason it's so difficult is because of this interaction where you summon the ghouls, Aurelia just Qs them all, one-shots them, heals up, gets the passive stacked.
Crash down in from Alvaro as they're going to force Doggo away once again. Not level 2 yet, so you don't have the Shadowing Strike or the Blade Caller. There's still good damage down to Doggo. We did see the shared champion pool between Mirwin and Rest, but Mirwin hasn't brought out the Aurelia so far this year, unsurprisingly. Smite goes down. Elioya is the one to get that Gromp and should be able to walk away from Ginger here. Looking for the slam into the wall. Won't have enough damage to kill him, but definitely harasses him out. Using the bot lane pressure well there, Elioya.
Yeah, really nice invade. Just goes Raptors, meets his opponent over at that buff, and Ginger had no smite. He'd already used it on the first camp to get that quicker level 2. Poppy, of course, just deletes the Raptors. Bot lane going horrible here for Cfo, so you've got to be so happy about how this actually starts out. They already got to play. Doggo had to base with 1 CS. He just had passive gold that was enough to get him another potion, so that was his buy on the first base. Still level 1 here as well, and things just going to get that much more difficult.
See the ghouls come out, and there they go. Very quickly back to the grave. That's the power of the Blade Surge from Mirwin here on the Aurelia. Good start early here for MKoi. I think this Xayah Rel is going better than the Caitlyn Karma was in terms of 2v2 pressure, which is surprising considering how strong Cait Karma usually is.
Absolutely, but you have to take into consideration how the level 1 went, right? And it was really about that aggression, as Mirwin, again, just going to be able to heal up, and now with the passive stack, Conqueror stacks.
Conqueror fully stacked here onto Rest. Doesn't have another Blade Surge to work with, but Rest forced back once again. Yorick does have a few innate tools for sustain. Last right giving you a bit of health back as Jojo taken out. Thought he could escape with the flash, but the threefold hex just follows him.
We saw the exact same thing happening to Quad. You know, you get that damage through threefold hex, comes back, able to actually take him out. Elioya going to get supported here as well, as Honkyu's just going to TP right into this ward.
Making sure that Ginger can get the Scuttle Crab. Nice TP from Honku. Doesn't really lose anything because he's just going to walk over to the mid lane once again. Jojo had already TP'd to the mid lane wave, so they knew that they could have the 2v1 advantage right there. Leads for MKoi in the top side and the bot side, but mid and jungle very much in favor of Cfo. Partly because Elioya spent a lot of time trying to steal away these camps. We'll have another look at this. Jojo very low on mana, trying to catch the wave quite high up in the lane.
Yeah, Honku goes in, proxy electrocute, and there it is. Hits him with the 2-fold hex, and when you flash through, you can still do the pullback, and of course that damage is going to follow, able to finish him off. And Jojo just admitting the mistake, but MKoi looking for a dive here. Rest in trouble.
Yeah, slammed into the wall. There's the flawless duet to follow up, and Elioya on the board. MKoi get there first. Mirwin gets a plate, and he is getting pretty fat already on this Aurelia.
Yeah, it's going to be so hard for Rest. Already down 600 gold here. Elioya only has taken 4 camps, but has been active, trying to stay aggressive.
No flash for Jojo. Has to sidestep the grand entrance. Well done to escape Kaiwing's clutches. TP coming out from Rest. He's going back down to the bottom lane. And with the recall coming out from Super, I expect he'll match the pressure on the top side from Doggo. Yeah,
really nice movement there from Jojo. Sidesteps the W from Rakan, sidesteps the Q as well coming through from Honku. That is critical when you've already gone down once. You can't afford to make those mistakes, especially if you're forced to base or even die without teleport. It is so much more punishing that second time. So has to stay alive, and Alvaro is here, and Honku could be in trouble.
The shove doesn't connect. Flash, Shadowing Strike, but the weirding out from Honku will get him to safety. Goes invisible. Doesn't have to burn the flash, which I think is really what MKoi were looking for there, just trying to even out that summoner spell disadvantage. Honku flashes in though, and Jojo's dead again! That's not optimal, but Honku is absolutely slapping. Elioya comes in, will put the hammer down and get a kill in response, but Honku in the 1v1 is just destroying Jojo.
He is going crazy already here as Mirwin down towards this bot side. With Rest, Super going to be able to kite this out. Honku making such a difference in this last game. as it feels like he's going to kind of have to, because top lane is already really struggling, and it does not get easier in this matchup.
Maybe slightly behind in terms of XP right now, but should be able to catch back up as the wave pushes in. Rest has brought in the Maiden to try and just get a little bit of extra pressure in the lane, but she's not that tanky right now, only 1,000 HP on her, so with a little bit of help from a friend, Mirwin should be able to take that down pretty sharpish. She's gone Cull as well on this Aurelia, just trying to farm up, as has Super on the Xayah.
Yep, going to be going Cull, and you can see that Rest is going to be going for the Bramble Vest early. Really, when I've played this matchup, all you do is you try to survive. Like, you just try to not be the reason your team loses the game, because you're never really going to be able to win that 1v1. So, you know, rushing towards Triforce I think becomes less important. To me, it's like you're just going Bramble Vest into tabbies and trying not to die.
Paranoia from Junja. The flash from the Fear Tether is enough to keep Super safe. He was actually positioning up because that plate was about to fall on the top side, so he wanted to get the gold from it. Yoya now coming down towards the bottom side. Rest does have his flash available, puts down the cage, but I don't think Rest is able to escape from this. Meanwhile, on the top side, Alvaro and Jojo Pyun are still fighting. Jojo Pyun down to a 3rd HP as Rest falls on the bottom side. Able to escape. Kaiwin and Hongkyu coming up on top in the mid lane.
Nicely done. Mirwin able to get another kill there with the help of Yoya. Doesn't even have to use his ultimate as well to add insult to injury there. Able to just chase him down, get the kill. Will be able to get a good base here. And when you get to Blade of the Rune King, any fun that you were having is already going to be a well and truly over here. Jojo just trying to survive mid lane against Hongkyu. The rest of the map is doing really, really well. So Jojo just needs to kind of sit back, chill. That is the 1 point of power right now for CFO. Junja at the very least did get Ghost Flash out of his first ultimate, but the ultimate cooldown early on is so long on Nocturne, you really want to be able to cash in on that first kill.
Especially when you're doing it against a Xayah and you get her flash out, but she's about to hit level 6.
Yeah.
It's like, well, I have more tools at my disposal to be safe. I have that Featherstorm now. So even if you come back in with the Paranoia, I can at least delay for the follow-up of the rest of my team. It's the first time in this series that we've seen MKOI with a gold lead in the early game. About 1,200 ahead right now, as CFO are going to claim the first Drake of the game.
CFO able to grab that dragon here, not super early, and the grubs are up, so we'll see if anyone's going to make a move towards those here pretty quickly. But it feels like Elgoya, you know, has been very active, got some kills, wants to just go back and keep his farm up, because even though he was up in gold, you know, he was quite a few camps down. You can see the KDA for Adago has yet to die across those first 2 games. This guy has been stellar, really pumping out the damage, positioning well. He is just such a talent, and
really
is so fun to actually watch him. And Emily was just telling me about an interview that he had given where he was saying this MSI is so important to him because it felt like it was the first time that he had earned it himself, you know, actually getting there himself. Of course, he had subbed in before in the past on loan for another team, but this is, you know, him earning his trip here and really wants to perform well to show that, hey, you know, I deserve to be here amongst the best in the world.
I think there's a lot of people as well who have only watched him in the LPL as the Paranoia goes down onto Mirwin, who has no flash and no escape from this. Rest gets the shutdown, and Mirwin just a little bit too greedy on his own in the bot side.
Yep, that is a really nice play there from Junja. You have to depend on your jungler in this matchup. And Junja is a very dependable jungler, so gets down there, is able to get the kill. Mirwin didn't have flash, and now MKOI trying to pressure on the other side of the map. You can see Junja, though, running up there with Kaiwing, is there to cover.
Shadowing Strike doesn't hit. Alvaro starts to run away. Hasn't invested too much in this right now.
Spamming the emotes, man.
He really is. He's going to be able to walk away. Junja here for the cover as well, so in the end, Super will just be able to chip away at that tower, not quite take the plate, but should clear out this next wave. I was saying about Doggo, I think there'll be a lot of people who only watched him in the LPL where he underperformed and think, oh, this guy's not actually all that. Yeah. But when you watch him in the LCP, he's just so consistently one of the best AD carries in the league, and you've seen him here as well. Unkilled in this series, had a great series versus T1 as well. He's just such a good player that we don't get to see enough of.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, mechanically, he's extremely impressive, so definitely a treat to watch here. Has been performing incredibly well against some of the best in the world. I mean, you go up against T1 bot lane, you're laning against Keria and Guma, and you perform well, like, oh, okay, you're pretty good. I don't think it gets much harder than that, so we'll see if he can kind of continue that. Mirwin obviously did go down, but is still significantly ahead in that 1v1 on the top side, working towards that Blade of the Rune King. 30 more stacks on the call, and we'll be in towards that. And Elyoya, with all this early pressure that he's put out, already is on the Sundered Sky, so is going to have quite a bit of damage here. Of course, Poppy, you know, is a tank, but so much upfront damage if you can actually get that wall slam comes out with this build, and that's why it's so popular.
See Rest just trying to avoid every matchup that he can into this Aurelia. He's done pretty well. He's going to push out this wave, and with the Maiden, your wave push is actually relatively quick, especially if you get the Eulogy down and get those extra ghouls. So Rest can just, you know, take this tower back away. There's a possibility of a Weaver's Wall from Jojo, but with Rest walking all the way back to his tower, no gank attempt is made.
Yeah, no one answering that bot wave right now, so it would be a cost to it if they wanted to go for it.
Alvaro. Kaiwing or Doggo here, steps into vision. There's a flank as well here from Elioya. Kaiwing has to flash away early. The Magnustorm comes out. There's Paranoia as well. Super begins to open up between worlds. Goes Hongq. The Keeper's Verdict knocks back 2. Doggo looking for the flank. The Paranoia is going to follow back up. Doggo still coming in here. There's the Weaver's Wall from Jojo. Alvaro chasing onto Doggo, but he's got both summoners still up, and he uses the cleanse immediately to get away from the seismic shove. Elioya now on the retreat with Steadfast Presence. The Weirding coming out from Hongq is going to do a lot of work as well. In the end, neither team will have anyone fall.
No one falls there, but it is the flash off Elioya, the flash off of both the Nocturne as well as the Recon, the cleanse off the Kaisa. So a lot of big tools were spent there. It was a great ejection from Elioya. He knocks the Nocturne away, but then is able to just use the ultimate to just come right back in. Alvaro is behind Hongq, but quite low on health. I don't think that's a play that you're going to want to look for, as Hongq is quite strong here. Does already have his first item done.
One of the most greedy dives, if that ever did materialize. Everyone's on half HP.
I've seen some dives in my time.
I mean, that is true. That is true. It's MKOI holding back of it, and I'm sure Europeans around the world are taking a sigh of relief at the fact they didn't decide to go for that play. Plate falls in the mid lane, but no one's near it, so no one will pick up that extra bit of gold. Leads in the top jungle, bot, and support role for MKOI, but a sizable chunk of change for Hongq in mid. 600 gold ahead. The Malignant's already complete.
And there's the Blade of the Rune King done for Mirwin. So bad news for Rest. Matchup already very difficult. You know, did get that relief, and the shutdown gold critically went to him. So has just been playing it very defensively. You can see he's pushing out waves. He's just trying to move away from the Aurelia, really not interact whatsoever, which is absolutely the correct choice in this matchup. And the question is, you know, can Mirwin utilize this advantage to either start farming plates and towers and get an edge there, or if he has to go into the team fights with it, can he really execute on the team fights on Aurelia? Because that is really hard to do. To play out this matchup, honestly, in the 1v1, it's not that hard. It is very, very Aurelia favored, but it is really hard to pilot this champion effectively in a 5v5 and really be able to get something done. So that's where I think Mirwin is going to have that big test.
Neither of the top laners have teleports. That's going to be a 4v4 around the Dragon. Super still has that Featherstorm, Magnustorm Flash available for Alvaro if he wants to go in. The Drake resetting as CFO decide it's not in their best options right now to continue on that.
Some more plates did fall up on that top side as we saw that Rest went back to base, you know, wanted to heal back up, get a buy. And Mirwin, as a result, was able to continue farming plates on that tower. And MKOI now are first onto this Dragon. Junja's on the side, though, and Hongq's moving over as well, so it could be a potential for a fight.
It might just be a fight afterwards. There's the Paranoia coming out. Smite goes in from Elioya. Seismic Shove shielded by Junja. Doggo and Kaiwing a little bit separated from the team. You could see the idea. Pincer movement, quickness, killer instinct. You have a lot of ability to close on that back line, but in the end, CFO don't pull the trigger.
Yeah, and I think MKOI positioning well there. You know, if you get split up, then maybe it's going to become really problematic. But because they stayed as a 4-man squad, great. You have these 2 squads of 2, but they're just going to go and attack one side. They're going to heavily commit towards that, and then it would be really difficult for CFO. So I think intelligently do back off, but MKOI grabbed the Dragon here, so all tied up as far as that is concerned. It's going to be a Cloud Soul, which can be really strong, I think, for a lot of these champions. You know, Aurelia obviously loving that, Nocturne obviously loving that. You know, a lot of these champions do get a lot of value out of this, even the Zaya as well as the Rakan, the Kaisa. Like, there's so many champs that just love it in this game.
Rakan is over the moon with a Cloud Soul. It's one of the best souls you can get. Obviously going to be hard for Kaiwing in this game because the Poppy exists and the Unraveled Earth from the Taliyah exists.
Well, you just never use your W. You just get Cloud Soul and press R and run
into them. You never use W or E. You have Q and your R.
Press R.
That's your 2 abilities.
Just run through them.
Yeah, we've gone for the Mikhails once again. It has Kaiwing rushing that, only going for the slightly magical footwear there on the Rakan, whereas Alvaro has decided to get the Ionian Boots of Lucidity to kick things off. First item complete as well for Super and for Jojo Pyun. It's the Archangels and the Yuntal Wind Arrows. First items across the board actually for both teams as MKOI set up around the Rift Herald. Kaiwing looking for that flank position. Prey Seeker's going to come out as Doggo tries to connect, but the Rift Herald is secured by MKOI. Alongside it, those upgraded boots.
Yeah, and Junja had no ultimates. You're pretty much never going to look for a fight, you know, in that position. Nocturne without ult in a team fight is just so useless, and Rest's just going to tank up this damage and knock down the tower. It is incredibly low, so we'll be able to finish that off. Nicely done by him. and that is the ult out from JoJo. Has not really been able to find much purchase in this game. You know, he did get taken down a couple times in mid lane, and as a result, hasn't been very active on the map.
It's just smart movement as well from Cfo. Splitting these laners up. Honkyu's going to dash away. Clears out the wave first. Kaiwing here for support. And trying to close the gap before the duet. There's the charm, and Kaiwing can just run up to the top side. Great protection of his mid laner there from the Cfo support.
Yeah, really slick stuff from both of them, honestly. You know, Honkyu just drops the ult, clears out the wave, runs away from the dives. They have to walk through the tower, and that buys his support time to get there. They're looking for a dive on bot side.
Paranoia onto Mirwin. The Fear Tether's going to connect as well as Rest flashing forward, but they can't quite kill him. Doggo comes in with a killer instinct and will take out Mirwin. Meanwhile, there's a dive onto Honkyu. The tower's not going to stand for much longer. Mirwin gets the kill. Super down towards this bottom side has got one in response. Doggo's already dead as alongside Rest. So JoJo dies at bot. Mirwin gets a kill at top. Super picks up 2 in the end on the bot lane.
Yeah, that is really big. Super going to be able to grab a couple kills, and they're going to drop the Herald mid here now. So you're going to be able to charge this one in. Maybe finish this off as well. It's just the support in the area, so should be able to finish it off. More gold going the way of MKoi. Over 3,000 gold ahead. Going to be able to get a second charge in also. And Kaiwing's getting low. He's got to be careful.
Yeah, pops the heal. Does have that unsealed spellbook, but...
Yeah, he used Spellbook Smite to actually try to kill the Herald before it actually crashed, but couldn't quite finish it off.
It's about 14 HP left on it. A 3,000 gold lead now for MKoi. As we have a moment in the action. If you're watching the action of Hold, keep an eye out for exclusive drops just for tuning into MSI. All you need to do is be logged in and watching on lolesports.com for a chance to score in-game loot. And by that, we don't mean like a Kraken Slayer or a Malignant's actual skins and items and stuff, no?
You know, just get like a Bloodthirster popping up
Start in the game, it's a free Bloodthirster. It's the only way I think I'd be able to beat most of the players here. Between worlds from Honkyu, he's going to look to try and dash away, but can't get to the edge of the ring. Alvaro still chasing. Alioya looking for the keeper's verdict, doesn't connect. Honkyu jumps back with the weirding, but in the end will fall to Super, who's now 3-0 with a 1.4k gold lead.
Yeah, nicely done. Cfo, though, in the area, thinking about looking for an engage.
Paranoia. Jindra goes in onto Super, who doesn't have the Feather Storm. The tower will fall. The dash in is stopped by the Steadfast Presence, but the Charm's still going to connect. The shutdown with the Grand Entrance. Alvaro now on the front line as Doggo begins to open up. Elioya doing what he can. JoJo coming in from the side as well. Jindra's going to fall. MKoi turn it around and get 2 kills in response.
Nicely done. Are able to knock down that tower there too. And Mirwin now pushing through mid lane here. He's got his second item, and Rest is going to have to be careful, but Kaiwing is in the area.
Yeah, Weaver's Wall though. Mirwin just has to survive for a couple of seconds. Kaiwing dashes away, but the chase comes in from Mirwin. Kaiwing will fall. TP in from Honkyu. He's lost his support though alongside his top laner. Cfo unable to defend their mid tier 2.
Mirwin getting a kill back, and now he's spamming the emotes. Didn't take kindly to Doggo spamming them all to him. So he's letting them know with the penguin dab there. Mirwin really strong at this point, has the hull breaker, so clearly he wants to commit to that side lane. I do think it is smart. You know, we know Yorick wants to live in that side lane. You're going to be able to do it as well. And now that you have the hull breaker, the amount of damage you can actually do to these towers is incredibly high. Again, you can just focus down the turret, stack up the passive on all these ghouls, hit the double ulti, you know, has the W to buy time here. And then Conqueror is just fully stacked. Flashes in. Kaiwing does land the CC, but it just doesn't matter because he has another Q to follow. Late on in the game, so hard to actually escape from.
And yes, MKoi is smiling as they are 5,500 gold ahead in this game 3 of the best of 5. The domination that Cfo had in the first 2 games, a not too distant memory, and we've seen MKoi take a few fights in game 1 and game 2 that have swung things in Cfo's favor. So it's not all done yet, but they are in prime position to close this one out and take us at least to a game 4. Paranoia coming out. So we see Mirwin trying to dash forward. Flawless duet doesn't land the stun. TP coming out from Alvaro to try and protect. It's going to be a 4v2, but Mirwin looking to take down 2 before they get in. The quickness in time. Ginger will die to the tower shot as Alvaro tries to retreat. He remounts. Was looking for Honkyu, but couldn't find him. And there's the knockup with the Grand Entrance. Kaiwing tanking it well. Alvaro down to Doggo. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Elioya, JoJo, and Super are pushing in. Rest doesn't have the flash, but the stun doesn't connect against the wall. The Keeper's Verdict, though, will keep him in place. And Super brings back the daggers to get the kill.
Good proactive play on the top side there from Cfo, but it just doesn't really matter because MKoi, again, getting a play back on the bot side, getting a kill back on the top side, taking down the tier 2 as well. And now their eyes are on the Otacon here. I think that Cfo has an idea that it could be going on. They're charging straight out towards that side of the map, but I don't know that they're going to be there in time. And if they are, Junja has no ultimate, so I don't think they can really do anything to stop this whatsoever, especially with the teleport coming back from Mirwin.
Yeah, Mirwin TPing in just gives that extra safety blanket that MKOI needed to make sure that they could secure it. They'll get the Artican. Next Drake up in 4 minutes time, but those pesos going in their pockets from 18 to 34. A huge amount of extra adaptive force now for MKOI.
Yeah, going to be feeling really good about their position here. Alvaro looking like he's thinking about engage on Kaiwing, but Rakan, of course, very slippery. Can be difficult to actually lock down. Just need to continue buying time for Mirwin in that side lane, play around him. You know, as long as you have someone behind him, there's not really any 2v2 that can be won right now when it's one of them is involving Mirwin. So Cfo will need to really overload his side of the map to have any sort of chance. Like, you need a 2v1, you need a 3v2, you need something like that to even have a chance. And at this point, honestly, Mirwin would have a decent chance, even in a 2v3.
Yeah. Definitely would, especially with the Hull Breaker and the Blade of the Ruin King complete. I will say MKOI haven't really set up vision for him on this bottom side at all, so it's quite hard for him to push up, because as much as perhaps he could win the 2v1, you don't really always want to take those 2v1s, and especially if your team isn't on position on the other side of the map. So I would like to see Alvaro stepping into that blue side jungle, getting a couple of wards down, just to make sure that Mirwin
shall receive.
I mean, yeah, he's doing it. Obviously, you know, good supports think alike, and also me and Alvaro. Mirwin having to stand back in this wave just to make sure that there's no collapse coming out from Cfo.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, really the only thing he is worried about, you know, is Junja collapsing, which makes getting vision a lot more difficult. That's why Alvaro is going so deep for that vision. You need wards in your opponent's jungle, not even just your own, but they're going to go for an age.
Paranoia coming out. The Weaver's Wall has been popped. Super trying to join the party here as Elio's on the front line between worlds. Doesn't matter. MKOI just assassinate too. Honkyu looking to survive, but he's locked up against the wall. Jojo hits him with a threaded volley, and Super brings back the feathers to secure the double. Alvaro looking for the flank onto Doggo, who has the killer instinct and will be able to dash his way away.
Yeah, anticipates the Shattering Strike there to hit him. It actually misses, but he uses the cleanse anyway. So they get that cleanse out, they get the ult out. So critical tools now missing for Doggo. And Cfo just trying to overload one side of the map, constantly looking for picks, but MKOI intelligently just saying, you know what, we can group up too, and we have the gold lead here. So when they are running into these even number fights, they are just getting crushed. They don't have the damage to finish off Elioya. Jojo hit a really nice multiple man seismic shove. And they're able to finish off a couple kills there. Now 7,000 in the lead here for MKOI. It's going to take a miracle for Cfo, but it's really hard to see them being able to come back. There's so many good tools that MKOI have to be able to actually absorb the engage. So as long as MKOI are playing respectful, are making sure that they're getting vision in the right spots, you know, not walking in blind, I think they should be absolutely fine.
There's just so much disengage from MKOI if they want it. The Unraveled Earth, you've got Steadfast Presence, you've got Alvaro going in with the Mountain Storm just to distract, Featherstorm. Mirwin unlikely to be with the team for the next few moments. We'll just want to continue that side lane threat. The problem is the vision that was now on that blue side has been cleared out by Cfo, and you can see Junja lying in wait thinking, if Mirwin oversteps, perhaps we can take that 2v1. The Black Cleaver and Triforce complete and the Bramble Vest, maybe it would be enough.
But this is great. I mean, you know, MKOI see, okay, we lost our vision on the bot side, so what are we going to do? We're going to move into the top side and try to reclaim some vision here while we're pressuring up to this side. You don't see any Nocturne there, so guess where he is? He's going to be on the other side of the map, so that's why Mirwin is just farming his own jungle camps. He's still only just now going to start showing on that wave so much longer that he did wait, you know, really playing it safe, has this big advantage, is working towards a wit's end. And it's going to be even more difficult to actually knock down at that point. Just kind of paying some respect over to Honkyu as maybe that strongest member over on the other side.
Next Dragon up in 15 seconds time. It would be sole point for MKOI. Elioya going in here, trying to steal away this blue. The Weaver's Wall will separate Cfo. Paranoia coming out from Junja, but he's on the wrong side of dodge, and he'll be taken out, slammed into that Weaver's Wall. Jojo secures the kill, and now with the jungler down, Baron becomes a little bit of an option. Nocturne will be spawning about 4 seconds after the Baron comes up.
Yeah, they're definitely thinking at least about getting vision on that top side, but I think for now, just take the Dragon here. It's already up and available. They have full push on that bot side, and they're just moving around the map really, really well. It feels like Kaiwing is doing a good job at re-establishing vision control as soon as MKOI do exit, but they're always kind of being reactive, right? It's MKOI now that are on the front foot. It's them that are playing much more aggressive with this gold lead, as you want to see them do, and they're working in towards this soul now. A teleport coming out. This is Rakan here.
Yeah.
Just made me a little bit nervous with Alvaro in the area that he was going to immediately TP and get caught.
Very understandable, but Kaiwing wants to switch over to that flash for the next fight, so uses the teleport, gets a little bit of vision. One of the great things about Rakan is how much you can wrap for vision. You can be behind enemy lines, you have enough escape tools to get out. If you really need to, you can pop the quickness, but with the Mikhails as well, you just have so much utility in your kit. Elioya stepping forward here. A 3-item Kai'Sa is nothing to be sniffed at. Nash's, Ginsu's, and the Kraken finished. Hongkyu going in. The quickness from Kaiwing as well for the charm. Alvaro's caught out here. Keeper's verdict. Not guilty for now. The paranoia back in. Junja flashes out. Alvaro uses the Magnet Storm and jumps his way away. MKOI will escape with their support still alive.
I mean, the problem is Doggo wasn't actually hitting anything there. And if Doggo's not hitting, they have no damage. Yorick had already lost ultimate, and without that maiden, you are doing very little damage. Junja ults in, then immediately flashes out. Hongkyu uses his full round of spells. He hit everything, but it's just not enough to kill them on your own. Their only consistent damage is Doggo at this point. And Doggo knows, I cannot just ult into the middle of their team. I will get instantly CC'd and die. So he couldn't really follow up. He wasn't in a position to do so. And as a result, Cfo spend a lot of their big tools here and don't get much of anything for it. Kaiwing, critical to note, is on that smite. You know, looking for some sort of an opportunity, hoping, hey, maybe MKOI start a Baron, we can steal it away. These are the kind of things that you're thinking about to try to come back in a game like this, because any sort of normal run of play, you're going to lose from here.
MKOI starting up the Baron though. Smite from Elioya already used. We'll be back up in about 7 seconds time. TP coming out from Rest as he looks to join the frame. Irwin's in the mid lane. Cfo trying to get in, but it's secured by Elioya. Alvaro dashes onto the back line. Kaiwing already down, and I think that will be all for the fight. MKOI managed to secure the objective. The Weaver's wall coming out, though. Elioya has other ideas as he dashes in onto Hongkyu. Magnet Storm on Hongkyu means that he can't escape between worlds. Jojo still looking for more. Junja lands the Fear Tether onto Alvaro, but the stun still connects, and the Shroud of Darkness won't be enough to save him from Elioya. MKOI now looking greedily at getting a game in this series.
And I think they're going to do just that. It doesn't look like there's much that Cfo can do about it. It's just Doggo going to try to defend here with Rest, but MKOI are pushing, and they are looking for the first win.
Kaiwing goes in, gets the double knockup. The blades get called back. Super, though, will kill off Kaiwing. Vanguard's edge in from Mirwin. Doggo having to flash away. He'll get 2 on the fountain. Jojo, Super, and Alvaro, though, should still be able to clean this one up. Super flashing forward, and with the blade caller, he'll find his opposite man. MKOI show there's still life in EU yet as they get a game versus Cfo.
Nicely done there. Jojo looking pumped up on stage as they take off their headphones, get their first win here. Mirren got to be really happy about being able to bust out the Aurelia. The confidence to do it in an elimination game here at MSI was massive. And he is showing Blind Pick Yorick is illegal.
You just can't do it. Rest coming in. We'll see if that changes for game 4. We're going to hand it over to the analyst desk to break down that MKOI win.
Yes, Mirren. You know, we asked for someone to be the X Factor, and this is a part of him that we haven't been able to show the international audience, but can I just kind of emphasize how much of a gambit this was? We will give some context in terms of the matchup specifically, but the fact that you go for this unprompted, the Aurelia, which he loves, by the way, if anyone remembers Bison, but you do have to play it to perfection, and if it doesn't work, you're literally going home.
And it's very often the case, we see this more now in Fearless, that there are these niche counter picks to meta champions, but as Finn highlights beautifully here, even if you have these strong moments, Yorick overall is still just strong. The reason he's picked is because he's near broken outside of these counter pick situations, and that's why people go for Cho, something that offers more to the team overall. But Mirwin and MKOI, they bet on themselves, and they supported this beautifully.
And I do have to shout out LS as well, because he made some context saying this isn't... yeah, this is true what Finn says, but because of Elioya being there when it mattered, because of Mirwin manipulating the waves as he should in those moments, that's actually what gets him there. But it was still, Raz, this is a risk to take, no?
I'm still caught up in this. When did you put this on?
Second the game started.
Okay.
if I'm on camera again, if we only get one game, I'm going out biased and I don't care.
If we only get one game and it's with Aurelia, sure.
But these are the games that I'm promised with Mirwin. The picks that he has, that he takes to Gambit. It doesn't matter if he's playing in Vancouver or Vegas, he's betting. And I love the fact that he makes it work. Because back in North America, by the way, back in LA, like, The only Aurelia we got was a catastrophe. And if you see this composition, you're playing against Rakan, so you can't really engage if he's going for a fight. If you see playing on sides, you're playing versus Nocturne, so the side lane is really troubling. He recognized that. He plays so well around that.
He did, and the rest did it well. And I feel like some of the Fangs were out of the attack for Junja, for instance, right? We saw he couldn't have the same impact, and where we called out Cfo's manipulation of kind of the map in a very apt way in the early game, I feel like here they lost the plot a little bit once that they started getting caught out.
Well, I think for the first time in this series, they didn't have an advantage coming out of lane phase, and Junja lacked a pick that can kind of come back gracefully. Nocturne can be super feast or famine if you're not getting kills on those first few ultis, and it really goes back to what the bot lane was able to do at level 1. Alvaro, fantastic game, stopping the back, getting that early chunk, giving them lane prio.
Yoya.
This time, not dying in the 2v2, thank God, and then Yoya on the Poppy. Finally showing up, getting those early kills, getting that thing, and it reminds us how similar these teams are. You have great facilitators in Kaiwing and Junja, great facilitators in Yoya and Alvaro, and whoever has better tools can just run away with the early game.
I'm even seeing the growth from their BLG series, because I still remember like them losing on not being tight enough after winning an objective, after winning a team fight, not leaving at the same time. This game was completely opposite. There were times where you could see Cfo standing off, looking for an opening, a mistake, just so they can hop on and get an objective. Didn't happen. The Drake fight, I think it was second or third Drake fight, or I say fight, they got the Drake. They walked out as a team. There was no openings for Cfo to come back in.
And I think the big thing, you highlighted it so well, is that once MKOI got that lead, they really did lock in. Because this is a game where, especially with an Aurelia, you get sloppy on your side lanes against this Nocturne pick. They managed to find a way back in, and you really end up having no hope because, as wonderfully highlighted by Finn, highlighted us by here, Aurelia is this feast or famine option, and so it is good drafting from the side of MKOI, good early game, and then transitioning it with the discipline they needed to have mid-late to close it out.
I mean, it's good that the Aurelia works, but the bounce back in draft was necessary after game 2. Holy moly. But we're going to see here how even when the Nocturne ult was blasted, there was such a good counter engage and such a good hold from MKOI. But I will also say that at certain points in this game, maybe already now, their wallets were just much bigger. So anytime they would take a skirmish, if Yoya hits that stun, it's over.
Yeah, and all of this happened after the 2 solo kills that Honku had mid lane. I was a little concerned. I was a little concerned. All right,
okay,
I was worried.
Let's talk about it.
Okay, I opened the book. Opened the door.
My Canadian goat.
Yes.
Jojo, like, what is going on in these early games?
I mean, he's getting outclassed in the 1v1. There's no other way. We can't dance around it. And I think right now, if you look at the side of MKOI, if they don't have this draft advantage, if they don't have more reliable early game ways to take control, I don't think that they are favored. It really is going to come down to, as we approach Game 4, Game 5, the depth of the champion pool and the number of angles they can find to either get an edge in lanes or an edge in jungle support.
Yeah, and I will say, if they're getting stronger as a team from game to game, I could definitely see JoJo just having a better laning phase in the next one. We just need to see him kind of wake up a little bit. But just watching these team fights, I love it. Like, it just seems like Mirwin, it doesn't matter what's happened in the past games or what happened in the past series, he will still pick his champions, and he will still take what he perceives as the right fights, and he's correct. So I love the confidence.
I will say that for MKOI, right? They usually are pretty clutch, as we see here how Yoya did in the jungle up versus Junja. They can be very clutch.
Yeah.
And I know it's hard to believe because of the first 2 games we have seen. Now, I will give that same credit to the Flying Oysters because they don't hesitate usually. It's just that they were put so far behind. So they're going to look to stabilize, I think, in this next game. Because I think on even keel, I would still favor Oysters.
So far, I think they've shown better games today. And that is the kind of the harsh reality of this brief glimmer of hope, no matter how excited I am about wearing this t-shirt, is I think that you would still favor Oysters as we go into the next game. It really is on MKOI. No longer having side selection as they lost. How are they going to adapt? We have seen of the potential representatives from the LEC as we go later into Fearless. This is a team that does continue to bring out spice. Casted angles become more real. Maybe that can be the difference. Picks that Cfo aren't ready for. But it feels difficult, and it feels like we're relying on some of the intangibles, especially as Cfo have selected blue side and Driver now back in.
That's the thing.
Driver played 2 incredible games. Yeah, again, the Scion, they got rid of the Rumble early, the Shen to follow. I'm sweating.
You're talking about, well, you may be sweating for a different reason, Mr.
Right, it's a double t-shirt.
That may be one reason why you're sweating. Or you see Driver coming back in, Mr. Bousy himself.
Yeah, just if you missed this earlier, Chawi did say in an interview that I don't know if this looks, it's probably inspired by Bao specifically in playing Sion, which he did in game 1.
And he talked about the idea that deaths can be good, and we saw that in game 1. If you're the Sion, you die, you get XP on the wave, and the enemy team has a rumble. They die, they get nothing.
What's another pick like that?
Probably nothing. I mean, if we want like the boss shadow, we could fish for a Gragas
You know what I feel? You know what I feel?
Too.
I feel a Mirror and Cassante. That's what I feel. I know usually it's boring, but maybe it's necessary. We'll see. They need to do what has to be done. Movistar Koi may have given us a glimmer of hope, but they're still up against match point. Let's see if they can bring it back.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
小，切个画面我就死了。
Okay, okay. I get it now. 传奇该如何铸就？
Changed the meta. He pushed the limits of the game.
人家肯定要买新的，效率撞。还得你去办法。 就狂把这游戏当成信长之野望在玩。我被撞到我就嘎。有龙吃龙嘛，一直追像个傻子一样。 他完全也不想了下来支援，就在那边一直吃他的，吃到死掉。好的，你也下来支援一下。他们各玩各的，在那玩单机。 这人闪过来是什么意思？你也想要学姑妈乌迪？学姑妈乌迪单吃了，跟你俩住在一起。靠一样，做大局，为什么不直接大？一起北七，你再拖一下行不行？要死！超级大爆炸！还不跑啊？ 要钱不要命。教这么痛。Let me throw it down to the ground, make him turn around.
MKOI managed to secure the objective. The Weaver's wall coming out though. Elyoya has other ideas as he dashes in onto Honku. Magnastorm on Honku means that he can't escape between worlds. Jojo still looking for more. Junja lands the fear tether onto Albro, but the stun still connects, and the Shroud of Darkness won't be enough to save him from Elyoya. MKOI now looking greedily at getting a game in this series. A massive comeback victory there for MKOI as the hopes of Europe rest solely on their shoulders. For CFO, no surprises, Driver is back in. Expect to see a more traditional top lane tank and then play that sort of more methodical early game that we saw from them in game 1 and 2. As Jojo, photogenic as always, just waving to the crowd.
All smiles.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see if he can continue to have a good contribution for them. I do think that he has been kind of getting outperformed by Honku so far in this series. Definitely hasn't had that big impact that we expect from him. His landing, especially against Knight, was really, really impressive. So, you know, I did kind of have high expectations for what he could get done in this series, but has yet to really be able to live up to them. MKOI, though, clearly able to get control in that last game, got a good draft, you know, got some nice counter picks, able to dominate that game. And want to see if they can kind of continue forward from there now that Driver is back in and is going to be looking really tough to knock down. I mean, he has been playing, I think, excellent so far in this series and throughout the whole tournament.
Entirely true there, as they're definitely beating out Mirwin in the 1v1s, but also his team fighting, his presence, his positioning has been wonderful to watch. CFO now on the blue side. They're going to ban out Maokai to kick things off. Gragas removed by MKOI. We're obviously into game 4 of Fearless, so we are losing a lot of those top-tier power picks, but still a few very strong ones available. I'm looking at things like the Vi, the Pantheon, Gwen banned away, the Varus as well, as you say.
Yeah, there are still obviously a lot of picks to work through here. Gwen getting banned away a number of times. They're going to be throwing some of these target bans. You know, we can clearly tell that MKOI is very prepared. There are targets to these top laners. Last time it was Cassante, you know, as well as Jace that was getting banned out. This time the Gragas is going to be banned out. The Jax is going to be banned out. Sion was already played, so that is his top 3 already gone. Rumble was already played, so that's his top 4 champions already gone. Shen was already played. York was already played. So, you know, out of the champions that he actually has played so far this split, it's just Ornn and Set remaining. So he is definitely being pushed as far as the champion pool is concerned. And it'll be interesting to see if MKOI want to throw another ban, and yes, they do. So they're going to triple ban top. This is the strategy I was talking about earlier. If you think someone has a champion pool that you can attack, you get to game 4, you get to game 5, naturally so many of the champions are already gone. Now you really pinch it, and all of a sudden, the only champion that he still has up and available that he's actually played this split is a Set. And do you really want to blind pick a Set? No, you probably don't. But guess what? You're on blue side, so you're going to have to bring something else out, or you are going to have to be in that position.
But because you have focused in the top lane in all of these bans, you leave the Pantheon open, and we've seen just how strong this pick can be, especially teamed up with something like an Ahri if you want that pick potential. Vi coming out from MKOI, they're going to lock in the Kalista, yet to win here at MSI.
Yeah, I'm really not a fan of Kalista. I don't think that, you know, it's a bad pick by any means, but people have really kind of developed this strategy of basically just playing, okay, someone goes Kalista, we're going to pick Poke, and we're going to outrange you. And the 2v2 all of a sudden becomes very, very difficult. Kalista has gotten a number of nerfs over the last couple patches, which have really brought down her power as far as some of the damage, even some of the HP or tankiness and stuff, and survivability. So it's harder to force the all-ins, which really was the way that she kind of came back in some of these matchups, where you are outranged. So to me, champions like Ashe become really, really high priority. I think that Nico becomes really high priority, because these are the kind of picks that really make Kalista struggle. And yes, you can still have that team fight impact, but it is very hard when you're getting heavily outranged, and Victor, I think, fits alongside that. You know, if it were me, I would be thinking towards, you know, Nico or even that Ashe.
Currently, it's going to be the Cassante locked in here for Driver. Usually we see rest on this champion for CFO, so obviously MKOI's target banning has pushed Driver onto something he hasn't played this spring. I'm sure he's comfortable on it, but when we saw Rest play something that usually Driver plays, it was not a pretty experience. Misleveling abilities on the Ornn, building in a questionable fashion. Does that go both ways? I think Driver has been the better of the two top laners. The question is, can he pilot this Cassante as the Renata is locked in for Alvaro?
We will be finding that out here in this game, absolutely. I mean, this his third most played all time. It has not played at this split, but of course, yeah, they have really been heavily investing into the six-man roster. They swap back and forth constantly. They have them focused on certain champions. So that is the question. It's like, we know he can play it in the past, but how many Cassante games have you played, you know, in the last X months? You know, how polished are you on this if this is not usually one of the ones that you are expected to play? So it is going to be interesting. Lucian being banned away, so concerned about the potential of Lucian Nami or something along those lines.
Nautilus is still available if you're looking for an engaged support here for CFO. Obviously, the Renata kind of mitigates that a little bit with the hostile takeover, with a handshake, with the bailout. Callisto Renata, a pairing we see very often. Senna will be the second ban for MKOI. It's an RE taken away by CFO. No real surprises there. Vi RE is a tale as old as time. The pick potential from that combination is just too powerful.
Yeah, that is absolutely the classic. You know, with the Senna as well as the Lucian getting banned out again, I am thinking more about champions like the Ashe. We have seen Doggo play it. He does only have the one pick on it. You know, MF is something that some people also do like into it. That does have a pretty strong early lane. Obviously, you can get mid lane control pretty damn well as well. That is a long way to travel there to come see some CFO. So a lot of supporters in the house. It's been great to see, you know, not just, you know, Black West and some of these kind of more regional teams getting support, but we have had fans from all over the world here in Vancouver coming out to support their squads, which you love to see, as Orianna is that final ban. And now,
if you're a CFO fan here, you're delighted with how things have been going. 2-1 up against MKOI. The last time CFO or anyone from the APAC region took down one of these major regions, you know, the LTA North, LCK, LPL, or LEC, in a best of 5 was 2012, as 13 years ago, when TPA beat Azubu Frost, Azubu Blaze. I can't remember which of the Azubus it was, but one of the two. But all the way back in that World Championship, a huge time ago. It was Frost. Yeah, it was Frost. And now we'll see if MKOI are the ones to suffer the fate of Azubu Frost. Renekton locked in for them into that Cassante. Smolder being hovered by CFO, but they will go instead towards the Aphelios.
Fresh Aphelios, wow.
Okay.
That is some confidence to actually slam this down. So they're not going the route that I kind of expected, which was more you just outrange, you outpoke. Yes, Aphelios does have some good early range with the sniper gun, but that's not really what you're thinking of when you think of this pick as a poke champ. Thresh, obviously, a lot of people aren't really a big fan of it because the execution barrier is so high. This champion can look incredible, but if you are not on point, it is not going to work out. And we're getting A-Soul from JoJo here coming out. That is honestly really hype. He does have one game that he played on it in the LEC, and he was really becoming more flexible, I felt, in playoffs in Split 2. You know, bringing out the Cassin and bringing out the Cassio, bringing out these picks that people weren't necessarily expecting. This is a very slow pick, though, and it is paired with some really early game and aggressive picks. So it is kind of interesting, you know, sometimes people will talk about drafts like that and they'll say, well, that's your late game insurance, right? Like that's your win condition in the late game. And I do think that can be true, but A-Soul I do think is going to struggle to get involved early, and where you have, you know, this Vi, this Kalista, this Renekton that want to fight early and often. A-Soul kind of wants to sit back and farm and be able to stack up Stardust and have the empowered ultimate, you know, be able to be ready in that style of game. So if MKOI do kind of let up on the gas a little bit to buy time for JoJo to scale, well, guess what? You're also letting the Aphelios scale. You're letting the Cassante, the Victor also scale, which are also really, really powerful. So it does feel a little bit disconnected from what the rest of the draft does. That being said, you can still fly in when the rest of your team is diving, you know, drop the ult aggressively, try to play it in that style, and we'll see if you can make that happen.
That's the thing, you do have a big AoE stun. Right, and that can be really powerful in team fights. And then if you get the 75 Stardust stacks, you get the larger one that has the massive burst of damage going out from it in that ring. For MKOI, still 2 games to go if they want to make a date with anyone's legend. For CFO, all it takes is one. All it takes is one. A slew of JoJo fans in the audience here in his homeland.
JoJo fan.
Ginger looks for a little bit of poke. Looks like it's just going to be a relatively traditional line of scrimmage here. JoJo is stepping forward as Eliora and Milwin look for a ward. Driver coming in from the side, but Alvaro I don't think has been spotted here. If Driver does step a little bit too far forward, and he does, Alvaro didn't level up the handshake, so couldn't pull Driver back. In the end, MKOI with 5 players here. The hook from Kaiwing is going to connect. Breath of Light coming out from JoJo. MKOI will push CFO back.
Able to land that hook, but JoJo just standing there, being able to get some damage back himself, and Minions now just spawning, so not going to be too much of a concern. You can see Jojo going Comet here, is going Resolve secondary. So second win here, expecting to be getting poked by Victor. When you are playing against control mages on the ASOL, it can be a little bit difficult at times because when you start queuing, you are locked in place, right? You are not moving. It is very easy to hit Victor lasers. It's very easy to walk forward and drop the gravity well. You know, try to put that pressure on. And CFO are going to start this game off very aggressively on the enemy blue buff here. They will obviously have that information, and we'll see how Elyoya wants to respond. He's warded out on Raptors, so they're going to know if he goes for a cross-map play and tries to split this map.
See if it is a split map or if Elyoya comes across and just makes sure to get, or try to get, his Wolves and his Gromp. Bot lane push always so vital in these sorts of situations. Junja on the Wolves as that level 2. Elyoya comes around the corner. We'll spot Junja here. Jojo taking a little bit of damage in the mid lane. Elyoya just, assuming he delays Junja as much as he is being delayed, it's fine. Junja obviously has to walk all the way back into his own jungle, but with Kaiwing moving up, Elyoya has to back away.
Exactly, he's going to have to back away here, so Junja will be able to take away these camps, and now you are in this kind of weird situation where you're saying, okay, well, can I still cross map? Like, or do I just have to kind of accept that I'm just going to get 3 camps and then try to play for a scuttle or look for a gank here? As Jojo will be constantly getting poked out here. Doggo and Kaiwing did get the push here early on. And Doggo utilizing that early range with the sniper gun to just constantly auto Supa. Every time Supa is trying to hit a minion, Doggo is standing in the minions and hitting him because he has that additional range. So playing that out really, really well. And you can see Alvaro getting over there, spotting that Junja is still in the area, but Junja will be able to finish off that camp. And now the question remains.
Jojo has to walk away from the Siphon Power. Singularity trying to get the stacks, won't get any of the minions as well, which will be disappointing for the MKOI mid.
So Elyoya is going to go try to get in this cross map here. And now the question becomes, you know, does Junja actually try to defend his top side, or does he just accept, hey, I'm going to take these 3 camps and then back off? And he's clearly going towards that top side, so has pings on it, knows that they could be over there. Elyoya does not have smite, neither does Junja, but it looks like the camp is going to be dead before he gets there.
We'll be able to secure this blue. Sees Junja and decides to back away. He's not going to contest around the Gromp. Especially Honkyu has that teleport and would be able to get back on the map pretty quickly. Elyoya seeing if Junja goes in here for the Scuttle Crab. Junja can just path down towards the bot lane because his bot side is still pushing in. So will be an exchange of crabs, but Junja about 2 camps up overall.
Yep, going to be feeling pretty good about that, but not honestly that big of a deal for Elyoya. You know, yes, you lost some of those early camps, but at least you got Scuttle, you stole 1 away, and we will see, you know, his Wolves and whatnot respawning relatively soon. So we'll see how much of an advantage Junja gets and what he can really do with it. But early play, wow.
Yeah, really nice play there from Doggo and from Kaiwing, cycling through those Aphelios guns. And currently has the Infernum, which obviously gives you good wave clear. And the Graviton really nice into the Callisto as well. The ability just to lock her down with that powered Q.
Elyoya is just walking straight down here. I think they're looking for a gank. Will we see Alvaro commit for a Q flash?
Flash away from Kaiwing. Alvaro was trying to time it at the same time as the death sentence was coming out, so that Kaiwing was locked in that animation. It's one of Thresh's main weaknesses, is the fact that his animation is quite long on that death sentence. So you can manage to catch him out while he is stuck in that animation. Elyoya passing through the mid lane here. Looks like he's just trying to help Jojo get the push out so Jojo can go back and pick up probably a bit of a stacking item, maybe the tier early on here on the Aurelion Soul.
Yeah, we'll see where he wants to go. A lot of the ASOLs that I've been seeing recently haven't really been feeling that they need to go for mana items.
Okay.
So they have been going, you know, sometimes just straight Leandries. I've been even seeing sometimes just straight Rylai's and things like this. So there are a lot of different options. We'll see where Jojo wants to go here. But obviously the Raptors have respawn, so Elyoya going to be able to grab that. Now the Wolves, the Gromp going to be back up, so he is going to be cycling through this. Junja will be ahead a couple camps and is going to be feeling quite good about that. Should have the earlier level 6 result.
I mean, speaking of being ahead, Doggo has almost twice Super CS. And this is Callisto Renata, which is known for its early pressure in the lane. Doggo and Kaiwing having a whale of a time down here. The 500 gold lead obviously facilitated by the fact that they were able to get one of those plates early on in the bot lane. And also you have to think for Super and Alvaro, this side of the map wasn't controlled by MKOI at all. So they always had to play a little bit further back because of the threat of Junja.
Yeah, they absolutely did. But I mean, CFO's bot lane played it out really, really well.
Yep.
You know, utilizing the additional sniper range in those early autos, constantly poking away at Supa, you know, keeping him pushed in. And as a result, it's been very difficult here for Supa and Alvaro. We'll have to see, you know, when you hit 6, sometimes you can find an all-in that just kind of turns things around as this sort of bot lane duo. But topside going pretty well for CFO also, you know, pretty much dead even as far as the farm is concerned. Drivers already TP'd back with that Bramble Vest. Mirwin is going back to base now, but there's not going to be any sort of a swap. They're just heading right back down towards bot, so this 2v2 will continue. And Supa has the upgraded boots. Doggo still has yet to base, though. He stayed around for a really long time. I think they were trying to see, like, was there going to be a swap? What was going on? But he should have a really good buy now that he goes back.
It was also, they saw Elioya clearing a ward as they were doing the dragon, and then Elioya based in the pixel bush. And it's like, well, we can't really safely walk back down through here, so that he went back around, waited for Elioya to be off the map, and then was able to get back down there, push out the wave. See the Sky's Descent coming out from Jojo, just for a little bit of poke onto Honku, but Siphon Power shielding is enough. Honku pops through his refillable as well.
Yeah, it's not going to do that much damage early on, so you can just use it also for Stardust. Every time you hit a champion, you do get 5 additional Stardust there, which is obviously that permanent scaling on all of your abilities, so is quite powerful. And it does help you just push out that wave. It's one of these things that you see in a lot of control range matchups, whether it is, you know, the Orianna using the Shockwave early, or Victor ult, or Annie and all these things.
Annie was
exactly
chucking out for the wave control. And Elioya looking for mid here, yet to hit that level 6, about halfway there. Ginger has just ticked over to it, so we have to be aware of that Grand Starfall, see what he wants to do on the map, where he wants to be. Bot lane seems like a key point to go towards. Doggo now has the Moonlight Vigil complete as well, that level 6 ticking over for him. And it's MKoi who are initiating the lane swap here, bringing Supa up towards the top side.
They are, but it is MKoi that's also going to be dropping the wave to do it, because you know they didn't actually answer on bot side. They didn't have TP when they make this swap happen. So Mirwin is going to miss, I think, at least most of that wave, if not the entire wave, as he goes down bot to collect it. We can see Doggo is going in for the collector first item, so he's going to be more towards that spellcaster style build here, where it is a lot of that burst damage. We can see a lot of different builds these days for Aphelios. Sometimes people are just going more auto attack focused, things like the Untal, more towards the scaling with Jojo.
Astral Flight out from Jojo, flashes first, then gets the Astral Flight, gets himself to safety. Always a risk with Ginger there. Cease and desist from Elioya available, but don't really want to jump onto the Pantheon without the rest of your team there to follow up. Grubs up. Jojo's ultimate still yet to come off cooldown. Arcane Storm used by Honku to clear out the wave in mid. Elioya's going for it. Cease and desist. Ginger's immediately going to stun him up. The handshake coming out as well as Honku has a couple of spears in his back, and Supa needs the rend. He finds it. Alvaro survives the last tower shot, and MKoi on the board.
Yeah, Honku getting a bit disrespectful there. You saw everyone on that side brush, and he said, no, it's fine. I can just clear this out. Meanwhile, though, Doggo is getting played topside, and they're denying that CS. So, honestly, not that bad for CFO, but of course, Honku going to be unhappy that he did go down there. Cost him his flash as well.
Mirwin trading with Driver, but it's a Cassante. He should just be able to walk this one out. Still has the all-out as well, if necessary. Mirwin just slices and dices back towards the wave. Falling Star coming out as Doggo with the Severum and the Crescendum combination. Just trying to force Jojo low, but doesn't really get too much damage out. Does still have the Moonlight Vigil, which when you use it with that red gun gives you a big health explosion. If you use it with the white, obviously you get a huge amount of chakrams that can do quite a lot of work in a team fight. But pretty accelerated is Doggo, 84 CS, a couple of plates to his name as well, about 400 gold ahead of Supa right now. Moonlight Vigil just short of clipping Jojo.
Doggo just trying to push out this wave, and we'll be getting out of there with the lantern. So was looking for a bit of poke, couldn't quite find it. Jojo did go for the early lost chapter here, so we'll see where he wants to build. If it's just going to be Blackfire Torch, you know, Blackfire Torch Leandries can be relatively popular. You could go for a late tier, but I'm not kind of expecting that at this point. And we'll just be going for heavy scaling. His Driver's going to take a fight.
Goes all out onto Mirwin. Slice and Dice has already been used. Mirwin does still have his flash, but so does Driver if he wants to follow up. Mirwin, he took the fight. Ruthless Predator for the stun across the wall. Elioya can come and join it.
Did nobody see my poppycock post? There was no clappy claps on it.
Make sure you track your time on Fireplace. Then ping me on SmackDog.
Guys, we don't need any of those anymore. We have ClickUp.
Where do we chat?
ClickUp.
What about managing projects?
ClickUp.
Docs.
Also ClickUp.
AI.
It's all ClickUp.
Yeah, but how do we get Adam's dog to stop peeing in the office?
Not really sure about that one, but for everything else, we have ClickUp.
weapons before he was hit with that berserk. Cfo doing a really good job on the map once again, reminiscent of game 1, where although MKOI are making some plays, Cfo always getting a lot on the rest of the map. Vault breaker coming in from Elioya. Alvaro forced away. Elioya taking a fight here, basically on his lonesome. Jojo can come in with a falling star, looking for the stun, will land it onto Junja, but MKOI unable to press forward any further.
They're not, and their recalls got delayed again. So look where Supa is. He's still not recalled. He's back by that tier 2 tower. So guess what Doggo's doing? He is farming plates. He is denying minions. This has been a theme throughout the series. Their ability to push in these waves, to play with pressure, to deny experience and resources from MKOI pretty consistently throughout. And as a result, it's plus 20 CS, it's plus a kill, it's all 1,000 gold almost here for Doggo. And he's going to get this first tower here quite easily, you have to think. They're up 2K at 12 minutes in.
And they've taken all of the neutral objectives as well. 3 grubs, 2 drakes, CFO in such a strong position here. MKOI have been left reeling, and they're trying to get things back on the map, but as you can see, like, their early game pressure hasn't given them anything. No. And now you're really reliant on Jojo getting to a point where he's scaled up, but he's only sitting on 99 Stardust stats right now. You need that number to be well up above 200 before you're really doing a lot of work on the ASOL.
Yeah, absolutely. It is going to be tough. You're trying to think about, okay, what is the X factor here? Where can we find plays? Where can we make things happen? Because CFO does outscale you. Yep. Yes, you do have the ASOL that can absolutely be a game changer, but Victor is no slouch. The Aphelios, the Cassante, these are all champions that scale incredibly well. You know, do definitely give the kind of scaling advantage in the support role to MKOI. And do think that Renata can be really powerful, can be a game changer, but we'll see what they can get done. Doggo has just been incredible throughout this series. You know, hadn't died in either of their wins. Of course, you know, obviously did lose that last game, but again, looking really comfortable and off to a great start.
Now we're going to start pushing through this mid lane. Already 5 plates gone on the bottom side as CFO secured the first tower of the game. Let's take the second here in mid, and we'll manage to take it. 2 off top as well. Super Moonlight Vigil. If that long range Q had hit, he would have gone down. Doggo just absolutely gliding on this Aphelios right now.
Yeah, he is feeling really confident at this point. Kalista has been struggling so far at MSI. 0-6 now at MSI. And we'll see if he can get the first win here for Supa. He's going to need to do it. Pick up that first win for Kalista at MSI, or their team's time here is over. Jojo, you can see with that upgraded ultimate, and that is where you really want to fight. It is going to be the Blackfire Torch that he does grab. And so we'll see what he's going to be able to get done. You know, that first fight that you go for, probably going to try to save it here for that next dragon and maybe try to make a big impact there. One of the things you can do is really put the pressure on the ASOL and try to force them to use that ultimate.
Cease and desist onto Hongkyu, who puts down the gravity well, will land the double stun, but doesn't get out of it in time. Junja now. Oh, flash from Elioya, just short of catching Junja. Smites exchanged, so they both look for the slow. TP coming in behind here as the falling scar was used in the mid lane. Alvaro looking for Kaiwing and Doggo. I think it was just an engage from Doggo and Kaiwing, really, that forced Jojo to pop that ultimate.
And that's exactly what I was talking about. If you can put pressure on the ASOL and force them to use it when it's not in a team fight, you lose so much power. That ultimate is ridiculously strong. And when you have the upgraded ultimate, that is the kind of game-changing ability that you do have. So Doggo and Kaiwing, I really want to see how they were able to actually force that out, but still, good play from MKOI. Yes, they couldn't find the Q flash to follow it up, but they did get a kill on the top side. They knocked down Hongkyu. Mirwin not feeling confident to actually step out of the brush, doesn't know if anyone's behind him, so he's just going to watch the tower fall.
Also, the risk of the Grand Starfall always there from the Pantheon, can just jump in, especially when the tower's low. He jumps in, autos the tower, and then you're in a 2v1 without the safety of your turret. Doggo and Kaiwing having an absolute whale of a time in this game. 3K lead for them. And for MKOI, it's looking really bleak. The APAC region, though, for the first time since 2012, on the brink of a best of 5. A win against one of these major regions. Breath of Light coming out from Jojo, Arcane Storm used by Hongkyu just to harass him down and clear out the way.
Also cancels the channel, so it is going to be able to interrupt that ASOL Q. One of the things that is kind of nice about those interactions, but still, they get the flash off of him. They're putting pressure on Hongkyu. This is the way that MKOI have said, this is how we're going to come back in the game. Force the Victor out to the side lanes, obviously not a very mobile champion, and then prey on him with that Vi. That is your ability to try to pick someone off, to constantly create opportunities to get kills, to buy time, to create pressure. Because clearly you do not want to be fighting around this bot lane right now. Supa is woefully far behind. Doggo is going to be closing in on his IE, it feels like. He has the expensive components already. He's 1.7k ahead. And if he can have a good fight, it could just be curtains for MKOI. So they have got to make sure they are locking him down.
And the big question now for MKOI is, do you fight third Drake? It would put CFO on Soul Point if they take it, obviously. I think no. I think you are too far behind, but then the looming threat always is Soul. They can just force you into every fight, every 5 minutes around that dragon.
It's so hard, right? It is a really difficult answer, but like Ocean Soul for Cassante, well, you're probably going to lose the game. But at the same time, if you show up this far behind with no empowered ASOL ult, it is really, really tough.
Flank attempt here by MKOI. Elioya goes in. Doggo flashes away from the cease and desist range early. Jojo joining the fray. There's the cease and desist onto Honkyu. The stun follows up. Super and Alvo chasing in as Doggo unleashes with the Severum Crescendo, but he's taken out. Elioya falls as well. Junja's the one to get the kill. Super with the bailout on him. It expires, and Junja can't quite get the damage. The spear off to the side. Alvo's going to get chased out by Honkyu. Mirwin flashing forward across the wall, looking for the stun there as well. Alvo surviving. Jojo trying to rejoin the fray. Mirwin will take one. The Astral flight forward as Kaiwing flashes to safety as well. Riftheld will get the charge into mid. The tower will go over to CFO, but MKOI have shown a brief sign of life.
I mean, that is huge. They're able to get a lot of kills there. They get both the summoners off of Doggo and get the kill. Alvaro was able to get out with almost no health. Multiple members there from MKOI surviving. This initial engage, the flash looks funny, but he's trying to stay out of range of the Vi ultimate. But then Supa says, you know what? I can close the gap. I'll do it myself. Throws in Alvaro, goes over. The bailout is there to protect him. And Supa able to survive on the side. And then Alvaro, they're saying, all right, well, at least we can get a chase down here. At least we can get a kill here. But Supa there, quick cleanse, hops to the side to avoid the Comet Spear from Junja. That would have executed him absolutely. And then Alvaro, well, surely you're going to get him. No, because Mirwin arrives. Comes in with his flash, able to peel as well. That is really big. They get the kills. The bot lane both survive with a sliver of health. And now MKOI back with a new lease on life, but they will still be losing the dragon, and that looming threat is still there. Doggo has the IE now as well, and he is right back to pushing.
Yeah, you're still not in the game. You are still massively behind as MKOI. You need another couple of fights like that if you're going to get back into it. Great for Super that he picked up the shutdown goal, but it's still a massive lead for Doggo. Falling Star coming out from Jojo. Astral Flight will get him across the wall and out of Driver's clutches. The mid lane tier 2 very low here for MKOI. They've already lost the tier 2 on the bottom side alongside Soul Point. And even though MKOI have just won that last fight, the gold lead extends to 3.4k for CFO.
Yeah, just the pressure on the map has been relentless for them. Every time they get ahead, they really are playing the map well, moving around, pressuring these towers, denying resources, stealing away jungle camps. You know, Driver even being able to get up towards that top lane and defend the tier 1. Use the all-out a bit early, though. You definitely wanted to save that interrupt for the Astral Flight to try to interrupt that. I think his thought process was, you know, I could immune the stun from the ulti with my all-out and then maybe get him with a Q3 to try to interrupt there. But Jojo does get away and is critically close to that 200 stacks. You have to think having that empowered ultimate pretty soon again. Yeah. And does have a second item now. So he does have the Rylai's in, has hit level 13. So Jojo definitely the hope here. And MKOI gonna need him to step up in this big moment to try to turn things around, right this ship somewhat.
Taking on a lot of water right now. Good thing for MKOI is they have a little bit of time before that Ocean Soul rears its head for CFO. The Artican, though, up in 25 seconds. And Doggo still a full item ahead of his opposite man. Honkyu farming up on the side lanes. Game hasn't really been about him. He has had a really good series, but he's doing what he needs to do. Staying relatively even with Jojo. He's about 500 gold ahead just because of the passive gold that CFO have picked up across the map. Even though he is slightly behind in farm. Has that Seekers as his second item, but isn't going to go straight towards the Zhonyas. Well, usually you build it after you pop the Seekers. Like, if I've used that in the fight, well, then I'll go up towards the Zhonyas, but no point upgrading it until you actually use the initial.
And I think in a game like this, getting an early Seekers actually makes quite some sense because they know, hey, if we win this next fight, that could be game deciding, but MKOI don't want to give them the opportunity here. They're starting this up. They do have the Kalista. They're going to try to secure this. They're even TPing for it. Both TPs coming in. MKOI can just turn on the TP.
They're going to look for Driver on that TP. In comes Cassante, but immediately dashes away with the Pathmaker. Artican's going to reset. Super's going to take a little bit of damage from it as it goes back into its pit. Kaiwing clearing out the vision here as well. Driver does have that all-out and the flash. Importantly, no flash at the moment for Doggo, but a McHale's for Kaiwing, a Lantern for Kaiwing. Driver stepping up again into Alvaro. No flash as well for Super as they put the spears into the Artican once again. A Comet Spear from Junja looking for the steal. Driver going in. The skies descend. Really a game changer in a fight like this, but Alvaro's already down to half HP. Look how far Doggo is back from the team. That's the safety of his tower there. Astral Flight forward from Jojo, trying to get onto Hongq, gets the knock-up. Elioya down to half HP though. Junja dashes back in onto Super. Alvaro with a hostile takeover is going to land it, but not onto Doggo, and that's the key target. Mirwin with the dominance looking for the flank position, but he can't find it, so MKoi have to disengage. Hongq still chasing and can't quite get the damage in. There's the stopwatch, but here comes the Grand Starfall. The bailout enough to bring Jojo back, but Doggo has a Moonlight Vigil, and he's sending MKoi to the grave. The dash in is not enough for Mirwin as CFO come out on top.
MKoi tried to force it here. They bet their game on a battle over the Otacon with the empowered Asol ultimate, but they cannot make it work. They lose multiple members here. 3 fall down. They lose the Otacon, and CFO will even be able to reset in time. Let's watch this one more time. As Junja goes in here, he flashes out. The hostile takeover comes over, and he's not able to actually connect on Doggo. Mirwin constantly looking for an angle to flank here, but he's kind of separated from the rest of the team. Can't really find a way, and then Hongq flashes forward. Alvaro is incredibly low, so Junja says, I am going for it. But the bailout comes through, buys some time until Doggo gets in range, nails the ulti, knocks down a double, and then Mirwin is isolated in a 1v3. That's an easy kill to add in as well. CFO in full control of this game. MKoi are going to have to fight again in a minute here. 40 seconds now until that soul is up and available. They have to find a way to make this fight work, you have to think, or it is done for them at MSI.
No skies descend for Jojo. No flashes for anyone but Super and Mirwin on MKoi. How do you get on the backline? How do you get on Doggo? He was untouched in the previous fight, still has his cleanse and his flash and his threat and a Mikhail's and a Pantheon and a Cassante in front of him. He'll take the tier 2 tower in the mid lane. They push Mirwin back. Driver just clearing out waves down towards this bottom side, and now CFO retreat towards the dragon. It's going to be a recall coming out from Hongq in that mid lane. He has the TP though, so he can rejoin the fray in just a second. MKoi start up the Drake, and there's the teleport from Hongq.
Yeah, they're starting it up, and it's going to be all down to this driver trying to threaten the flanking position here. But MKoi may just get pincered.
Driver could just all out onto Super. Does have that up, but no flash for him. Mirwin forced away towards the top side. CFO take control over the dragon. Elioya goes in, only onto Kaiwing. Doggo's still untouched. Mirwin looking for the flank position. The falling star comes down. The hostile takeover is going to hit on Doggo, but immediately cleanses away, and Super's already down. Driver on the back line's doing so much work here. Elioya with the bailout can't kill off Junja. And there's the soul. And the soul of EU is ripped right out of their very bodies. CFO cleaning up the fight and looking for the Grand Starfall to make it the ace. Comet Spear just wide. Junja can't see over the wall. Mirwin with the slice and dice. Kaiwing with a lantern flash, and Mirwin will not be allowed to survive.
It is a clean ace, and the question is, what more can they go for? Elioya critically during the bailout stole the dragon, so Soul did not go over, but still 5 for 0 here. They're going to crack the base as well. CFO are looking incredibly strong, but that smite from Elioya, the only thing that I think keeps some hope alive. MKoi started this up very, very early. They go in here, Elioya goes forward. It's a great stun that comes across from the ulti from Jojo, but then he gets pulled over the wall by Driver. He's isolated. He's knocked down immediately by the Cassante, and it becomes a fight on 2 sides. Elioya, last seconds of the bailout, steals away with the smite. Had he gone down again, it would have been absolutely over. Still, it is a dire situation, but there is at least some hope still here for MKoi. And then Mirwin sidestepping as much as he possibly can, but CFO chasing him down. Flash play easy enough with the lantern to grab that last kill.
I was so sure in the moment the CFO had managed to get the soul there last second from Elioya with the smite through the bailout, but still an 8,000 gold lead for CFO. Elioya has that cease and desist. Doggo still has his flash, only had to use the cleanse, and now has the Lord Dominic's regards complete as well.
I mean, Doggo is just a monster. This guy is the problem. You have to kill Doggo. That is the only way you're going to be able to win a fight. This guy is ridiculously strong, and this is the last time APAC, now LCP, actually won an EUNA or Chinese or Korean team in a best of 5. Taking down one of those teams in a series like this would be massive for them. CFO looking to try to do just that, looking for this upset and to try to prove that first stand, not a fluke. This team is here to play. This team is here to play with the best.
Yeah, caught out by Driver here, and Tofu's go wide for that Q3. Flank position from CFO again, but they've done this so well in the games where they've had a lead. Just deny vision out of this topside jungle. Make sure that around the Baron, MKOI are in total darkness. Sky's Descent available to Jojo. Has 300 stacks now on this Aurelion Soul. Junja looking for Jojo. There's the Sky's Descent. Junja forces Mirwin back towards the side. Honky with a stopwatch. Also takeover coming out, but doesn't hit. Onto Doggo once again, who has Severum, Kishrendum. Great guns to fight. For the moment, not going to be able to go any further on it.
And with no ultimate, they're going to go straight to the Baron here. All it got was the zonies off of Honku and it hit Driver. That was really all it accomplished. And now MKOI are going to have to try to get back in, find a way to win a fight without their key ultimates.
Jojo showing on the bot wave as well. Would have to teleport up here. They're going to go for the battle. Elioya trying to go the long way around to look for a steal. There it goes. The smite secures it. Junja will get the Baron for CFO. 3 minutes on the clock now. And 2 minutes into that, the Ocean Drake comes up once again.
Absolutely. I mean, Jojo just desperately trying to push on this bot side, seeing if he can get some gold back, but there's no way he's going to be able to actually finish off this tower. He knows it. He has to just go back to base. They have to try to go bounty hunting, try to find some way to pick up some gold to try to pull this back, but you're 9,000 gold behind. And again, the biggest problem is that it's so isolated on Doggo. This guy is miles ahead of where Supa is, and they know it. It's really the key member. All you have to do as CFO is protect this guy, make sure that he can stand and fire, and you are going to win every fight.
And you have so many tools to do so as well. Driver with the all-out. Junja can jump in with the Grand Starfall to distract the back. You've got the Lantern as well, coming out from Kaiwing alongside that Mikhails and Redemption. For MKOI yet to pick up a tower in this game. That's part of the reason they're so far behind. They just haven't really got any of that standing gold off the map. Whereas Doggo has just had it injected right into his veins. Jojo trying to farm up towards his third item, has the Fated Ashes and the Haunting Guys. So Leandri's just cresting over the horizon if he can get that little bit of extra gold. But CFO are denying everything out of the MKOI jungle.
And the vision is such a problem. You know, you look at the mini-map here, you have Elioya trying to go for this deep kind of flank angle. There's no wards in this whole section for MKOI. So even after they're able to actually have this spawn, how do they get over there? How do they actually try to defend?
Oh, Jojo teleports in. Driver looking for that flank position once again. The Singularity out from Jojo will hold the wave for now. Breath of Light as well to try and clear out some of these bound up minions. Driver in the mid lane is on that inhibitor. And MKOI aren't trying to defend there. The Infernum almost just wipes them. The Redemption coming down almost takes out Alvaro. But immediately MKOI have to back away. A Moonlight Vigil from Doggo made me think of Aphelios of yesterday.
That was like 300 years.
That was just absolutely absurd from the CFO AD carry, now knocking on the Nexus. CFO, just a single kill away, you have to feel, from this best of 5 victory. They'll take down one Nexus tower. Elioya still looking for the flank, but he's marked. Mirwin dashing in, Jojo forced away by the Arcane Storm. Doggo, he knows Elioya's there, and he's not even the one pushing in right now. Jojo goes in with the Astral Flight. Mikhail's away on Honku as he flashes. The Nexus Tower down to half HP. Doggo still just waiting for Elioya. The Nexus Tower, they can't clear the minions quickly enough, so it's going to fall. All Out comes out. There's the Falling Star. Hostile takeover coming across the side as well as Driver is down. Junja runs to fight his teammates. Runs away from MKOI.
Really nicely done there by MKOI. They do actually hold onto the base. Elioya, though, going to get spotted. He's got to be careful. They're just going to ult in with the Pantheon for the Dragon. They're going straight for the Soul. Elioya has got to get over here and find some way to actually steal this, and Junja knows it, so he's not giving him time. Elioya realizes, I have no vision, I have no chance, I can't die here or the game will just end. So you have to give up the Soul. Doggo is playing so far back there, and the reason is he knows it doesn't matter if Vi ults me. If no one can follow up, I'm in no danger. So he was just kind of marking the Vi, not allowing him to come in for any sort of a play.
That's the Mastercard priceless moment of the game as CFO secure the Ocean Soul. They have a teleport on Driver, none on Honku. There's a ward in the base and pings towards the Nexus. Doggo now, 4 items. Rapid Fire Cannon with Gravitum is a very sticky situation to find yourself playing against.
I mean, there's not even any Nexus towers, right? You know, you could just walk in and finish the game if they feel like it, but at the same time, I think, you know, the smarter play may just be playing it slow, playing it steady, play through the side lanes, allow those super minions to draw the pressure, go for that triple inhib. Instead, they're looking for a potential pick here. They're seeing, does MKOI get greedy for some vision in their own jungle?
Well, they get a tiny bit of it, but MKOI back away after placing a couple of very superficial wards. CFO will push them out. 5 players grouped up in this mid lane. GA finish for Junja. Yet to see a third item out of Hongkyu. As we've said, game not really about him at all. Singularity comes down and MKOI's wave clear is solid for the moment. Double super minions on the bot side though, about to push in. Junja pings on the wave and starts to crash that forward.
CFO moments away, you have to think, from a potential match here with AL. Looking to try to close this one out.
Hook misses. Dominus out from Mirwin. Elioy looking for the flank position. Hostile takeover used as well, but CFO just back away and then reset. Junja going in. Falling Star coming out as they dive onto Doggo, but he cleanses and flashes, and now he's barking. Doggo with the chase in. CFO cleaning up the fight. The Nexus in their eyes. After 13 years of hurt, the light of the LCP shines bright as they claim a best of 5 against a major region.
What an impressive performance here from CFO. It began at First Stand. It continues here at MSI. This team is so damn good, showing their strength here against MKOI, taking down the #1 team from the LEC. And doing it in fairly dominant fashion, winning all 3 games with Driver in. He was playing out of his mind today, and Doggo was impossible to catch. The guy was just smurfing it in every single win.
Just incredible performance all round from CFO. For MKOI, they will be very disappointed in themselves coming into this tournament. As the first seed from the LEC, they wanted to show that they can battle on the major stages, especially since the history with Mad Lions is there, the history of disappointment when they come to these international tournaments, though. CFO, on the other hand, just superb all round from them. What an underdog story.
And we're going to see the final bow here from MKOI. Showed us some really fun games, and definitely going to be thinking back to that BLG series, you know, what if that final game, it was very close to them being able to force a game 5. In that game 4, you know, 1 pick, the Nexus gets taken down, and you're going to have a lot of regrets, a lot of thoughts about what if we won that series, what if we forced to a game 5, would we have won, would we have even been playing CFO in this position? But that is the nature of these tournaments. You have to show up in those critical moments, and it's CFO that is able to do it, that gets that massive win, and is going to be able to have that pride in being able to get some revenge against LEC as well after they were taken down in a 5-game series by K-Corp at First Stand, exactly.
And now they have a date with AL as well. Anyone's Legend, like, talk about a step up in terms of caliber of opposition.
They took down TES, #1 seed at First Stand.
Yeah, AL aren't TES internationally, it seems, but great performance all round from them today. Have a couple of days to reset before they get into that next series. For MKOI, a long flight back to Europe. And FlyQuest obviously going to play up against the winner of the loser, sorry, of T1 BLG later on today. I will say, BLG have never lost to T1 at an MSI. They played 3 times, and T1...
now they're going to lose because you said that.
Well, if I have that sort of caster curse, why am I not using it on European teams, you know?
Well, that's a good question. Maybe you should answer that. MKOI, though, this was, of course, their final stand. This is always going to be an almost impossible fight to win against Seoul, against that big of a deficit. I do think the additional engage actually quite good on Doggo. You're probably not going to get much better than that. The Ace alt lands, the Vi alt lands, the Renekton is there, but it's just so hard, and it's not like this point in the game the other members are weak, right? You're trying to fight through this top side that's also incredibly strong, and it was just always going to be a long shot there.
Hongkyu did the most damage in the game of anyone, so even if you're killing off the Aphelios, which you couldn't do anyway because you had Moonlight Vigil, Severum, Cleanse, and Flash, it would have been very difficult to work your way through the rest of CFO. Great performance all around from them. Law and Kitty have Driver and Hongkyu on stage for the Ryzen post-game interview.
CFO will advance to the next round again, anyone's Legend, and I have Hongkyu and Driver with me in the winner interview. Thank you so much for joining me. Congratulations to both of you. First question is for you, Driver. You said in an interview with LCS Profile that you really did not want to play against Mirwin. How did you prep against a player that has such a unique and unpredictable champion pool?
首先，恭喜 CFO 今天能获胜拿下 MKOI 的比赛。首先想问一下 Driver 选手，那么今天对线的是 Mirwin 选手，然后之前有在采访里面提醒过说，不太想要去面对他的英雄池，因为他的英雄池比较特殊。那么今天比赛前有没有做出任何比较独特的准备呢？
对我来说，他的英雄池就是虽然我不想遇到嘛，可是我觉得他就算选出来，我也能应对嘛，因为他的角色都比较极端，会比较难为团队做出贡献嘛。反观我的角色池呢，就是你想要选就能直接选，所以他们必须得ban。我觉得这就是我跟他的差别吧，角色池的差别。
The biggest difference between me and Merwin today is that his champion pool is very unique. However, it only has one-dimensional gameplay. Meanwhile, for me, I feel like my champion pool is incredibly versatile and they can ban it, I can just pick something else.
Amazing to have those insights. Hongkyu, I want to ask about Twisted Fate. It doesn't work at all so far at MSI. Is it a bait champion or did no one find a way to play it actually?
下个问题想问 HomeQ， 现在卡牌目前在 MSI 的比线还没有获胜过，所以你觉得这个英雄是陷阱呢，还是关于 BP 问题？
我觉得这英雄应该不是陷阱吧，我觉得应该是团队需不需要卡牌的英雄。然后我觉得这 ID 也很看选手的 ID， 这英雄。
I don't think TF is a bait pick. It really determines on the ban pick phase and if the composition requires a TF. And I also think the ID does play into this.
Driver, next question for you. We saw that, and you said that you were taking inspiration from Baus when it comes to playing Sion. Is there anything from his gameplay that you've implemented in yours?
那么大家也知道 ，Driver 选手是 The Boss FFS 的粉丝，想问一下，你有没有从他的游戏或者直播中有没有拿出任何灵感来今天打比赛给大家显示出来呢？
我觉得他的玩法带给我很多启发吧，就是正确送投资好赢游戏的方式，就是打比赛也是一样的，你只要送得好就会赢游戏了。Boss 就是属于那种。 很会送的人，所以我看他学了很多。
So I think Boss definitely gave me some inspiration going into today's series because some deaths are good deaths, and in competitive series, I feel like that is also very necessary and could be used to our advantage.
Good death only. Hongkyu, you went toe-to-toe against Faker. You had an amazing series today, and you're the youngest player at MSI this time. How do you reflect on your performance so far?
HomeQ 选手，首先你前几天刚跟 Faker 打出非常激烈的对决，然后今天的表现也是非常出色的。作为 MSI 今年最年轻的选手，你对自己在 LCP 还有 MSI 的状态如何？怎么评价
？LCP 的状态就是应该打得不太好吧，但是来到了 MSI， 就是对手都非常的强劲，所以得就多花1倍的努力，然后还有专注度去打这场比赛。
I actually don't think my performance in the LCP was the best. However, coming into MSI, the opponents are much more competitive, and I'm going to try twice as hard to perform for you guys.
Looking forward to what's next. Now, Driver, I cannot let you go without a celebration. We did not get any celebration for you, so would you give us one now?
Driver 选手可不可以给我们表演一下他的经典舞蹈，来鼓励一下，鼓励一下。
Absolutely amazing. Hongkyu, Driver, Xie, congratulations. Kitty, thank you so much for the translation. That's all for us here. We'll be right back for the second series, BLG versus T1.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. This is what I do. I'm a dog, not afraid to fight.
Is required. Financial system updating. System updated. We will dance together. The future of money is here. Feels good.
Hunter in the dark. Master of
Nice shots. Oppo Find XX series. Powerful camera, powerful AI.
There's just one more question I need to ask, and I'll ask you both. Up next is BLG, a really exciting matchup for us as fans, and they have nightmares of what happened at the World Championship. So for you both, what would you like to say to BLG Faker first, perhaps?
PLG와 또 만나게 될 줄 몰랐는데 이렇게 또 만나게 돼서 너무 재밌을 것 같고 오늘만큼 힘든 경기는 내일은 안 나올 거라고 생각하고 있습니다.
Well, Gumayushi, would you like to add anything, or is that enough?
작년 월즈의 악몽이 떠오르게 해드리겠습니다.
Make them relive that nightmare here today in the rematch of World's Finals. It's T1 versus BLG. What do you think? Do you feel like T1 should approach this one with that kind of confidence?
I mean, I love it. That's like the most confident, the most trash talk I feel like I've ever heard from a T1 member. So they are clearly feeling it, thinking that they are going to do really well here. But I wanted to talk about the history of this matchup, because while it has gone T1's way a number of times, at Worlds, they are usually the ones that are always winning. At MSI, it has always gone the way of BLG. And where are we, Emily?
We're at MSI. So T1 are looking to break that streak for themselves. And I feel like both teams, in my opinion, are not coming at kind of their expected full strength. I feel like we've definitely seen T1 and BLG both look much stronger than they did coming into this tournament. However, I would like to turn our attention, of course, to the mid lane. We kind of have to, right? Because it's going to be Faker versus Knight, and I feel like in so many of these matchups and these two have faced each other, it's been remarkable. Faker with the clutch clutch performance in that Game 5 on one of his signature picks, the Galio. I can still see it in my mind being the difference maker in the most recent Worlds Finals. And whenever these two go up against each other, it's going to be explosive.
I mean, 12-12 game score, I think is just incredible to see. Obviously, Faker, his accolades are unrivaled by anyone. He is the GOAT. He is the undisputed GOAT. But Knight is going to give him a run for his money in these games. Absolutely. Knight has been, I think, really stellar. And has been one of the strong points, even when I felt like when BLG was struggling at times. To me, he was really stepping up and being a point of strength.
I mean, that's the thing. Today's series is going to be the one that settles it in this matchup. And thinking about what Faker has been able to showcase so far at MSI and what Knight has been able to do for his team, how do we feel like this one would go today?
I mean,
I'm a little bit worried for Faker's laning.
I think in terms of, like, I don't know if we want to spoil predictions, I'm going 3-2 T1. However, I think it's going to be about this mid lane matchup and then also about top lane, because the big difference maker there, I think, was Doran. I thought he had a bit of a rough season in terms of the regular season, had a bit of trouble getting acclimated to the team. But now
he's a changed man now.
Yeah, he destroyed my team. Thank you for that. Wait, oh no, it's Azael with the 2KT fans again.
Man, I honestly just love Doran as a player. He's such a nice guy. I feel like he has been good regionally for so long in the LCK, but has these moments where, you know, kind of falls on his face a bit internationally and has had this stigma, has had this reputation. But I feel like he is on the precipice of a breakthrough. And I felt like that last Worlds, I really do feel like this is going to be the time for him. He has stepped up in the clutch when T1 needed him. He was incredible in playoffs. In the really hard-fought series against CFO, this guy was 1v9. Like, he needs to get his flowers for how well he has played when T1 has needed him lately.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like I've also been on your side when it's come to, like, defending Doran, especially with some of the phenomenal domestic performances he has had. And I think this is kind of a role reversal, right? Because we saw, again, some struggles in the regular season, but during that road to MSI, absolutely stepped up, was a massive difference maker for T1 in their run to get here, and already is making waves with this team in their first series.
Now when it comes to Bin, what do we think of the player? Because this new revamped version of PR Bin that we had in interview maybe is not the one that we're expecting to see when it comes to Bin on the international stage.
So from my perspective, I think Bin has spent a lot of this year being a little bit shakier than I was expecting from him, right? He's kind of always been that top laner willing to slam these counter picks. We did see that at some points. Like, I particularly remember him slamming the Camille into, I believe, Flanders and Bessa and just absolutely destroying him. However, he's been really, really up and down, in particular because they have been putting him on champs like the Rumble, which I think he's performed adequately on, but I still wouldn't say is like his absolute best champion. So for BLG to step up and be able to defeat T1, I do think Bin has to have one of those classic Bin performances.
All right.
And I had production make me a very handy
how better to determine than by tracking it on the Bin-o-meter.
So we have the 4 states of Bin.
We have a Bin head that we can move from Rubbish Bin to Sin Bin, which actually features the hometown Vancouver Canucks against the Calgary Flames.
Got a couple cheers.
Yeah, 5-11 penalty box. And then Bin, so regular Bin, and then Giga Bin, where he's, I believe, lifting Doran above his head.
So which one did we have so far? If you look at all the series that BLG has played at MSI.
I feel like it's kind of been
between these two.
Swapping between these two. I don't think he's been bad. I also don't think we've seen that kind of classic breakout performance. So I'd kind of put him like in the middle here right now.
Yeah, I mean, he is at his best incredible, like unstoppable. So he definitely hasn't reached there yet, but if he can today, it could make all the difference.
We need Gigabin to perform against the Krog Lord today on stage. But let's check out how the fans have voted at Mastercard GG on X. They are calling the match for T1 with 78.2% of the votes. Who would have thought?
I don't think T1 has ever lost a fan vote in the history of League of Legends. This team, everywhere they go, is home field advantage.
True.
T1 fans are everywhere.
What are you thinking, though, Emily? You gave us your prediction. Weekly.
I also am on 3-2 T1. I do feel like they are a little bit better prepared. I feel like Doran's going to have a breakthrough series.
It is a rematch of World's Finals today here at MSI in our second series of the day. T1 versus BLG. Casters, take it away for game one.
Thank you very much, Laura, Emily, and Isaiah. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for the second series of the day here at MSI 2025. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Vedius for this one, and I cannot wait to jump into this head-to-head, a remix, a rematch of the most recent World Finals between BLG and T1.
And it feels like the desk is a little T1 favored, but I have to say that when it comes to MSI, they mention the historical record. BLG just feels like a different beast at this tournament. They're currently 9-1, having only dropped a single game to Koi, and it feels like that this team, when they get a lead, are the most ruthless that we have seen at this tournament. They do not hesitate at playing around objectives. They are incredibly fast and effective at punishing the smallest of mistakes, and we have to be honest, Cfo put T1 through the ringer in their best of 5.
And we know some teams, when they get a lead, they like to slow the game down and control it. BLG seems much happier to test that lead, to put their opponents in a real hot seat and make them answer the call to battle like you're talking about. They'll challenge you at objectives. They'll force a fight. They'll say, if we've got a gold lead, if we've got some sort of an advantage, we're going to push that lead.
Certainly seems like it. We'll see how things pan out as we get ready for the draft of game one. Obviously, this has become a huge international rivalry with both many appearances at the World Championship and MSI. The support matchup is one that I am especially excited for.
Okay.
Keria versus On. I feel like that, I mean, Keria's ceiling is just, it's unrivaled with what he's able to do on support. He seems to have a champion, Ocean. You can't really predict what he's going to bring out. Some picks definitely work better than others, I think we can safely say. But there are certain champions that he's just able to have such a huge impact on. Meanwhile, for On, I feel like that his engages that we have seen in this tournament have just been unbelievable. He knows exactly the right target to pick, and he sets up his team for so many of those fast engages that can be very difficult to react to.
And I'm really excited too, because we're getting this World Finals rematch in this year, in this season, where we've moved over to this new Fearless format. When I was watching back the World Finals yesterday evening to just make sure that it was fresh in my head that last time that we got to see these two go head-to-head, it was a little bit jarring to see Bin lock Rumble 3 games in a row, being like, wait a second, isn't that against the rules? It wasn't back then, but now we've got to go deeper into the pools. So if we get to go to that Game 5 again, if this series does go the distance, I'm really looking forward to seeing how they navigate the drafts and how they try to outplay each other before they even hit Summoner's Rift.
We go back to last year, and when these two teams did meet at this point in the tournament, it was BLG that got the better of T1, knocking them down into the lower bracket, where we saw both Genji and BLG matching up in the next round. I wonder if it's going to be a repeat of history, or instead we're going to see a different story from T1, because at the end of the day, T1, no matter what you think about them, no matter how many VODs you review, no matter how much analysis you do, no matter how much detail you go into with this team, they have something that is just, I don't know, magic, I guess? Like, intangible, that is the word that I'm looking for, and that is the beauty of T1, why they are such a fan favorite, why they're so widely decorated. The ability to just find that way to turn games around has always been a joy to watch. As you can see, we are currently experiencing a slight game delay, so you're listening to me and Captain Yap while we get ready for the first matchup.
Just a little bit more. We do have a hardware delay on the stage. As soon as we're able to get that resolved, you can see league officials talking with the players right now, so hopefully we can get that taken care of ASAP, get ourselves into this first draft, start this series off. Remember, if you win today, it's not like the road is going to get any easier. It's Genji waiting up there in that next winner's bracket match for whoever wins this one. MSI is a real battlefield real, Vedius.
And I know a lot of LCK fans are hungry for that match because they were denied it domestically. We don't know how the two compare currently. We got to see it a bunch during the regular season where Gen.G did dominate, but we never got to see that best of 5 between those two teams. Meanwhile, for BLG, I mean, it's just a matter of revenge for them, right? Yeah. They're always the bridesmaid. They always come so close to winning so many international titles, but then they're always denied. Last year it was Gen.G at MSI, then it was T1 at the World Finals. They're a team that comes so close, yet they cannot quite close the gap. We'll see if they're able to do it, and as we get closer to draft, we can think about some of those high priority picks. Champions like Talia, Annie in particular. I very much expect that to be a contested mid lane champion between these two players. We've seen both of them blind pick it, and I will say that there hasn't been a very comfortable response to the Annie matchup, just because she feels so safe in lane, and because of how reliable she feels in the team fights.
And alongside those high priority mid lane champions, we've been seeing so much priority on Varus in the bottom lane. The power of the champion both in the laning phase as well as the incredible burst and range that he has as the game goes on for the team fights. We know that both of these AD carries are very adept mechanically and can carry a game on their backs with just their individual performances. Locking in a power pick like that in the bottom lane could also be an easy win condition.
The jungle pool is also very shared based on what we've seen at this tournament as well. And for Beishuan going up against Oner, naturally on paper you would give the advantage towards Oner, especially given how impactful he was for T1 specifically during their regular season in spring. But Beishuan really has just slotted in nicely. It's kind of amazing how BLG always find these junglers that just provide them exactly what they need to get across the finish line and function as a team. I feel like that he's having a very solid tournament overall, and his priority around making sure that Knight is comfortable in the lane, focusing on setting up his bot lane for success, putting Alkanon in a winning bot lane position, I feel like is going to be crucial as we get ready for this first matchup.
And you're talking about how Beishuan slots into the BLG roster. Reminder to everybody who might not be completely familiar, this is a 4 out of 5 man run back for both squads of those rosters that competed in the World Finals. It's only Shun being replaced by Beishuan in the jungle on the side of BLG, and on the side of T1, top laner Zeus replaced by Doran. And Doran's going to have his work cut out for him up against Bin. This guy, we know when Bin is all the way to the right of that scale that Emily had when he's playing like Giga Bin, it's a real problem.
I mean, the amazing thing about Doran is he's such a controversial player. You never really understand what level of player you're going to get from him, but so far it feels like that we're getting the best version of Doran. He was instrumental in their win against Cfo. His Jace performance in particular just dominated against Rest, and I feel like his Rumble as well was really impactful in the series. So as a player, I feel like Doran is standing out. He stood out, especially in their road to qualify for MSI. So the top lane matchup is another one to keep our eyes on. And like, it feels like no matter where you put your eyes in this matchup, there's always going to be something exciting to watch. The question is going to be which role ends up being the most important. Like, that's the beauty of this matchup. You never quite know which role is going to be the series defining champ or role or player, and we're going to have to wait and see which player stands up.
And I like the fact that you mentioned the journey that T1 had to get here, but we'll talk about that a little bit later, because ladies and gentlemen, we are finally getting into Champ Select, powered by Omen and HyperX, here for game number 1, the rematch of the 2024 World Finals. Best of 5 starting off here. First ban from BLG on that blue side will be the Varus that I mentioned, that power pick in the bottom lane, while T1, they're looking right at Bin. They're banning the Gwen first.
You have to respect that champion for Bin specifically. It's something he can have a monster performance on. It did struggle when playing against Koi. Choosing to run the Ignite is where he ended up getting chain ganked a lot, but still, T1 respecting, they don't want to have to deal with it. The Azir, not an uncommon ban for BLG. Nope. Not something that Knight has a huge priority on himself. And of course, against the GOAT, it's a champion that you really can't afford to give it.
It's one of those champions that I feel like is just such a staple of pro play, and particularly for somebody, you already said it, it's the GOAT, it's Faker. You don't want to be giving something like that over for free if you're not willing to pick it yourself. The Vi will be the next ban here for T1. Pretty much a staple jungler this entire year everywhere for the playmaking, the point and click lockdown that we see from it. And now the TF, so this is one that continues to be very, very debated among the community because this thing has been highly prioritized, but also highly ineffective. So far at MSI, it will be the third ban for BLG as Rumble is banned away from ban.
Both the Talia and Annie are available. You expect the Talia to be the first pick, and it will be. Knight not going to hesitate, going to grab that one for himself. I wonder if Faker will respond with the Annie of his own, or if instead they're thinking more along the lines of something like the Ryze or the Ahri as a possibility. Throughout this year, we've seen Ahri used as a matchup into the Talia. You pair it alongside something like the Xin Zhao, and you already have a very strong mid-jungle duo right out the gate.
Speaking of mid-jungle, I'm thinking about Pantheon, man. We're talking about powerful champions on the patch. Right there it is, locked in for T1. Pantheon is scary to begin with. In a lot of people's eyes, he's the best jungler on the patch if your jungler knows how to pilot him well. But you combine semi-global with semi-global in mid-jungle, that is a nightmare. T1's going to deny it while also locking in the Orianna for Faker.
Going for a little bit more team fighting, a little bit more mid-control and solid wave clear. Of course, on the Orianna, you've got to be super careful. Does potentially open up for a Jarvan possibility for Beishuan. I wonder if he will just lean more towards the Xin Zhao that we've been seeing a lot from him. You could also go towards something like the Wukong. Bear in mind, though, that with the Pantheon locked in, that means there's no Trundle, which means the champions like Sion massively rise in priority. We've seen this pick just dominate in MSI. It feels like that there are very few champions that can match the teamfight utility that he provides. He's just a very safe side laner, and all-around very effective frontline.
Even in the last series that we just got done watching between Cfo and Imkoi, the game from Driver playing the Sion, massive impact on that champion in that one, but that'll be locked in for the side of BLG. You can see it has a 70% win rate so far, like you're talking about. It's been dominating games, and the Poppy will also be picked up. This is, of course, possible flex potential. You can go into the jungle with this. You can play from the support position with this, but T1's answer into the top lane Sion is the Yorick for Doran.
So a little bit more split push power. You can already see that T1 with the Pantheon and the Yorick rather have tools to play through the side, try and punish this Sion who's going to be looking to try and safely farm up. But BLG have already started to craft this effective front-to-back team fight style composition. BLG need a little bit more DPS, so I imagine T1, if they're going to look to try and ban, maybe they get rid of some of that long-range tools. They've already decided to target the Karma. That does weaken the potential of a Caitlyn Karma on the bot side of the map, but I do wonder if they look to get rid of something like the Caitlyn if they want to have that long-range damage threshold coming in from the backside. Alternatively, they could consider the Misfortune, a very effective LPL team-fighting AD carry that fits nicely into a composition like this that's looking for the front-to-back.
Okay, clock runs down on BLG's next ban, so they will decide to take the Lucian off the table, thinking, all right, if they've already locked in the entire top side, that leaves them open to potentially grab one of these spicy bot lane duos. Lucian's one of the ones that can play very aggressively. They're going to want to deny that from Gumayushi and Keria, especially when you see the Karma banned away. That tells you that you're trying to ban away anything that would be the long-range, take over the lane, oppressive poke style, which is typically something that can shut down these aggro bot lanes. So BLG's going to respond, getting rid of the Lucian, as On's Rakan is banned out by T1.
These bans do suggest that T1 might be looking at either an Alistar or even a Braum. If they want something a little bit more defensive, I think both these champions can be very effective into the Braum, but also I think T1 can save their support for the last pick. I expect the AD carry to come through now, try and give Keria and Guma the best possible bot lane 2 versus 2 matchup, but also allow Keria the freedom to kind of round out this composition nicely. The Nico right now is the hover, and it's going to be locked in immediately, so they're just going to put that towards the bot side of the map, already giving you a very strong 2 versus 2. BLG, yeah, they're going to deny the Kalista away from Guma, and they're going to pair it alongside the Renata. Another champion that we really haven't seen have a lot of success so far at MSI. It feels like Kalista really does struggle to get through so many of the frontliners that we have in the current meta, and with Pantheon constantly diving on your face, many AD carries just struggle to play in this current meta.
Right, can be very difficult to deal with. One good thing, at least, for the Kalista, there is not a true massive tank on the side of T1. Pantheon and Yorick, both bruisers. Yes, they can be difficult to deal with, but it's not like trying to punch through a Scion or an Ornn or something similar. Last pick of the draft, red 5 for T1 is the Jhin for Gumayusi. So Jhin Nico versus Kalista Renata here in the bottom lane. Vedius, I asked this question to my co-caster at the end of every single draft. I gotta ask you now, who has the edge here now that we see all 10 picks?
I think both comps, honestly, have very clear strengths and weaknesses. I think the BLG want to play a slightly slower game. When you draft that Kalista Renata, my instincts are always that you want to try and play aggressively through the bot side of the map. But with the Poppy, you don't necessarily have the best tools. I think T1 have a lot more early game agency, especially on that bot side of the map. Gumayusi getting his hands on his fabled Jhin when paired up alongside the Nico gives you a very present, very effective bot lane 2 versus 2, and with a Pantheon alongside it, if they can land that poke, T1 is going to set their sights on the dive. So in the early game, I very much like what T1 have drafted for themselves. I think they have a lot of options to get this game going.
With Taliyah on one side and Pantheon on the other, I'm really looking to see how they use these long-range ultimates, how they cash in on the value of these semi-globals to create unfair fights and force these situations that can give themselves an edge.
The arena is packed for T1 versus BLG. The energy feels amazing here in Vancouver. And I mean, we can feel it here at the caster desk.
Yes, sir.
The crowd is feeling good. We're getting ready for game 1 of this best of 5. A rematch over the last few years that has gone back and forth, with T1 currently holding the advantage as the reigning world champions. Doran gonna face check.
Yeah, Doran walks right into the brush there. Beishwan's waiting, and so is Knight. Doran's gonna take a lot more damage here than he would like to. Beishwan and Knight continue their chase. More rocks are flying out. Beishwan's going in. Doran nearly killed off, but he barely survived.
We start off with a very oh, Knight!
Knight, oh,
that was cheeky.
Seeing if maybe he could catch Doran window shopping there,
that
maybe.
Was cheeky by Knight. He thought that he could get the finish, but he does not. That means we get a trade of summoner spells. Doran no flash, Beishwan no flash. Perhaps that means that Beishwan's going to change up his pathing, maybe set his sights on a top lane play for a potential early gank. You'll see him actually pathing towards his Raptors, likely going to start there, as Ona's going to start on his top side, as we kind of expected. Gumayusi in the bot lane 2 versus 2. Carrier now shows up by surprise. They're going to look to try and get the advantage in the 2 versus 2. Expect a lot of trading in this bot lane matchup.
Oh yes, and you can see right here, this is your rematch, 2024 World Finals. It was a full 5-game series, BLG winning, then T1 winning, then BLG winning, then T1 winning, and finally at the finish line, T1 clutched the game 5 for the 3-2 victory to hoist the Summoner's Cup, and you know BLG are hungry to get revenge for that loss here at MSI.
I mean, it was that final where we really got to see the unkillable Demon King himself.
Yeah.
Faker earning the finals MVP, having a standout performance in that series. When we come to this MSI, Faker did struggle in his first matchup against Tonkyu. He was put on the back foot in multiple games of that series, and I feel like Knight really has been a standout for the side of BLG. One of the core components of what helped BLG even qualify for this MSI. And already we see Knight off to an early push in the matchup. Very much what we expect. See him move into the fog of war, act as that potential threat, moving around, potentially working with his jungler. Now we know that Beishwan is pathing up towards the top side, a potential dangerous avenue that T1 has to respect. And on the bot side of the map, Ona is getting closer and closer. The health bars, though, of both Elkanon, very good right now. No real risk of a dive.
Yep. And checking back in on what we were thinking about after that bit of a dicey start there in the top lane for Doran. The push originally did go to Bin. Doran was underneath the turret, but now you can see that wave is pushing back out right around the time that Beishwan is finishing those camps in this top side of the jungle. About to kill his blue now. He's going to path up towards this top lane. Now, Doran's going toward the Pixel Brush at exactly the same time that Beishwan's making his entry. Doran, with a nice use of the cage there, does block Beishwan's ideal entry point, but still a little bit of damage from the Poppy to harass Doran a little bit more, but not really a huge threat coming out just yet. Doran manages to keep himself out of trouble.
I will say, Sion plus Poppy, not the most effective early game ganking duo.
Not really.
You can definitely be annoying, and I think Doran is a little annoyed, but aside from that, he's not into much danger. The wave state is in a fairly healthy spot. Faker will take a bit of damage, but Ona already setting his sights on the Raptors respawn.
It's the #1 mini game for junglers to play. Mark those chickens, steal them away at every respawn you can get, but Beishwan is here to contest, wants to fight Owner for this second set of the chickens. Owner, though, has the smite on the large chicken. Azan has to sidestep the deadly flourish down in the bottom lane scrap at the same time. Owner with control over the jungle of Beishwan here in this red quadrant, as Beishwan will make his way back out. There's nothing else right now for Owner to go after because of the Krug camp still not being something that's within his reach, since Elk and On are all the way back behind the turret. They would easily be able to come help Beishwan, so Owner's just going to take his one camp steal and walk away from it. Back up top side, continuing the trading between these two. As long as Bin is able to just keep trading and farming early on, he's going to be just fine. The Scion can be so powerful into the Yorick. The Soul Furnace is powered by ghouls. They count as coal every single time he farms these things up. He's getting extra power on the W, extra maximum health to be that massive front line.
Gonna be a train with a lot of power behind it, that's
yes,
for sure.
sir.
We'll see how impactful that train will be later on into the game. I just want to come back to that Owner pathing that you were talking about. I love the fact that he started with the red, moving to his Krugs, and then Raptors with the full intent on stealing the enemy Raptors, knowing that he's going to be able to work with Faker to get that mid push, be able to contest those Raptors, steal away what he can, and then the Raptors will respawn that little bit later, so he can then path back towards the Krugs, path nicely back through his jungle, and now he's going to continue on with that full clear. As right now we have a very timid, very safe early game with the swap coming through from BLG. Nothing too surprising. Something that we see often is not only can you get yourself out of a little bit more of a difficult 2 versus 2 matchup, but Sion loves, I always say this, loves being on the weak side. Obviously, players don't love being in 1v2.
Nobody loves it.
But Bin doesn't mind it when playing the Sion champ.
As now Doran could be in a little bit of danger here. Nope, not quite. On and Elk aren't in range to back up Beishwan. There's no wall for the wall slam from the Poppy to actually find the big value there. So Doran's still all right, does have his Maiden of the Mist ready to be summoned, but does not want to summon it up at a time when these swaps are happening, when you could end up in a 1v3 situation, have the Maiden deleted very swiftly, especially with Beishwan having the smite available. If you lose that Maiden early, the cooldown is so long, it feels really bad, and you feel like you've lost a huge part of the power budget of your character, as now the Pantheon from T1. Owner has secured the first Drake of the game, 6 minutes and 45 seconds in. Beishwan coming back up into the top side. Doran forced to flash away again, but a nice handshake brings him right on back, and BLG get first blood.
Owner, though, setting his sights on mids.
Right, flashing away, stays safe from that one as Karia's Tangle Barb's going to force out the summoner spell from the BLG mid laner, but it does cause Karia's flash at the same time.
Okay, so a lot of things happen. Ooh, the Shockwave connects.
Nice Shockwave from Faker to Chunk Knight, but not threaten lethal damage.
He's just chipping away at HP though, and he's doing damage because he's just denying a lot of farm away from Knight. You'll notice the mid gold gap really starting to increase in Faker's favor. We don't get a chance to talk about the previous play.
Yeah, Carry is already in danger. Remember, he used his flash trying to go after Knight. Now he's already dead. Owner wants to jump in and make something else happen, but he has to flash back over the wall. As On, Elk, and Beishwan continue going forward. Elk needs a bailout if he wants to survive, and he gets it! Elk stays alive! Gumayushi tries to fire back, but he's got to reload the gun. Now the curtain calls open. On, sidestepping 3. The 4th can't hit Beishwan, but the dancing grenade dances on his grave. BLG up 3-1.
Action-packed is what we were hoping for, and BLG deliver, finding kill after kill, all being funneled into Elk is a fantastic start for BLG. T1 played for the Dragon. The swap was initiated by BLG. They recognized that they couldn't really do much to help Doran in this situation, but I don't think they were quite expecting this. After their gank attempt in the mid lane, Carry is trying to group up with his AD carry, but he gets collapsed on by Beishwan, not expecting him to invade on the top side. He falls short, but then the Pantheon ultimate had already been committed. There's little that Owner can do. He has to turn and fight. Guma does his best to help him, but he ends up proccing the bailout with all those spears stacking up in Owner, allowing him to get the revive. and turning it into another kill. Beishuan out of options, out of ways to escape. At the very least, Gumayushi will get one back.
And you could see at the end there, Gumayushi, he takes 3 shots at the escaping players from BLG, thinks maybe he can convert that 4th onto Beishuan, but Beishuan had the distance to sidestep the curtain call. Sadly, Dancing Grenade, more of a targeted ability, can't quite get away from that one, as Elk takes a chunk of damage back on live now, as our bottom lane duos continue to scrap back and forth topside. Both junglers still hanging around this area as well. These trios of junglers and bottom laners are so aggro in the early stages of this game. It's a very modest gold lead for the side of BLG, but really nothing to write home about. Bin happy to just ult back down into the bottom lane, clear out the wave. Nice chunk of damage onto Doran there as well.
Choo-choo, Bin continues to build an advantage, and it's really him that benefited so much from all that action that was happening. Doran getting killed. He was also able to get a plate in the bot lane on the bottom side of the map. These teams are violent. They are tied for the highest kills per minute at MSI in 2025. A Clash of Titans is an apt title, given the pedigree of players that we have on stage right now. BLG have accrued a small advantage, but what I will say that surprises me is the goal difference between the AD carries is actually not that big.
No.
Guma has actually been able to get himself a small gold lead, all because of the farm that he was able to generate while all that action was happening on the Rift, getting 1 kill for himself. But considering that is a 3-0 Kalista, Guma is kind of unfazed.
Yeah, it's a lot of times what we're seeing get picked into these Kalistas that ends up making them not as effective as you would otherwise expect them to be. The power of range, the power of just bullying them away from playing as aggro as they want to. Nico throws out a Tangle Barb, Jhin hits you with a Deadly Flourish into the Dancing Grenade with a hopefully 4th shot auto attack, and all of a sudden the Kalista doesn't feel as empowered to run the lane like she wants to. Gumayushi with a 4-wave lead, almost 5 waves of minions ahead of his opponent. Really feeling good about the state of things there. As you already said it, man, it's just the slightest gold lead for BLG. They do have those first 3 grubs. T1, of course, though, did secure the first Drake, and the next one is spawning in about 25 seconds. You can see T1 trying to get this wave pushed out down here in the bottom lane as Beishuan takes control over that bottom side of mid towards the river for BLG.
Closer to the second dragon spawn of the game. TP will be used by Knight to return to mid lane. Sundered Sky finished for both junglers as Beishuan fishing for a mid lane play. Not going to find one. It is BLG that gain access to the river first. The bot wave contest is going to be super important as both these AD carries want to be in a position to fight. With the Youmu's completed for Guma, he should have a slight advantage over Elk. No Blade of the Ruin King finish just yet, but T1 do not want to give this up without a fight.
Owner jumps in, immediately goes for the stun onto 9. Carry with a bomb blossom onto 3, but the backup damage isn't quite there. Owner's going to be chased away next. The Deadly Flourish doesn't hit Elk. Owner's going to take a ton of damage. The bailout from Elk is not there in time. Faker Shockwave finds 2, and T1 get a double kill for their Orianna and take the fight.
Just like that, T1 flipped the fight on its head, and they get themselves 3 kills. BLG, it looked so good at the start of the fight for them. Faker wasn't involved. He had to go the long way round. Owner initiates the play. Carrier's ultimate looks fantastic, but then the re-engage from BLG is even better. Carrier's out of tools. He has to flash away. They're thinking, oh, Elk, he can come back to life if he can just get the kill, but then the shockwave comes through and finishes him off. Faker arrives at just the right time to secure a double kill. T1 get 3, they get the dragon, and they take firm control in this early game.
I said it was 2, but it was more like 2.5 because Elk was bailouted, but he still got hit by the thing. The shockwave sealed the deal, but the fight navigated so well by T1. Carrier's Pop Blossom buying the time for the reinforcements to arrive. And at the very end, I also do want to compliment On, who perfectly blocked the Deadly Flourish from Gumayushi, stopping that one from hitting Elk. BLG tried, but T1 played it better. Look at the damage in the last fight from Owner, beating the next closest damage by almost a full 1,000. There's a reason that this champion is considered by many to be the best jungler on the patch as Beishuan goes in for Faker, and now it's trouble for the T1 mid lane. The handshake pulls him right on back. Knight's got enough damage, and a shutdown for BLG.
Now, BLG are not the type of team to go out without a fight. Nice pick onto Faker. Even though he had his flash, they collapsed on multiple sides, and they make the kill happen. T1 still holds on to a gold lead for now, but Knight, with some much needed relief after the amount of push that Faker has had in this early game after getting a double kill, they've really needed to get some gold back into Knight's pockets.
Knight on this Talia, that could be the playmaker they need, and they're trying to get him there with plays like this.
A nice flash shockwave from Faker, but then he gets handshaked back into the team. He then decides in his last moments, maybe I can get a few more minion waves, but he's just gonna shake that one off. A nice collapse comes through from BLG. You can now see the goal difference between the two mid laners very even, but the gold advantage largely sitting on Ona and Gumayushi.
Plates you can see here as we are now past that 14-minute point. A few for both sides, but not a major difference in the game being decided by them. However, the difference in plates is kind of the gold lead right now for T1. The game is that close, only a couple hundred this time, favoring the #2 seed of the LCK. The Rift Herald about to spawn in only a few seconds. BLG bringing everybody up here. Now, Knight will have his teleport. I believe there's still a few seconds remaining on that cooldown to use that to make his way into the fight, but Faker has been found out. Beishwan tackles Faker out of the decimating smash, and Owner's made his way into the fight, but he's immediately ejected by the Keeper's verdict. Faker still under pressure. Decimating smash hits this time, but Bin and Beishwan don't have any damage. Bin tries to get away, but a Pop Blossom locks him up. A deadly flourish to follow. Hostile takeover saves Bin's life as Elk and On try to fire into Gumayushi. Elk goes forward. Gumayushi still shielded and getting away as Faker's the target for On, but Elk and On have overextended. Faker's already killed On as T1 scramble for defense, and BLG way overplay their hand.
T1 do not lose a single member. BLG collapse onto Faker, but the Avengers descend in an instant. T1 are there to protect their mid laner. They turn the play massively in their favor, getting 3 kills as well. You called it, Flowers. The synergy knocking him out of Bin's Q means that that extra bit of damage doesn't connect onto Faker. A good shockwave buys time for Ona to arrive, but then when Ona gets knocked out, Bin thinks that there's a way for him to turn the play still in his favor. He's then forced back. He has to flash away. On and Elk make their presence known, isolating Gumayushi. But then at this point, you feel like you're going too deep. We're back to live.
We're already back to live, and Faker's got another target on his back. He's got another shockwave on BLG, and Carrier picks up the kill. They just keep going for him, and he just keeps hitting them right in the mouth. Faker gets it done again.
It feels like Faker's shockwave just continues to find them all. 8-4 is the kill score. BLG have set their sights onto Faker, but he only finds himself with a single death so far in this game. Dragon spawning, 30 seconds, Bin unleashes.
Bin unleashes, he finds a target, but it's only a Nico clone. The power of this ability as now another catch for T1. Spells the end of Beishwan in this river. The death timer's 30, the Drake timer's 15. This is gonna be sole point for the side of T1. 17 minutes into the game. Meanwhile, Vedius, we haven't seen Doran in a while. That's because he's doing a little bit of construction work in the side lanes, flashing forward after Knight to try to get this kill in the solo. The Maiden of the Mist giving him the lifesteal. He's trying to sidestep. He only needed an inch to get close enough to swing the shovel, but Knight denies it. While Doran drops to the BLG mid laner in the top side, the Herald is going to be summoned in mid lane. The Drake is going to be taken. It's sole point 18 minutes in for T1.
My goodness, T1 is running away with game 1. 3 dragons to their name. And while Knight does at the very least get a kill back, it's really only a small amount in the drop of the advantage that T1 has. Doran recognizes if he just tries to run away, he's gonna get chased down by Knight. He flashes forward, gets a bit of health back with the Q, and he realizes, oh, if I can just get one more Q off, maybe I can turn this in my favor. The Seraph Shield's procced, he can't close the gap quickly enough, and Knight secures a kill. Doran largely gonna be unfazed by that though, as he should be. With the lead that T1 have, they're still in full control of this game.
Exactly. Doran is the demo man in this game. The side lane turrets have been his targets, and he has been achieving those objectives. 4,000 gold lead, 3 Drake lead for the side of T1. All BLG really has here are those 3 Void Grubs, but Vedius, when you're this far down, you can't get to the turrets. On, forced to be saved by Elk, as Doran's gonna take a ton of damage in a counterattack. Nice kill for BLG, and they're about to make it 2. Keria in danger, but now Beishwan stunned up by the Pantheon, forced to flash to survive. Faker flashes forward, but he can't get the distance in time. He keeps looking for more. Owner wants to make his way in with another shockwave, finding its way onto Elk. On drops next. Guma Yushi's got his number, and T1's counting bodies. Another pop blossom, another double kill of a Faker. Beishwan dies to a point-blank spear, and T1 runs the rift.
BLG get a kill onto Doran, but look at what it cost them. 4 members fall, and T1 are steamrolling over BLG. It starts with On getting caught in the mid lane, but Elk has the ultimate to bring him to safety. Then with the Renata ultimate dropped, Oren is quick to fall. Now BLG see an opportunity to go onto the offensive, but they go too deep. The single target CC that comes out from T1 forces Beishwan immediately on the retreat, and Faker says, I don't need to run away, I need to run forward. I know that I have Owner at my back. The shockwave connects onto Elk. The deadly flourish connects onto On, and then Bin arrives just too late to turn the fight in their favor. And I don't know how Keria found this angle, but he gets the route onto 2. They convert it into 4 kills, and T1 are steamrolling.
That Tangle Barb was disgusting to hit them both. T1, 5,500 gold lead now. Vedius, it's only 2.5 minutes, and T1 will claim the Infernal Soul unless BLG can somehow stop them. But everything has gone T1's way for what feels like the past 10 straight minutes.
5.6k is the gold lead. BLG trying to find some footing in this game, but the Soul 2 minutes away. Push on the bot side, push on the top side for T1. They're keeping mid control as well. BLG is being suffocated out of their jungle. Beishwan's found an angle in.
This is another one of this play we've seen so often. Faker is the target for BLG. He drops a shockwave, and now BLG's got to be on the defensive. Beishwan channels Keeper's verdict, ends up not needing that one, but now that cooldown is spent. T1 recognizing that BLG now has a very injured front line. They're going to go after the Otacon, immediately ready to start this one up, as BLG know they can't afford to give an objective away when they're already this far down. Faker trying to use the ball to zone on out. Hostile takeover goes through, but it doesn't find much of anything else. Going to be zoned away now by the rest of T1, as immediately you got a problem for Doran. Beishwan takes him down. Curtain call's been opened up. Beishwan might just die here. One last shot goes through with a 4th shot, finds its mark. Now Bin trying to steal away the Otacon, but it's not going to matter. Doran and Beishwan have been traded, but everybody else is still alive. Faker claims the Otacon, and T1 get the objective as they look potentially for more of a fight. Keria thinking about a Tangle Barb here, but he can't get the range in time. Bin still here on the front line, gets caught by the Tangle Barb. Keria knocked into the unraveled earth, but he stays alive for now. Owner steps forward with a shield, not quite enough damage. Shut down from Elk, but Faker takes out 2. T1 unrelenting as Keria kills Knight over the wall, and only Bin is left standing. Gumayushi fires another shot, but it's a triple kill for Faker to seal the deal.
T1 will leave no survivors. The Otacon was not enough. They saw blood in their eyes, and they took out the rest of the BLG roster. A tier 2 tower will fall, and it looks quite separated. BLG pick a fight on the top side, while T1 set their sights onto Elk. The cleanse is good from the Kalista. He creates enough space, but now he's out of the fight. While they do get that pick onto Doran, Gumayushi responds with so much damage onto Beishwan. The 4th shot connects. It ends up being a 4 versus 4, but BLG just don't have the HB to play with. What surprised me is T1 said, we can still fight this. Look at the TP on your minimap. Faker comes in from the angle. He comes through the fog of war to come in from behind BLG, unsuspecting. And Faker makes the magic happen once again. A triple kill for the Orianna. Knight gets killed over the wall. And T1 with a statement game here to start off the series.
Faker's Orianna is a miracle worker in this game. He has found so many plays, so many counter plays, and T1 now with an Infernal Soul with 20 flowers of a lead thanks to the Otacon harvesting everything for them. They are so strong. BLG will need a full-on miracle to not drop this game one in our best of 5 World Finals rematch. Beishwan out on the map trying to see if he can get any sort of useful information, but it's so tough, Vedius. Look at all of the vision placed down by T1. They've got wards all over the jungle. Damage dealt in the last team fight, nearly 8,000 on the Orianna. It's almost as much as I actually think it is as much as the entire enemy team put together. Doran flashing away from the unraveled earth, manages to not get caught out there. And T1 just continues slow and steady pushing up until they get their moment to make something happen. Fake Faker and Real Faker stepping up to just completely scare BLG all the way back. And we've got 20 seconds until Baron spawns. T1 just fishing to see if they can find anything, but not wanting to overcommit because they know you get Baron, you walk it down a lane of your choosing, you win the first game.
So much of this game has been about Faker, but the quiet carry, Gumayushi, with a 3-0-13 scoreline. Faker to the target.
Faker caught, handshake from On. This could be huge. Put Faker with a nice shockwave, ready to turn it around. The hostile takeover ain't gonna do anything as On tries to get away, and Base One flashes back over the wall. Owner ready to hunt him down. The spear doesn't hit the target, and now On right back out of the Callista ulti, trying to stay alive. Faker with a nice use of the stasis, keeping himself alive and healthy as the curtain call opens. BLG gonna take a couple of shots from this one, has been body blocks for Knight. T1 won't get any kills, but it's a big win in terms of health bars, and they head back up towards, wait a second, Beishwan's going on a magical trip. Okay, he will at least be able to escape for now, but the enemy jungler's at 10% HP, and he has to recall. T1 sees the green light to go for the Baron.
Exactly that, Flowers. It's too difficult for BLG to contest this objective. They're still gonna try, though. The TP comes through from Knight.
It's a full send from BLG, perhaps, as Keria goes in. He finds the Pop Blossom for the BLG mid laner, and Knight is already dead as the fight starts. Ben's made his way into the back, but Faker will not be threatened by a Scion alone. Owner continues pressing forward, and Gumayushi puts the kill shot into On. Beishwan's the next to fall, and Doran buries him. T1 with a Baron plus 3 kills will force their way into the base. Elk continues fighting and kiting and trying to get away. The deadly flourish doesn't connect, but it gives him enough space to get the kill right after. Guma's unstoppable, and only Ben is standing. T1 slam this first game.
Gumayushi involved in 20 of the team's 22 kills, has the Nexus in his eyes, and is looking to close things out.
The Nexus turrets are nothing but a formality. Ben's health bar, the same thing as T1. It was close for about 10 minutes, and then it was not ever again in this first one. T1 takes game one.
A dominant showcase from T1 as they dismantle BLG.
Awesome showing from the LCK number 2 seed. Let's head on over to the analyst desk to break it down.
The atmosphere is absolutely phenomenal here in Vancouver, and guys, Faker called it. He said, we're gonna make you guys relive that World Finals nightmare. No lies were told during that interview.
Not at all, and shout out to the Vancouver crowd. It sounded like World Finals in here.
It's great. You guys are amazing.
You guys are amazing. Keep that going for the rest of the series. We love you all, but man, T1 statement game 1 here, right off the bat, an amazing composition that allows you to team fight. It was beautiful done here.
Yeah, and so it looked really good for BLG initially, right? We had that top lane play where we're like, okay, they're in a really good spot. They get feats of warfare. They're all set. And then we have Faker coming in on, again, a classic champ for him. He's been playing this since he came into the LCK in the Orianna, being a massive difference maker already in game 1.
I mean, honestly, I was a bit worried for T1 when I saw, this top lane matchup especially. I think it's pretty tough for York to get an advantage there. Ben, he's going to become a brick wall, just getting so much passive HP from the Soul Furnace, from those York ghouls. So I thought it was going to be a bit of a slower game, but T1 had other plans. They're able to find so many advantages around the map. Utilizing Faker, the bot lane owner, they were crushing. So even though Doran wasn't really much of a part of this game. It didn't matter. He was there too. He was in the screenshot at the end.
I know. For a matchup that we set up about the top laners, it was a little bit less about them and a little bit more about how T1 were able to play out the composition. This is the play I was talking about, where it looks like it's going to be rough until Faker comes in with that clutch shockwave, really allows Guma to pop off, and then this was actually set up by Beishuan knocking, I believe, Doran out of Bin's knockup, which was a little bit unfortunate, but this was really the game breaker. This is where T1 took complete control, and BLG kind of lost their minds.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like one of those things where it's like a bit of a sunk cost fallacy, where one play goes bad, so the next person's trying to make up for that play, and then that play goes bad, so the next person's trying to make up for that. They're all piling in. You know, they were trying to catch Faker in that top lane after he'd used his flash mid lane when they got that kill. So they see him top, you're like, okay, maybe they have Faker, and then Beishuan comes in, knocks him out of Bin's Q, he survives, everyone piles in. We see, you know, Elk flying in there trying to get some kills, but everyone from T1 survives. They all kited out, and you've got to say their coordination in these fights is insane. You know, the first replay that we showed down on the bot side, when Owner re-engages, you're thinking, okay, that bailout's going to be enough for them to get a kill, to be able to turn around the fight, but he goes in, Faker arrives, Shockwave comes through, you know, even Guma saving his 4-shot with the Jin ult to hit the Kalista as he is running over there. Like, everything was so on point. And then after that, it's just like T1 is styling on them.
They're just styling on them, but I'm just thinking, when you look at both compositions, you have on the side of T1 and Calm that allows you to play really long fights and to fight back to whatever BLG was throwing at them. Was there any way with BLG's composition to come back in those fights? Because I feel like they had the tools to do it. It just came down to how they were playing together.
I mean, they got to the point where I think the gold lead was so massive, T1 were actually just able to go to objectives, set up however they want, and then kind of force BLG to have to respond, right? And we saw when BLG were able to respond, they weren't necessarily all on the same page. As we're about to see, every second counts, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, T1 says, the Anacon's actually ours, guys. They actually started up, and then when BLG try to contest, again, they don't really have a choice but to contest here, but T1 just roll over them.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. You know, this is desperation hours for BLG, right?
Yeah.
They're going to try to make something happen, but T1 is just playing these fights out so well. Faker is being focused, but he's always cutting back out. Guma, you know, finishing off Beishuan, and then the route truly begins. All of BLG are running. Faker goes back to base, and this becomes this really cool extended sequence where the T1 members that are still healthy are using their health to be able to keep them interested, to be able to keep them around, not allow them to just get back to base. It buys time for Faker to go on this deep TP angle, and then he is flanking them on the Orianna behind the tier 2 tower, hits the shockwave. Being able to pick up a triple kill on a flank like this on Orianna is not something you expect to see.
Yeah, and Keria kills Knight on the backside of that as well. Just an absolute rout by T1, and I think, Laura, that's where you do see, even when BLG did look like, okay, maybe we have a window back in, T1 just make it so difficult for them, especially with the way that they can play with range.
What do we expect to see here in the second game if we want BLG to come back? Because we've said it, usually MSI, when it comes to this matchup, it belongs to BLG. That really didn't look like it here.
No, I mean, honestly, I'm not going to lie, after that game 1 where Doran wasn't even involved and T1 stopped him, I'm pretty worried for BLG. Like, when T1 is playing this well, when they are really clicking and all playing on the same page, coordinating incredibly well in team fights, it could be a sweep, I'm not gonna lie.
Excuse you, he got 1 kill at the end of that. It was actually, again, another thing that this allowed, because I agree with you on this Sion Yorick matchup. I actually think he essentially counterpicks himself by locking in the Yorick, but when he was able to get that nice alone time with the side lane turrets as well, that was a huge difference maker for T1.
Damage on kills is always interesting to me to see. This is how much damage actually was contributed. So 9.5k for Faker out of his total damage, damage that resulted in an actual kill. So look at how much as well from Owner. You know, Owner, basically all of the damage he was doing was resulting in kills. You know, he was incredibly effective. The gray damage is essentially the damage that is just dealt in poke and whatnot, you know, like hitting each other in lane, but not actually getting a kill. So I always find this stat really interesting to look at. And you can see how effective Owner was with everything he was doing, because pretty much anywhere he went this game was resulting in T1 success, T1 kills, T1 objectives. I mean, they were slamming them across the map, and they still found time to get a soul here in like 20 odd minutes.
BLG is going to stay on blue side for the second game, so I feel like they're comfortable with their preparation on this side.
Yeah, that is interesting. I mean, I do still think that blue side is kind of the favorable side in draft, especially in Fearless. However, one thing I would like to see from them, again, this game in particular wasn't about the top laners, but I would love to see Bin on a classic counter pick where he can really try to smash the matchup, because I think that is something we have been missing a little bit lately from this BLG team fighting.
We said it, Gigabin. Gigabin calls to the action here, but it is T1 who strikes first here in the first game of this best of 5. We'll see if BLG can come back in game 2.
What a car. Living the dream, huh? Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I to? Okay, okay. I get it now. Sweet dreams are made of this.
We gon' run it. Yeah. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on a show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on a show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. City on blaze when I'm in the mix. Everybody tryna stop me, but I'm too legit. Showing up with a brand new bag of tricks. I'm at the top, yeah, I know me, I don't never slip. No grip on life, I live it right. Getting everything I said in my sight, I shine bright. Nobody understand what it took for me to lead. I woke up feeling like I reached a new speed. Clock ticking, I stride with no limits. Making waves without a blemish on my image. The people listen when I speak another sentence. I'm on go while you trying to replenish. We gon' run it. We gon' run it. Yeah. Push it to the limit with my heart is up. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on a show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on a show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road. I'm in control. Where you wanna go? me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around, and then
Vedius, when you're this far down, you can't get to the turret. On, forced to be saved by Elk, as Doran's going to take a ton of damage in a counterattack. Nice kill for BLG, and they're about to make it two. Keria in danger, but now Beishuan, stunned up by the Pantheon, forced to flash to survive. Faker flashes forward, but he can't get the distance in time. He keeps looking for more. Owner wants to make his way in with another shockwave, finding its way onto Elk. On drops next. Goma Yoshi's got his number, and T1's counting bodies. Another pop blossom, another double kill of a Faker. Beishuan dives to a point-blank spear, and T1 runs the rift. T1 smashed the first game here in our World Finals rematch, best of 5. It was close until it wasn't, and then it was really not close.
I was worried for T1 after Elk started off with 3 kills on the Callista, but T1 matched that in kind and just resorted to violence. I am hoping that BLG bounce back, because we were talking about it, Flowers, at the World Finals last year, the first 3 games, stomp, stomp, stomp. You know what I mean? And so I'm hoping that this was just a precursor, that BLG will be able to fight back and we'll get the 5-game series that we deserve when these two teams fight against one another. We know the caliber of these BLG players. I imagine they will brush that aside and bounce back here in Game 2.
Exactly. You go back to the World Final, it was a back and forth every time up until T1 had to win 2 in a row in Games 4 and 5 to win the series. So let's see if BLG can keep that pattern going here and find their way to a T1 weak spot in Game 2, as T1 were looking good in that first one. BLG over here on the blue side, they're going to continue to ban away that Azir. They're also going to ban out the TF. Over on T1 side, they'll continue paying respect to the Gwen from Bin, and they're also going to make sure that BLG doesn't get their hands on a blue side first pick Varus.
Let's see what the priority is here for these teams, with both the Pantheon and the Poppy already taken out. Vi immediately raises in value. Poppy, such a good answer into the champion. BLG taking away Faker's Galio. He did lose on it when playing against CFO, but I mean, it's Faker. You always got to respect the man's Galio. The question is, will this Vi be banned away by the side of T1? Because you just expect it to be that first pick.
The Galio was also the champion in Game 5 of the World Finals that Faker had the miracle survival on in that topside team fight that really just was that final unkillable moment as the Vi is banned out and BLG first pick. What's it going to be?
Annie Wukong.
There it is.
Annie Wukong.
Nice.
Okay, so T1, will they choose to remove the Wukong away from Beishuan, or will they allow it? Or will they allow him to have it and have some sort of response? So far from Owner, we've been seeing a lot of just high-impact junglers. We've seen Xin, Wukong. We saw a Zed game from him, the Jarvan and the Sejuani so far at this tournament. Both acting as a front line, but also acting as a carry player. It looks like that he's leaning more towards the front line with the Victor locked in for Faker. The champion hasn't had the most success here at MSI. However, in Faker's hands, it is a big comfort pick, and it does seem like with their priority around getting Faker something comfortable in the mid lane matchup, they just want to make sure that they get him a control mage, that he can have control in the lane, and also scale nicely into the mid to late game.
Yeah, you could see the win-loss for MSI, 1-5 on this champion. The only thing I'm concerned about is when you look at the last game, Faker had so many clutch moments where he would utilize the shockwave to start off a play that the rest of T1 could then follow up on. Victor cannot start plays. His only CC is a delayed gravity well. It's not like you place it down and then dare the guy to stand on it for 2 seconds so that you can start the fight. However, Owner will be on that Xin Zhao like you're talking about, but BLG happy to complete the Annie Wukong combo. And what's that? The champion that Bin played for the first 3 games in a row in that World Final, the Rumble for Bin, BLG's cooking.
This is quite the wombo combo that BLG have crafted for themselves. cheeky hovers coming through from T1, but it will be Doran's Ornn. So that's going to be the primary engage. Things like Braum now rise in priority. You have to imagine that that's likely going to be high on the ban list for T1. Maybe they even want to grab it for themselves. We'll have to wait and see. But the bot lane's available for both sides. We know how deep the AD carry pool is for both of these players. My instincts say that BLG is immediately looking at something like the Misfortune. Just double down on the teamfight style that you're already heading in the direction of. That means that Rel and Leona also offer massive value in this composition, either as a follow-up or as an engaged tool themselves alongside the Wukong.
And I think this second game, there's going to be a lot more pressure on Doran. You and I were joking a little bit between the games about how Doran just got to kind of enjoy the passenger top laner lifestyle in game number 1, just split pushing the rest of the team, making all the big plays. But this time around, without Faker having the playmaking ability like he'd had on the Orianna, and Doran being on this big go button with the Ornn, there's the pressure on him to find the right angles, find the right times to start these team fights off. Lulu Kai'Sa banned out by T1 in the second half. The Rakan removed by BLG.
Kai'Sa is the concern from T1, recognizing the potential backline access and dive that is available, so they'll remove that. But MF rising in priority here for Elk. They could also just pair it alongside the Ezreal if they want something a little bit safer, a little bit more long range. The Lucian, once again, going to be denied from Gumayusi. They do not want to have to deal with that. So what will the first pick be here? Caitlyn Hover, and it's going to be locked in. Okay, so T1 going for very much a front-to-back style of composition with Victor and Caitlyn paired alongside the Ornn. You can see how the game plan is going to work out. Karma is going to be a prevalent pick. We haven't seen Lux paired alongside the Caitlyn, but it is a tried and true combo that we've seen this bot lane bring out before. Of course, if they want to play safe, they can also play the Braum themselves. There's that Ezreal that we were talking about. Can match the range in the sense that you can play very safe with the Ezreal on the back line.
Yep.
And also a Rel. Not a champion that's designed for peeling, but it is a champion designed for engaging. So when paired up alongside the Ezreal, Elk can play independently without relying on Ornn, whereas Ornn is going to be working with his team to dominate in the team fights.
These team fights from BLG are absolutely ferocious. Rel, Wukong, and Annie all have the ability to start the fight. Then the other two can follow up. You drop the Rumble ult over the top. You bring the True Shot Barrage in too. Every single champion contributes to this massive AoE damage dump, and T1 cannot get caught in it. Anybody that those 5 abilities overlap on, you are gone. Your screen is black and white for the next little while.
T1 bringing out the Braum to try and mitigate some of that engaged strength that BLG have crafted for themselves. It's only the first game, but we could feel the pressure that T1 was able to exert on the MSI stage. BLG have faced that pressure before, though. Early game, likely towards the top side of the map. Doran was a point where he fell short. They were able to find a lot of successful ganks. If they could put the Rumble in a great position, the mid-game spike from BLG, Trinity Force on the Wukong, Trinity Force on the Ezreal, is a big spike that they're going to want to try and play around.
And in game number 1, you could see the killer instinct from BLG that they wanted to express, right? When you think back to Elk and Ornn chasing so deep in the top side team fight. When you think back to mid lane after they get the first pick, and it looks like they're going to get the second before Faker and Owner turn it around. BLG is so bloodthirsty in these fights, but they just didn't quite have enough firepower. This time around, I think they got it.
Game 2. And the crowd here in Vancouver continues to deliver. BLG versus T1, always an exciting matchup. So far in the early game, looks like that we're going to play relatively safe. We're expecting that early ward to come through from both sides to try and track where the jungler is starting and what they're up to in this early game.
Still have the combat summoner, or not summoner, keystone there for the Rel on the side of BLG. Meanwhile, Keria running that summoner spellbook on the Braum. And when we heard from T1 about the possibility of playing BLG in this rematch, how they were feeling about it, what they thought about it, Faker said he didn't expect BLG to be as tough as the Oysters were after that best of 5. Gumayusi said that BLG is going to relive the nightmare of last year's World Finals and coming so close only to falter there at the finish line. Their game one performance lived up to their words.
I will say that Gumayushi throwing out some trash talk, kind of par for the course. Faker throwing out trash talk. That man is one of the most humble esports players that I know. So to hear that from him was a surprise, but I absolutely love it. T1 backing up their words, as you rightly said, after game one. But I imagine we're going to start the game off a little bit slower.
Okay.
Similar to what we saw in game one, just a bit of trading back and forth. We expect T1 to be the team to initiate that early swap, get the Ornn onto the weak side of the map to play into the 2 versus 1. For the time being, Gumayushi going to leverage his range to try and get that early push, chip away at the HP bars where he can, and potentially look for an early back and then a swap towards the top side.
Now, one important difference between game 2 and game 1, Doran did not find himself in a nasty 1v2 situation before the minion spawned. He was not forced to use that flash early, so there's no extra incentive for Beishuan to path up towards that top side, try to make a play towards Doran this time around. You can see both of the junglers actually doing their clears, going opposite directions. Beishuan will be moving towards that bottom lane as Owner paths towards the top side. Tri-lane camera just showing the state of everything, a little bit of trading back and forth on the one who's taken the most damage of anyone anywhere, as Gumayushi, just like you already said, the power of the Caitlyn early on. Every chance you get, utilize that 650 range, find those little pot shots to build yourself that lane advantage.
Both junglers were spotted on vision as well, so everyone on the Rift is very much aware of what the early game plan is for both these junglers. T1 going to drop some vision on the ward in anticipation of a potential early gank, and On is looking to try and clear it out. Won't actually spot that ward. This means that there's a possibility of an early jungle gank. That's very much what On is signaling. We'll dismount for the time being, keeping my eyes on Beishuan. In from Elk, a little low on mana. The trade not really turning into much.
Yep. That's the nature of Braum, though. He jumps in the way, you throw up the door, the fireplace, I suppose, on this skin, and immediately negates all of the quick trade that wanted to be accomplished there from the Ezreal, as Beishuan has made his way down to this bottom side river. Standing on top of a ward, though, T1's going to be aware of the presence of BLG's jungler, so they'll continue to just play this one defensively. It doesn't really have to alter their behavior too much. A lot of times, if you're playing super aggressive and then you back off, it lets the enemy know, hey, that area is warded, but they have been playing relatively safely, as Beishuan now going to try to wrap around again, but he's still walking over top of that ward. T1 now, though, might be caught a little bit off guard, as Beishuan does decide to try to wrap the long way through the tri-brush. Decides to go for a recall now. Keria going to step up into that brush, saying, okay, we know that this guy was nearby. Gumayushi using the cleanse there, as immediately, as soon as there's distance between Keria and Guma, Elk and On try to step forward, play a little bit more aggressively.
Here to Shadow, making sure that his bot lane is well protected. Yeah, losing that cleanse, not ideal for Guma. Not the end of the world, though. Will take a bit of damage from Elk as he connects the Q. But now both junglers need to return to their respective sides of the map. The ping will come down. Ooh. The ping will come down from Beishuan onto Owner, spotting him out. He did drop that ward into that bot side of T1's jungle. As Doran and Bin continue to trade on the top side. It's a close affair here on the bot side of the map. Elk doing a good job considering how much pressure Gumayushi is continuing to try to put down. Nice chunk.
Ooh, nice follow-up there, too. Whenever you can get the stun from the Braum, you set the Yordle snap trap right underneath their feet. It'll arm by the time the first stun is done. You'll get the second stun. You'll prime the headshot, and it makes for a very mean combination there, as Guma and Keria will crash the wave into the turret. Knight's down to 100 HP here against Faker's Victor, but Faker is almost completely out of mana, now hitting level 6. Does have enough for maybe one more spell, as Knight will take the opportunity, start his first recall, make his way back to lane. Does have TP for all 4 of our solo laners as per usual, but remember, Elk on the Ezreal. This is one of the 80 carries you very commonly see teleport taken as that second summoner, so an extra TP as the game moves forward. We'll see how well BLG can leverage that for their own macro game advantages. Checking in back on the top side, you can see Doran slightly behind in farm, but honestly, as the Ornn against the Rumble, you're fine with that. And just like you were predicting earlier, T1 wants to get him down into that bot side of the map here nice and early, but BLG responds by sending Bin down there at the exact same time.
TP.
Everywhere.
Yeah, exactly. BLG able to match the lane assignments from T1, and they're going to keep things standard for now. As mentioned, Elkanon doing a good job against this Caitlyn, who continues to try and trade, but not really converting it into much. Faker's put a huge amount of pressure down on tonight, but he himself has also been farming very well. So it's a very slow and steady affair here, 6 minutes in. Dragon becomes a point of contention as the Scuttle Crab is what they're setting their sights on for now.
Ooh, Knight drops the combo there on Faker, but now Doran launching out the Ornhorn. Beishwan could be in a little bit of danger, but Bin's here ready to back him up. The equalizer's already been used. Doran very low, about to die. It's first blood over to Knight and BLG.
An ambitious commitment from Doran. They thought that they got the chain combo onto Beishwan, but Faker wasn't in a position to follow. And with a composition like this, you really don't want to try and rush these type of fights. I mean, look, Faker's sitting on a Catalyst. You really don't have that much damage this early on into the game. So a bit of an overforce there from Doran. The BLG find themselves with first blood once more.
Tibbers constantly so annoying with the Molten Shell on it as he continues to harass Faker with that Knight. Going for the early Ionian boots of Lucidity also makes it so much easier for him to rotate down into those multi-man skirmishes in that bottom side of the river. As we do have a pause, we'll let you guys know as soon as we figure out exactly what's going on with that one, as BLG is off to a nice start here in the second game.
They certainly are. BLG with a nice punish on the bot side of the map. The thing is, we're in a situation where both bot laners are on the top side, so I expect Grubs to be the next main point of contention rather than the Dragon, unless one side decides to try and cross map, which wouldn't be unreasonable from T1. As we talked about, I think they want to play a much slower early game. When you're running Victor Caitlyn, there's no need to overforce anything. We've definitely seen Caitlyn games kind of just come out the gate swinging, especially when we saw that it was from BLG, the Caitlyn Elise game, where at level 2 they were diving towers, they were roaming around the map, they were snowballing the game incredibly quickly. But this time around, I think that because they want to play more of that front-to-back style, they want to leverage their range, they don't want to try and overforce things, especially against an Annie, that double Trinity Force spike they've got to be cautious of. If they take a bunch of bad fights early, it just accelerates those spikes on the side of BLG, which means that they can then force you into more Dragon fights and they can then continue to compound that lead. So T1 have to showcase that respect, and I think just trading in the cross map is a wiser choice for them.
It's a cascading problem. The first mistake only makes the second mistake that much easier to manifest, I guess I would say, as this type of situation can be very nerve-wracking when you have a pause in an intense game. Luckily, at least it's at the early stage of the game versus somewhere in the later stages when things can all just come down to that one big team fight. Going back to, again, we're probably going to end up referencing the last time these teams went head-to-head quite often, considering it was such a high-stakes match. It was such a close match going to the full 5 games in the 2024 World Finals. This was not Fearless. It was not the one champion per series limit that we're knowing right now in the 2025 reality. So Bin played this Rumble in all 3 of the first games of that series. In all 3 of the Turbo Stomp games, Bin was Rumble, and in 2 out of 3 of those, BLG were the winners. This is a very iconic champion for Bin. He is very good on this, and obviously from the very beginning here, he was able to get into that bottom lane river fight. He has the equalizer, he has the presence, and we'll see how well he can continue building his leads. You can see a massive farm advantage for Bin. Even though he didn't get the kill, he's up 500 gold. He's got the biggest individual gold lead here in the game.
It's interesting because for many Bin followers, this Rumble is definitely a conventional pick. Some will criticize that he isn't like the strongest on Rumble, but then he's had so many good Rumble performances, and I would say that throughout his career, he's definitely had highs and lows on the champion, that's for sure. So far in this game, he has built a very healthy lead over Doran. It does help that Doran did make that mistake in the river as well, as BLG have built themselves up about a 500 gold lead. Elk going to throw the ulti down onto Faker, chip away at his HP bar. And this is an important play when you're setting your sights on the Grubs. You move that bottom lane into mid, you guarantee that mid wave control, and then it makes it very easy to gain access into the river and contest those Grubs. As we mentioned, T1 doing kind of what we expected them to do. Not looking to actually fight the Grubs, but instead cross map. Play more towards the Drakes. And I think it's completely fine to get yourself that Drake, because when we talk about that kind of powerful mid-game spike on the side of BLG, if you're conceding Dragons and Grubs and all of these neutral objectives, the problem you find yourself in is that you're forced into a fight when you do not want to take it. So getting that Dragon alleviates some of that pressure, but the sieging power now, thanks to these Grubs secured by BLG, will be something that T1 has to deal with as the game continues.
BLG still with that very modest gold lead. 2 Grubs claimed already. That 3rd one now picked up by Beishuan. So the extra pushing power they have now could build itself into a lot of extra gold if they can knock down a bunch of these plates. And that's going to start up here in the top lane. Doran's the target as it's a 4-man dive onto the T1 top laner. And Doran dies before the second part of the Oran Horn can come through. Beishuan's low, but close isn't good enough for the T1 top, and BLG are out to a 2-0 lead.
BLG had to commit a lot of resources to make that kill happen, though. Guma and Keria will happily get these plates where they can. The mid wave was also pushed in, and that's where Bin went to respond. Wise choice by Bin, recognizing that if he'd stayed on the bot side of the map, the risk of a dive was very real. So this cross map is going to happen. BLG will extend that modest gold lead ever so slightly, but Gumayusi still with a gold advantage over L.
But the problem, Vedius, is you're playing turret race against a team that has all three of the grubs. Yes, Guma and Keria were there first, but they're doing slower progress. BLG's got more men on the objective, and they're spawning these grubs, doing this true damage over time. At the same time, T1 scrambling to try to defend, buy time for maybe Gumayusi to win this race. The wave is finally cleared out up here in the top side. The last little bit of the HP hangs on for the T1 top lane turret. Gumayusi needs to shove another wave down bottom. There's also only a little bit of HP left on that. Both these turrets just at death's door, but neither one fully claimed.
Those extra resistances being gained by the turrets means that the damage was not enough from either side. The OG forced a retreat. They have to send Knights to go and catch that bot wave. Bin now finds himself in mid. I imagine they're going to move him off to a side soon. You can see on the minimap both AD carries setting their sights in the mid lane. With no neutrals to play for, it very much becomes about farming once again. Continuing to ramp up towards those first major items, potentially fishing for another pick. So far it's only been Doran that has lost his life in this game too. Gumayusi will now make his way towards mid. Keep my eyes on the minimap as often as I can, tracking what Knight is up to. You'll notice he moves back into the fog of war. He's actually moving towards mid lane himself. I was expecting the Ezreal to head towards there, but they've actually put out up towards the top side of the map. They've kept on hovering around the mid lane for a potential play, or even just to cover Knight in the 2 versus 1. Meanwhile, Faker now finds himself in the side lane with that upgraded E.
Upgraded E, and he's got the Rod of Ages already fully completed and stacking. The only additional item past his starter item he got was the refillable potion, but now he has to flash away. Beishuan's ready to follow. Bin's got the follow-up. The turret ain't even dead yet. Oner and Faker wanted to commit for the objective. They'll get it, but at great cost. Turret to T1, double kill over to BLG as Keria and Gumayusi trying to make a play on the Knight, but he's already back to safety.
Wombo combo is beautifully done by BLG on the bot side of the map. They connect the Rumble ultimate onto Faker. The follow-up from Beishuan meant that there was so much CC on top of them that the minion wave gets cleared out incredibly fast. T1 is saying, look, finish the tower, maybe we can turn this around. It's a really good ulti from Oner, but the damage is just too high. That little minion survives for absolutely ages, but it doesn't do enough to keep the mid jungle alive from T1. One handed over to Bin, another handed over to Beishuan. They claim the feat of warfare. The good news for T1 is, well, they do get the first tower. 3 kills, 4 kills, I should say, for BLG.
Yeah, the BLG gold lead now. We're not just talking about it as a number that shows a slight lead. This is real meaningful gold at this point. Nearly 2,000 for the side of BLG, as we do have an even state at least on the neutral objectives. T1 with that first Drake, BLG with all 3 grubs. The next Drake spawning in under 60 seconds, as both supports are already starting to play the vision game. Faker does not want to walk too close to On here. It is much easier for the BLG support to engage than for the T1 support to do the same, especially considering Keria still has 25% of the cooldown remaining on the Glacial Fissure. Knight on the Annie now has his first fully completed item as well with the Malignance. Remember, still has those Ionian Boots of Lucidity as well for the extra move speed, the extra ability to rotate around to these plays and back up the rest of that BLG war machine that we've been talking about since draft. The power of the AoE, the power of the combo of all of these ultimates overlapping. That type of a threat can be so dangerous moving towards this next Drake as it spawns, especially since we just saw Bin hit level 11.
Look at the map control that T1 have. They made sure to push in this bot wave. They've got great vision control around the entrances towards the bot side river, but Bin has already moved down. He's now going to help his team get that mid-wave control against Gumayusi, and they're going to gain access to the river first. Faker's pushing out another wave as quickly as he can, and he should be able to do just that, thanks to that upgraded E that he has access to. BLG still find themselves first into the river. Carrier isolated with the mid-jungle duo. BLG not going to waste any time. They know they're stronger. They're going to force this objective.
Yeah, T1's hanging around the area, but I think they're just going to get a front row seat to the dragon dying. BLG pick up their second neutral objective this game. As a TP, though, about to arrive from T1 deep into enemy territory there with a red buff. Doran's made his way in. Beishwan just blocks the winner's bite there with a clone. Doran's just going to make his way back down to the bottom lane as Owner and Carrier steal away the enemy red buff. So T1 not going to find anybody straggling, maybe making a greedy clear through the jungle off the back into the dragon take. They are set up to get this wave pushed out down here in the bottom lane, but not a whole lot else to gain from it. The Kanik Rookern now fully completed for Doran. This is usually when the Orange starts to feel comfortable in the matchup against the Rumble. You just allow the shield to tank all of the damage as you clear the waves. But Faker now continuing to try to just keep scaling here on the Victor up in the top side as Ben gets ready to push this wave out. He's got Beishwan hanging around at the same time. If Faker steps too far forward, it could be trouble.
Going to get ulted on by Gumayushi. Going to lose a bit of his HP. Knight has the TP available and is on the bot side of the map as BLG continuing with their pressure. Start off this neutral objective. Carrier's in the area, but I really don't think T1 can look to contest this. They're a little too slow, and this objective is dying way too fast.
Yep, not only is that going to be Rift Herald for the side of BLG, but the third neutral objective secures the third and final feat, guaranteeing that BLG has the extra power on those boots as well. So nice extra power for the LPL #2 seed, as that gold lead has shrank a little bit compared to the peak that was once around 2,000 gold, closer now to about 1K. Doran, though, I mean, the Kanik Rookern, you can see the little bit of purple on the very end of the health bar. The anti-combo doesn't fully remove the shield, so as long as he's only dealing with Bin or Knight, Doran feels pretty good. It's when Beishwan or Elk starts hitting him that the Ornn's going to start feeling a little bit more pressure, as it looks like everybody's just going to go back to the farm game for now. We don't have another objective to fight over for another 3 minutes until the next Drake spawns. Otacon just about 60 seconds after that.
Well, with this Herald, BLG have a lot of options. I love seeing the Herald being utilized to open up this mid tower, especially with Guma acting as gatekeeper to help protect this tower. He's doing a really good job of continuing to clear through waves. Victor's wave clear is not going to make it any easier. He's cautiously stepping up on the top side of the map, wary of the fact that he could get collapsed on. Waiting for a little bit more information. On will be spotted. Doran has to respect it. This should give Faker a little bit more confidence in the top lane 1v1.
Carrier gives him a Christmas present over the wall here. BLG knows the T1's not going to get caught out on this one, but the thing that I'm immediately drawn to when I look at the scoreboard, very low leads in a couple different directions here, right? 200 over to Owner, 200 over to Knight. Not even that amount back and forth between Gumayushi and On compared to their counterparts. Almost the entire gold lead, Vedius, is the top lane difference between Bin and Doran. So if I'm looking at T1, I'm looking at, can they find a fight where Bin's not very effective? And if I'm looking at BLG, I'm saying we've got to get value out of our equalizers if we want to make sure we're continuing to win these fights. The Rift Herald is summoned up mid lane, but the tier 1 turret is still almost fully healthy. Herald's gonna chunk about half of it, now about to die. Owner goes in, immediately drops the Crescent Guard as he engages to make sure that BLG can't immediately burst him down. It buys T1 enough time to clear the Herald out of the way and prevent BLG from strong-arming the tier 1 turret. Now Carrier and Gumayushi got to be a little bit careful. Bin's hanging out over the wall. Might be able to drop an equalizer if somebody on T1 gets low. Carrier doing a nice job sidestepping away from that Mystic shot. 75 seconds until the next Drake spawns, and you can see BLG taking control of the bottom side river.
A lot of time was spent hovering around this mid lane. Faker, though, still very hesitant to push out that top wave. He's been left isolated a lot of this game, and you can see that resulting in the XP advantage. Now Doran caught out.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about, though. Doran is only strong against magical damage. Beishwan does a lot of damage with that stick, and Knight, plenty of extra firepower to back it up there and secure the kill. 5-0 now for BLG as they get the pick on Doran. The tier 1 turret still the target for BLG. Owner and Gumayushi still defending it.
Doran's third death of the game. Got caught out just rotating towards the bot side of the map. It means that BLG continue to mount their advantages. A clean scoreline of 5-0. The TP. Oh, a double TP actually. They're trying to collapse onto Knight or Beishwan. I don't think they're really going to get much off the back of this. Owner, though, heavily committing onto Knight.
Yeah, T1 really want to get some kind of a punish here. Knight still trying to get away when becomes Lightning slows him down. Keria misses the winner's bite. Exhaust used to guarantee that Knight can't try to get anything back. Slows him down enough. Shut down over to Faker. 18 minutes and 51 seconds into the game. T1 gets their first kill.
State is a little bit awkward, but they find the pick that they were looking for. Without Knight, it becomes a lot harder for BLG to contest. BLG instead are setting their sights on the mid-tier 1. They want to be able to trade this neutral. They're going to pick it up.
Keria with the Glacial Fissure trying to stop the exit of BLG there, but BLG can get away safely. They don't have to spend any summoner spells doing that. Owner still working on taking this dragon down. And the important thing here, I think, for T1, they got the pick onto Knight at a time where they can then stop further stacking towards a soul from BLG without having to do a big team fight. Ben doesn't seem to care about Kanik Rookern anymore right now either. He's already got a big mask and a little mask, and that Kanik Rookern is not doing enough to defend Doran from it.
Doran also only just ticked over to level 12. There is that 2-level difference between the two top laners.
That might play a little role.
But I love the play from T1 earlier where they find that pick on tonight, and as you rightly said, just alleviating the dragon pressure. We talked about that spike, and Elk and Beishwan hit it a few minutes ago, but it's such a terrifying thing to play against. Double Trinity Force, it's a pretty expensive item, but having it completed, it just gives you so much power. It gives you so much of what champions that run it want. And so with no neutrals on the map to play for, you kind of set your sights on these outer towers, but of course, no outer towers to play for. Now, BLG is the type of team that when they know they're stronger, will say, I don't care what it is, I'll use anything to force a fight against you. And so that means that Ardakan's priority will definitely rise up as BLG, based on what we've seen so far at MSI, like to try and push the advantage.
You know what's stronger than a Trinity Force power spike, Vedius? A Trinity Force power spike with a fully evolved Muramana power spike, which is what
nice.
Elk just ticked over to as he fully stacked the item. This Ezreal is a monster now, as you can see the damage from the True Shot Barrage into Gumayushi. Hits him for about a third of his health just with that spell, and the Mystic shots are going to hurt. Remember, again, finally we're seeing some armor on Doran here with a chain vest, but it's still not going to give him a ton of resistance against the power of this Ezreal.
You can see all this vision control being invested by T1, expecting the Ardakan to be prioritized soon, but Gumayushi hasn't had a chance to go back to base. Is still at about 75% HP, getting a little bit of life back. But on now in a dangerous spot. We'll jump over the wall to safety. Knight gonna try and push in that bot wave. Elk pushing in the mid wave once more. Faker working with Keria to hold good vision control around this Ardakan, making it harder for BLG to start this objective off.
We've got the Void Staff fully completed for Knight now too, and he has his flash up. This is a massive playmaking tool for the side of BLG. Their summoners are all ready, their combat summoners, excuse me, are all ready to go. 2 of the teleports aren't. The only exception is Beishwan's flash is not quite ready. If they want to wait on that and then try to force the Otacon, they would have everything possible at their disposal to use against T1. T1's combat summoners, though, also all prepared right now, except for the flash on Doran. That one's going to come up right about the same time Beishwan's does, as T1 will see if they can continue trying to defend this objective. Both of the potential skill shots there towards On miss their mark, as the BLG support feels confident stepping up, trying to clear away some of the vision. Otacon, though, does hurt, so On doesn't want to hang around here too long, leaves that last hit on the ward for Knight. And it's 2 minutes until our next Drake spawns. 2,500 gold lead for BLG, still having the bonus stat advantage as well from the boots. But one thing that's important to note that makes this gold lead less than you might otherwise think, the flower advantage for T1 is actually really huge. They're at plus 15 flowers, despite the fact that Otacon hasn't been claimed by either side. This gives them a lot of extra adaptive force and makes that 2,500 gold lead feel at least 1,000 less.
BLG for the time being are holding on to the control of this game very well. I like how T1 have been combating back with good vision coverage. Keria working with Faker to push out these waves and then drop what vision they can. Of course, we've been talking a lot about the level advantage that Bin has been able to build, but look at Faker, level 15 to the level 13 of Knight. That 10 fully stacks on the Rod of Ages coming in clutch for him.
Big
See the resets coming through as the second item is now completed for Bin. Dragon in about 55 seconds time. So BLG, rather than utilizing the Otacon to force the issue, will likely look to contest this Dragon. Now T1 have a choice. They could forego contesting this Dragon at all, but if they do get it, they would put themselves on Soul Point and have a lot of agency in this game. Elk though, huge damage onto Carrier.
Carrier's already almost dead, uses the Unbreakable to guarantee the True Shot Barrage. Doesn't have a chance of executing him there, but with Carrier barely able to stay standing, that is BLG's go signal to start up the Otacon. T1 looking to approach, but BLG is ready for him. The Otacon down to 1/3 HP. Keep your eyes on Doran. That could be the big engage, but Knight is waiting over along in the Tri-Barrage. Doran tries to fire back into him. Pressure onto Ben and Doran immediately now as the Otacon's going to be stolen away by Owner. Base one is low. On is already down. Gumayushi with the kill. Knight has to try to run away alongside Ben as Owner kills Basewan too. Elk has to try to get away, and Owner is on the chase. Ben and Knight trying to escape, and T1 work their magic again.
T1 find the fight. It feels like that this game has just been driven by BLG, but after chipping away at the HP of Carrier, why wouldn't they feel confident to start off the Otacon? Why wouldn't they feel good to try and force the fight? I think the biggest problem was that the combo from Knight came down onto Doran, the frontliner, the tank. Oh, BLG though, they're responding.
Yeah, BLG thinking about this. The Unbreakable gonna stop another True Shot Barrage. Elk jumps in. Carrier still low. Ben wants to burn them all up. A little bit more damage isn't there though as Ben gets stunned. T1 continuing their retreat. BLG trying to find anybody as the ace in the hole forces BLG to regroup to protect Knight's health bar. And T1 exfiltrates the hot zone after pulling off the fight.
T1 get everything that they could have wanted. A winning team fight, the Otacon, the Dragon, putting themselves on Soul Point as well. The way in which they've just changed the momentum of this game. And this gold lead is now very deceptive because when you contrast the itemization, things are pretty much dead even across the board. The only real itemization difference sitting on the top lane.
The reason for that, Vedius, it's a plus 1.8, 1.9 thousand lead for BLG. Owner jumps in. On going to be taken down to 1/3 HP now as the equalizer fires back from Ben to guarantee that T1 doesn't want to chase further. Owner at 40% HP. BLG continuing to step away to the side here as T1 pressure forward, looking for the tier 1 turret. Doran being the front line, creating the space for Gumayushi to take the objective. The gold lead for BLG shrinks to 1,500. However, it's 30 flower petals to 3. That is a 2.1 thousand gold lead for T1 in intangible gold. 2,000 minus 1,500 is plus 500 effective gold for T1.
I think that the atomization is just on the right people as well. Guma and Faker have been farming exceptionally well. Faker's got a 2.5 level advantage over Knight. Knight is fishing for a pick, but Owner's there to cover.
Okay, Owner trying to protect, but Owner may just have to give his life for this. Wants to dash back over to Baishuan for safety. Owner will die, and Faker's the next target. Timbers and Baishuan charging forward as On locks up the T1 mid laner, but Faker's getting away for now. Doran with a massive orb ulti over the top, and Knight's over the dead. Baishuan follows. BLG are buried in their hubris as they try and fail again to kill Faker.
If you're going to come at the GOAT, you best not miss, because the consequences of what happens when you do are massive. 3 members of BLG fall after Doran. I mean, he just makes up for all the mistakes he's made in this game. A massive Ornn ultimate connects onto so many members of BLG. It's Owner that gets one shot from the start. This is the damage potential that we've been talking about from the very start of the game, seeing it in action. BLG with 4 members on the top side think they get this collapse, but Doran arrives, and look at this ulti. BLG's getting collapsed on the Brawl multi from Carrier as well. The knocker onto Knight. Faker with the assist on the back line. T1 respond with force and find themselves 3 kills.
What a massive, massive turnaround. Doran showing up when T1 needs him. We think about the entire change in the roster. We think about how controversial it was with T1 swapping out Zeus for Doran. And right there, he's getting himself a couple of points, I would have to think. As BLG thought about starting up the Baron, they think better of it. The gold lead now on the screen, very close between the two. But again, remember, a massive amount of additional stats for T1 through the flower petals. On, trying to make sure that he's got additional information on the backside of the pit here. As T1 are close enough, they don't even have to walk into the river. BLG know they need to get out.
BLG using the Baron to see if they can force T1 to an awkward situation, but T1 maintain their composure. On the flank.
On's looking for it, but he immediately gets counter-engaged. On has to try to get away. Flashing out after using the crash down defensively as well, but a nice engage from Knight. Beishwan's ready to follow it up, and Faker's in danger. Again, though, he survives. Gumayushi with the kill into Beishwan, as Elk just barely survives the ace in the hole. Owner continues the chase, as On's about to die here too. Elk and Bin completely on the run. BLG utterly routed in their attempt at a fight. Bin will be able to teleport to safety alongside Elk. Yes, they won't die, but Vedius, there's 2 dead BLG players, there's 2 in retreat, and now the Baron's on the menu for T1.
Every attempt that is made by BLG is shut down. The idea is so good. Faker isolated in the mid lane. You think that you have the one-shot potential, but it's not quite enough. The Ezreal ultimate from Elk is a nice try, but the Baron will be secured by T1 as they're looking to go to match point here in game 2.
Before that, they're looking to go to Seoul. They just got the Baron, they went back, they reset, they purchased their items, 3,000 gold lead up to 5,000 when you consider the pedal bonus, and now they're moving down towards the river. BLG have made their way up here, so they'll at least have an opportunity to try to fight for this, but they don't have a jungler. There's still 10 seconds before Beishwan is back alive, and T1 have already started the objective. Owner and Gumayushi putting a little bit of DPS in there, but they're DPSing very slowly. BLG trying to walk up, seeing what they might be able to find. They're marking Doran there with the pings, but it's a line of cupcakes from Gumayushi, and it's so difficult to fight through for BLG. The Ocean Dragon is the target. On wants to find some sort of an angle, but all he gets is a face full of bullets. Doran is joined up with the rest of the team, and once again, they're going to go in. This time they find the shutdown on Faker, but it costs Beishwan's life. T1 trying to regroup. They're going to claim the Ocean Soul, but what about the rest of the fight? Doran's down to a corner. Owner jumps in on top of everybody, and Gumayushi's ready to free fire. Knight and On both drop, and there's only 2 still standing for BLG. Elk on the run, Carrier ready to chase. Winner's bite, not quite enough range, and T1 finally, Faker drops, but the cost is far too great. Carrier will get picked off by Elk on the back end of the fight, but T1 is pushing 2 lanes.
BLG execute upon their game plan. The wombo combo looks so good, but at this point it feels like the T1 is just too far ahead. With the soul secured as well, in the extended fight they're able to make magic happen once more. 2 additional towers secured, and BLG find themselves firmly on the back foot. We'll see the engage come through from the MasterCard Priceless moment onto Faker. The combo with the Rumble ultimate, with the Wukong. Faker doesn't get a chance to escape, but the response is swift from Guma. He takes out Beishwan. In the 4 versus 4, it looks like it could go either way as Doran gets lower and lower, but then the ulti from Doran with fantastic patience. He works with Guma to pick them apart, and BLG falls short in the fights once more.
And when Faker died, the Chaos Storm was still raging on top of the Dragon, making it difficult for BLG to try to approach and do anything. Beishwan was the one traded, so there's no chance to smite it away. But even if anyone else wants to try to step up to challenge, the Chaos Storm is still there. T1 now with the soul, with the 4,500 gold lead, with the push here in the top lane. Doran with the call of the Forge God, and it's On, called straight back into the grave yet again. Gumayushi unstoppable. T1 stepping forward behind the Braum, but they've stepped too far. They end up losing 1, but they are not done. A double for Guma, make it a triple. Caitlyn's on the hunt. She's locked and loaded. T1 on the victory march. Inhibitor down in the top lane as it's a 4-man push. Only Carrier died. Knight steps in. He goes for the engage, but he doesn't find anything. T1, they were behind for so long, but when they need to, they clutch it out. They'll take the Nexus turret. Faker steps in. Elk stays alive. The Nexus will not. And T1 go up 2-0.
It is the intangibles that you cannot quantify for T1, regardless of their form. When it comes to international competition, they are a force to be reckoned with. BLG had such a good start to this game, but T1 found the will, they found a way, and they go to match point.
BLG looked better, but it still wasn't enough. Lore, analysts, tell us about it.
The crowd goes wild again as T1 takes us to match point here in this series. And guys, the casters were just saying it. Early advantage for BLG here, but it was not enough for them.
Yeah, I feel like this was like BLG were on a timer, essentially, right? Especially when those Ornn items start coming in, and because T1 got the first Drake, and I actually think that's really, really huge. Like, until this match, BLG had really focused on always getting those first Drakes, really focused on Drake stacking in particular, and I feel like especially in this game that actually really helped out T1. It was a huge part of why they were able to stall this game. And honestly, Isaac, I thought this was going to be way closer. I know you and I both said T1 3-2. It's now looking like a T1 3-0.
I mean, that's what I said after the first game, though. Just the way that T1 came out and we're playing, I feel like when T1 looks like this, no one can beat them. It's just something about it when they are working together on the same page like this. You talked about it, and I know you're going to have a telestrator to break it down.
All right.
But it's just one of these things where when you're playing these scaling comps and you get the early dragons, that buys you the time to scale. And T1 felt like they were not being pressured enough by BLG.
Emily, show us what they had.
So I do want to point out, right, we're tied in Drakes up here. Next Drake spawns in 48 seconds, and we have T1 kind of getting pushed back here. You note that Doran is dead, right? He actually died about right here in the top side jungle. So as we play this out, BLG really see a point where they can push. We have been pushing down this bot lane. We have Elk trying to get some damage on that tier 1 there, and they're able to push in. This looks like they'd be able to set up for Drake, right? As you'd think. But no, Bin actually ends up TPing topside to collect that wave, and that ends up resetting the map for T1, and they immediately recognize that they can now end up coming in and collapsing on tonight, because as I just pointed out, Bin no longer has TP, so he cannot come down and join any sort of Drake fight here. As we play this out, Knight's gonna end up dying on the back half of this, and this is going to give T1 Drake. So despite the fact that BLG do actually end up taking all 3 turrets because they knocked down that mid one, this gives T1 second Drake, and that's absolutely massive in terms of stalling this game so the Ornn can come through, so all of their champions can scale, and then we saw it in the team fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's just beautiful map play. Faker is pushing out topside, so you feel like you have to respond to that. You don't want to give the Victor free gold, so he TPs top, and then immediately it's the double TP. It's not even just Faker TPing down a bot to help make that play. Keria had spellbooked over to TP. All of a sudden, you're getting overloaded on one side of the map. It's T1 really making it beautiful, and then it comes down to this Otacon fight. I think BLG felt that the game was slipping away from them, felt that they needed to force their advantage before they had too much scaling. And when Owner gets the Otacon on the smite, it is heartbreak for BLG. T1 becoming too tanky, too tough to knock down. I mean, we saw it even in some of those final engages where Knight gets in on Faker and they land the full combo. At that point, he's a fully stacked Roa. He has the shield from his Q. He has the Bloodletters. He has so much HP that they couldn't even burst him down, let alone when Keria and the rest of the team were there to peel and create so much space for their carries.
And even earlier than this, you saw T1 just be able to recognize when they could fight and when they had to seed objectives or seed pressure on the map. And I think that's one of the hallmarks that has remained on this team in terms of their map play, is the ability to recognize, okay, we don't need to fight this rumble that's significantly ahead, right? We don't need to fight now. We can give up certain things. And another thing we have to point out, this signature pick for Gumayushi on the Caitlyn.
I mean, he has been incredible on the Caitlyn, and it's kind of reminding me of the El Yoya quote that we had when they played against BLG, where he was talking about how it's really hard to kind of play almost like nameplates off against these teams. I feel like BLG is having that effect against T1, where they are kind of lacking some of that killer instinct when they had advantages. I think that was one of the things that really blew me away from them throughout the tournament, is that when they created a gold lead, they were first to every single objective. They were taxing your resources. They're saying, no, you get no time to scale. You will fight us right now or you'll fall too far behind. And in this game, it was not the same BLG in that way. They felt a little bit more hesitant to fight. They felt like they were more responsive to what T1 was doing, even though they were the ones ahead. And I feel like that is a little bit of the Faker effect. That is a little bit of the T1 effect, where it's hard to turn those nameplates off and try to pretend that you're just playing just another guy.
And I want to come back to what Bin told me when we had this first interview at the beginning of the tournament. The fact that their biggest enemy is themselves. And I am wondering, have they been challenged enough in the previous series that they had? Because it really looks like it is the first big challenge that BLG is having here. I'm just wondering, what do they need to throw? What do they need to do to come back and actually bring us a series? Because so far, I haven't seen such a one-sided series since G2 yesterday. So let's
no. I mean, I big agree with Ben still, right? I said it during that interview. Their biggest challenge is themselves. Like, we saw them really fall apart after one mistake in the top lane in game one. We see them kind of fail to be able to engage. Part of that is just T1's incredible map play, but part of that also is being unable to recognize these windows, like you said, Isaac, to really make their advantages matter early.
Exactly. I just say nameplates off, play exactly to your win conditions. If you're an early game comp, full send it, no fear. You have to go right at T1 because T1 are playing exactly the way that they need to play.
T1, they have the world champion title. They have the advantage in game. They have the crowd support here in Vancouver. So we're going to take a short break here and we'll be back in a couple of minutes to see if BLG can bounce back or if T1 can close it out.
Get summer ready at Verizon. All new and existing customers get iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. Yep, iPhone 16 Pro on us. Only with Verizon.
wants to find some sort of an angle, but all he gets is a face full of bullets. Doran has joined up with the rest of the team, and once again, they're going to go in. This time, they find the shutdown on Faker, but it costs Beishuan's life. T1 trying to regroup. They're going to claim the Ocean Soul, but what about the rest of the fight? Doran's down to a corner. Owner jumps in on top of everybody. And Gumayushi's winning a free fire. 9 and on, both drop, and there's only 2 still standing for BLG. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to lovely Vancouver, Canada, here at MSI 2025. We are in the middle of a World Finals best-of-5 rematch between BLG and T1. Now, Game 1, Vedius, Game 1 was a stomp for T1. Game 2 looked like BLG had figured things out, and they were locked in until T1 roared the life in that bottom side river fight near that dragon and immediately slammed the brakes on the BLG war machine. Now they're up 2-0.
I will say that what we saw while the game was happening was Faker just quietly continuing to farm in a side lane. You know, in that final fight, he was level 18 to 14 of Knight. Gumayushi continuing to ramp up, and Doran finding some fantastic on engages. The wombo combo that we were waiting for from BLG, it just felt like T1 was adamant to not give it to them. And then when they did finally find it, the gold gap was just too much. It wasn't enough damage anymore, and they'd effectively been outscaled. So BLG, regardless of the pressure that they seem to be putting onto T1, it feels like that this team is just not caving under it whatsoever.
And we're still in the upper bracket. Obviously, losing here doesn't mean elimination. But for BLG, after coming so close at the World Final against T1, after having that chip on your shoulder this entire time, getting the chance for a rematch, you don't want it to end with a 3-0. You want to bounce back. The first 2 games have gone the way of T1. BLG electing to stay on the blue side here for game number 3, as they'll continue to ban out the Azir and the Twisted Fate. They're also going to ban out the Nocturne, keeping that one away from Owner. Over on the other side, T1 still wants nothing to do with Ben's Gwen. They're also going to remove that Misfortune. You talked about it in previous drafts, how BLG likes to draft these big team fighters. They don't want to give Elk the opportunity. Aurora, the last ban for T1 here.
Vi is now open, Flowers. It's something that was banned away by T1 on the red side. With Poppy gone, it rises a lot in value. And without hesitation, BLG is hovering the pick. The question is, what are they going to look to pair it alongside? Perhaps Knight's all-time famous Ahri. We've been seeing the priority on the champion decline over time, but with so many prominent mid laners taken out of the pool, it could very much return to being a priority for Knight specifically. Now T1, how do they want to respond? We've been seeing them prioritize Faker's champion a lot. First game it was the Orianna, second it was the Victor, but this time it will be Gumayushi's Varus. World famous champion for him specifically, and he's going to be able to lock that one in, and they have pick of the litter with how they want to match up into the Vi.
And we remember last game, the Varus was banned out by T1. They didn't want to allow BLG to have that power pick on B1, but I feel like this time they're saying, oh, the Vi's open. You probably really want the Vi. They leave the Varus open. They end up getting it for themselves. The Skarner next to it for Owner to have that front line, have that big, powerful meatball there to lead the way. And how does BLG want to respond to it? What is going to be the answer to the power pick in the bot lane here? Or do you even want to bother with the bot lane right now? Instead, they'll lock in Ambessa for Ben.
They might need to grab the Kai'Sa now. Oh, there's the Ahri.
Okay, that's, of course, that's what we needed to see. Knight's famous Ahri, picking that one up. Huge, huge pairing with the Vi. This is one of those just go-to duos in League. Zyra Khan's in the lore. Vi and Ahri are in pro play. This is the duo that gets so much done.
But it's also Knight's Ahri. It's a champion that he's had so much success on throughout his career. It's a champion that I mean, you only have to go back a year to think about that this used to be a perma ban against him specifically because of how good he was on the champion. Still a monster when he gets his hands on the pick, and mid lane has kind of been left to the wayside, so BLG can continue to pinch that pool, try and put some pressure onto Faker, as it was the Renekton that was locked in for Doran to match up against the Ambessa. A pretty good matchup in the early game. He can definitely build some leads, and will also act as an effective dive buddy alongside the Skarner.
So we've got top laners for both sides, we've got junglers for both sides. I want to see what this second half of bans looks like here. The Silas banned out by BLG. Faker played this a lot in that last World Finals best of 5 against BLG. They don't want to allow him to have the opportunity to do it here on match point, while T1 instead going to focus those additional dive buddies, those additional engage mechanisms on the support role for On. They'll ban out his Rakan, they'll ban out his Nautilus, and try to reduce the amount of extra go buttons that BLG can use.
I do wonder if they will consider a first pick Alistar even. Of course, there's always the Karma still available for On to try and bully out on that matchup. But, ooh, the Tahm Kench as well, going to be taken away. It's very interesting. Yeah, the hook potential champions in the Tahm Kench. You can see where BLG's head is at, a potential protection for the Varus, especially with how much dive is coming through on the side of BLG. What support is T1 looking at? Do they feel like they need a little bit more engaged? Do they even want to lock in their support? They've been saving it relatively late into the draft. No, it does look like that initial expectation that Alistar that we were talking about is going to come through. You take that away from On, one of his best champions. Pairs up quite nicely with the Varus because the Varus provides the lane pressure where Alistar can sometimes fall short just because he doesn't provide a huge amount in those early levels. And BLG, now what do you even pick into it? With the AD carry pool kind of limited in terms of good matchups into the Varus, the Xayah, of course, races in priority. You go back to the bans, you can see the Rakan taken away. It does lean you towards that Leona potentially coming through for On if they still want that engage, which I do think they need as potential follow-up.
Okay, Xayah is locked in here, so the defensive option. Xayah, of course, one of the biggest weaknesses of this champion is range. It can be difficult for her to try to get in range of these longer possible artillery type champions. If Varus can hit a lot of piercing arrows, particularly with lethality builds, can be a real nightmare for that Xayah. And it looks like our last pick here will be the support Gragas for On.
Good matchup into the Alistar can create a lot of disruption, provide a bit of peel, but can also potentially open an avenue for your dive to gain access onto the backline. Oh, your Renekton is flying at me. What if I throw a barrel behind him, send him over the other way, and then I can quickly set my sights on that Varus? Like the idea, we'll see how things pan out. The last pick is going to come through, and it's none other than Faker's Rise. Again, we go back to that CFO series. Faker was the weak point in that matchup. Hongq really got the better of him, and he wasn't performing in the way that we expect him to. Game 5, he was able to bounce back, but so far in this series, he has been a monster. His Game 1 Orianna dominance. In Game 2, it felt like that his Victor was unkillable, dishing out massive damage in the fights. Now on Game 3, he's going to be looking to try and attack these side lanes a little bit more, looking to push in through mid, move towards his side laners, set them up for success, or maybe even provide some split pushing options for his team later into the game.
So let's look at this from the perspective of BLG. BLG are the ones whose backs are against the wall. They must win now. What is the recipe for success now that we see both drafts?
They want to play through mid aggressively. Okay. Set up Knight for success. Vi is such an effective champion at working with the Ahri, specifically around their level 6. Get the flash out from Rise early, get On roaming out onto the map and trying to put pressure on Faker, and then when this Rise is put behind, then you unlock this Ahri on the map to start making plays throughout the rest of the map.
All right, let's do it. Loading into the Rift for the third time today. T1 up 2-0 in this series. Remember that the winner here has a date with Gen G in the upper bracket after. It's gonna be a big one. Can BLG bounce back and show that they've got what it takes, or will T1 run this series over 3-0? BLG has a larger grouping top side than in previous games in this series. On just going to use his body slam over the wall there. The mobility on the Gragas can get you deeper into enemy lines than you otherwise might expect someone to be. T1 going to go for a counter invade, but they are on top of an early ward from BLG.
Immediate response from T1 to get that very deep vision onto BLG's bot side jungle. BLG going to path back this way. Faker, he's going to spot them out.
Faker walks right into the brush. Knight with the level 1 charm finds that on Faker as Keria goes for the headbutt to knock out away. But now On continuing to put the pressure on. Faker's under pressure from the Ignite. He's healing up, but the first blood goes over to BLG's mid laner.
Knight has to commit his flash, realizing that On's Ignite is the one that's likely to finish that one off. But he ends up getting that first blood. Great start for BLG, getting that punish. And now the trade in the bot lane. Guma, he expends the barrier. BLG already off to the races here in Game 3.
Yeah, this is a very nice start for BLG. The non-flash summoner spell down for both On and Keria here in the bottom lane. Guma also using that barrier like you pointed out, so it's +1 summoner spell in the bot lane 2v2. The advantage for BLG on top of the additional damage that they got onto Gumayusi, and Faker dying there before the minions even spawn. He's already had to use his teleport to get back to lane and make sure that he doesn't miss EXP. So that typical handshake of mid laners trying to scale towards level 5, level 6, make their first recall to buy a component item and then return will not be there.
I mean, the good news for Faker is the Knight started with the charm, which means that in terms of the very early mid-wave push, it's going to be entirely in Faker's control. You can see that getting that push, they also have that early ward that they invested onto the Raptors to spot out where Beishuan was starting in the early game. The trade's going to come through. Bit of a trade back from On, going to proc the aftershock. So even though the barrier was expended, Gumayusi leveraging the strength of the Varus to bully out Elk and On in the early laning phase. Knight finds himself underneath his tower in the early game, kind of as we expected by starting with that E. So Faker's been able to build a little bit of a CS advantage in the 1v1.
Another big difference in this game that was also present in the last game. On continuing to play with combat keystones, the aftershock that he played on the Rel in Game 2. He is also playing on the Gragas here in Game 3. Meanwhile, Keria, once again, taking the Summoner's Spellbook. You already mentioned in draft, the Alistar typically doesn't have as much lane presence as many other supports do. So instead, he's saying, all right, we're just going to rely on Varus, keep the range, keep the push, and he's going to use the Spellbook to scale through the game, have more of those options to try to catch BLG off guard.
It's a very fast swap towards the top side of the map coming through from Elk. A lot of farm and experience is going to be lost. The wave state also isn't ideal. It's not like he's catching a wave that was pushed underneath the tower. So he's about half a level now behind Gumayusi. He lost a wave and a half in terms of farm. Faker maintaining control over the mid wave. His owner hovering around. No flash, remember, on Knight.
Doran, ruthless predator. I mean, maybe if Doran just gets really crazy, but right now he's happy to just ward the brush. Elk steps up, finds a couple of feathers there, but Doran's still just fine as Gumayusi and Keria have now made their way up here for the response swap. Keria using the minion to gain a little bit of extra distance with a headbutt, wants to pulverize. Doesn't find a whole lot else, but Elk loses a bunch of health to the piercing arrow of Gumayusi, even though they don't get the full lockdown. And now, yeah, Elk going for a recall. This Xayah feels pretty far behind.
This is very bad for Elk. Like, he's been denied so much farm. The wave was pushing towards T1's tower. The good news that this wave should slow push back towards that top tower, but they don't find a successful swap in the sense of getting out of this 2 versus 2. On now in a lot of danger.
Uh-oh. Keria's gonna stand in the way of it. Immediately flash, pulverize, headbutt to knock the big man back. Now with owner showing up, there's no way out for On, and Gumayusi puts an arrow straight through him.
A clean play from Keria. The flash in front to give On no window of escape. Oh, this is disaster for Elk. Owner's hovering around. The threat of a dive is real. He recognizes that he's in serious danger. Beishuan has to get over here quickly. He desperately needs this farm.
Beishuan coming around from the side. It is a 1-level advantage for the Vi, but that's not going to matter. Elk gets slammed into the wall. Could have a 3v3 here. Faker thinking about rotating over. There is a Realm Warp available for the Rise. TP coming in now for BLG. They want to try to make a punish here against T1. Gumayusi and Keria using the heal from the Alistar for the extra move speed to make their disengage. Faker also walking up, not needing to use the Realm Warp just yet. Beishuan continuing the chase, but there's no ulti, no cease and desist for the Vi as Knight has the Spirit Rush. Faker's gonna be caught out. Nice play from BLG, and Faker's taken down.
Faker comes from mid to assist with T1's escape, but he finds himself isolated in the river, and BLG doesn't waste any time punishing that. A much needed kill to alleviate some of this pressure that was coming down onto the top side. Elk, though, still finds himself in a very difficult position, a full level behind Gumayusi, and he's down about 2 waves.
Yeah, and look at how big the wave is, Vettis. It's bouncing straight towards Gumayusi and Carrier. Elk Zaya is going to have some work to do to catch back up. But Knight, on his famous Ahri, off to a 1-0-1 start, off to a gold lead against Faker. In both of these past couple of games, BLG has tried to find the plays, tried to find the kills onto the T1 mid laner, and they've just come up short time and time again. If Knight can get fed, if Knight can be the one behind the wheel, they just might find what they're looking for.
I mean, they're in a great position because Beichuan about to take over to level 6. That mid laner has no flash. Knight, when he gets his ultimate back up, that is where I want to see these plays being made. Either threatening a play onto Faker, or at the very least getting that mid push and threatening a dive on the side lane. BLG need to find a way to help get Elk back into this game because, I mean, he's in a very awkward spot right now.
Yes.
The circumstances in the early laning phase have put him in an awkward position. Doran, though, meanwhile, on the top lane is kind of doing what they do, as they have done throughout this series, just kind of farming back and forth. Doran has built up a bit of a lead, kind of as we would expect in this matchup. Renekton having the advantage in the 1 versus 1. Knight, with the Lost Chapter already completed, is kind of an Ahri's dream. Getting that first item as quickly as you can really just helps with your wave clear. Really nice mana. On and Elk find themselves in a 2 versus 1 here. Guma has to respect this.
Yep, trying to get the distance and does successfully get away before On can find the range that he would need to try to make any sort of a move here. And now the teleport from Carrier. There's the use of that Summoner Spellbook like I mentioned earlier, just having the versatility of all the different options. 2-1 for BLG. Dead even game considering the extra disadvantages for Elk based on those minion waves like we were talking about earlier. As we'll see, no early objectives just yet. Owner now going to start up the Void Grubs. The first dragon wasn't taken before these, and T1 going to go ahead and get ready to go. Now Faker looks like he's taking a recall now, but he has his teleport ready to join up here in the fight. First grub already over to T1, and it looks like BLG is going to call it off.
BLG
they don't want this.
They would have loved to have fought it, but their AD carry is in no position to fight. Gumayusi being level 6, has that ulti available. That alone could be a difference maker, but without the additional damage of their AD carry, in a 3 versus 3, they would consider taking it. But as you recognized, Faker TP's back into the Grub pit. They generate a 4 versus 3 numbers advantage. And so T1 secure the Grubs. Now they can swap their top side back towards bot and start playing towards the Dragon if they want. Knight takes a chunk of damage from Faker, zoning him from the wave. But here we go.
Baseline goes in. There's your cease and desist. Knight needs a little more damage. Faker's Realm Warp gets him away to Owner. And Faker survives. Now in the bottom lane, Doran with the Dominus trying to put the pressure onto Bin. Public Execution is still ready. The Ambessa defending himself underneath the turret. Doran charging up that Fury Bar, though. Finds the Empowered Call the Meek for a little bit of extra damage. But remember, once Ambessa unlocks her ultimate, she has the passive vamp on everything. It's much harder to wear him down over time.
A scary situation for Faker to find himself in. This is the play that we were talking about from the draft. This is what I wanted to see BLG doing to get a foothold in this game. They made the play happen, but they don't actually have enough damage to get the kill down onto Faker. The Dragon now going to be secured by T1 as well. The objectives are going the way of T1. And it feels like that slowly but surely BLG is losing more and more control over this game 3.
Still very, very close in terms of the gold overall. And one thing that I'm looking at throughout this game, Vedius, is the fact that that level 1 kill onto Faker, yes, it didn't end up making a whole big difference in terms of snowballing a massive gold lead, but the big thing it does is desync mid lane teleports, and they're still desynced. We talked about how Faker could join up in the Grub fight earlier because he had the TP. Well, he's still got about half a cooldown left on that summoner spell. Knight, his teleport is ready to go, and what I want to see is if BLG can use that TP advantage to find the opportunity to make a big move somewhere.
Very difficult, but definitely an option for them. Faker working with Carrier and Owner once again to control the vision, something we've been seeing them do very well throughout this series. Beishuan on the top side, so again, T1 just playing with numbers advantage very well, making it difficult for BLG to contest them or approach. Carrier playing with nothing but confidence. He's going to drop another ward, put some extra pressure down on them tonight, but the bot lane will return to that. Ooh, ulti.
Yeah, there's your Public Execution from Bin, but honestly, it doesn't turn into a whole lot, at least at the start. Bin gets some good extra damage on the back end of the trade there.
Okay, he was, oh yeah, he's sitting in the fog of war. He's hovering around the top side of the map.
Doran does have, however, the Dominus ready to go again. Owner's about to show up too. And as soon as Doran's posturing aggressively like that, just clearing out the wave, BLG knows something's got to be going on here. The wave gets cleared out, Beishwan and Ben back away, and T1 maintains the safety of their top laner.
A wise disengage for the BLG top jungle duo. That Dominus would have done some serious damage. In the 2v1, there's a good chance they can make that play work, but 2v2 would have ended in disaster. For now, the gold largely remains evil, levels being secured as we get closer to the second dragon of the game. Both teams prioritizing getting what farm they can.
There's something poetic about Knight playing the Faker Ahri skin
as well.
into Faker himself.
The Hall of Legends skin itself.
It's a feeling
the man that never wears a skin.
It's a feeling that most players will never experience, but that's where we're at here. Is on just tries to get a quick snappy trade there on Decaria, but it doesn't amount into a whole lot. Headbutt Pulv trying to turn things around, but now Doran and Caria in a little bit of trouble. Cease and desist there onto the Gator. Knocked right back with the explosive cast. Doran tries to find the Ruthless Predator, but there's nothing there. Feet of Warfare claimed by Knight and BLG.
You wanted to see them use the Knight TP aggressively, and they do. I will say it's a bit, ulti.
Okay. Elk's fine?
Yeah, he is, but I think it was overkill. I will be honest. Like, don't get me wrong, funneling resources into Knight, great idea. But you've just left Faker isolated in the bot lane. He's just chipping away at those tower plates. He got 2 off the back of that. He's continuing to get another wave. Bin had no TP to go and respond of his own, which meant that, yeah, the actual gold swing doesn't shift that much. The only real good news is that Knight gets a couple stacks on his Dark Seal.
Exactly. He's working towards turning the ring into a book, and that might be the difference maker that they need. Knight does complete his Malignance here early on. This item can be very powerful with champions that get the chance to proc it multiple times with the ulti, like Ahri does. Gives you a ton of extra cooldown, too, to make sure those Spirit Rushes are always available, and that could be the big playmaking tool that BLG needs to get their first win in this series, to take us to a Game 4, and to keep the fight going against T1. 75 seconds until both the Dragon and the Herald spawn. They're desynced by literally 1 second, which I think, Vedius, always creates an interesting map state as teams have to decide, do you want to handshake this? Do you want to try to dissuade them while also half-heartedly going for the other objective yourself? It's always an interesting dance.
Certainly is. And we think about TPs once again, it's T1's turn with the TP advantage. Because Knight committed that to be on the top side of the map, he is in a position to contest the Herald, but I think it makes it much harder for BLG to contest the Dragon. Ona and Beishwan both hovering on the top side of the map. Wave gets pushed in underneath the tower that Faker has to go and get. BLG, though, looking for a quick reset. We'll see what their sights become. Okay, all right, Carrier. He's like, this is my ward on, and you are forbidden from touching it.
It's even, insult to injury is knocking him over the terrain, so if you want to get back to the wards, you've got to walk the walk of shame back to the ward. As Doran versus Bin, once again, the fight breaks out. Both of these guys are seemingly way too happy to commit their ultis to these fights, but this one ends up being good. They've got the opportunity to take the tier 1 turret. That's going to be the feat of turret for T1, and that's going to be one step closer. All they need is one neutral objective now. They'll have the extra boots too, and that neutral objective spawned right beside him here in the bot side river. Second Drake of the game is live. They already got the first one. If they get this, they'll be on a nice road to stacking towards the soul. They also got the 3 Void Grubs. It's every neutral in the game going the way of T1.
Certainly is. Knight stuck on the top side of the map, which means that they are not in a position to contest this objective. A Herald will still do BLG nicely. They can drop it into the mid lane to help them secure that tower, especially with Gumayushi acting as the gatekeeper once again. We often see him in this position. Ulti gets thrown out, won't connect onto Beishwan. But ultimately, T1 feel like that even though they are behind in gold, they're in a good position. 2 dragons to their name, the feats of warfare. They've secured the first tower of the game as well on the bot side of the map. And by the way, that was a clean movement. Guma getting that push in mid. He's had it all game long against Elk. And then that fight over that ward, escorting Guma from the mid lane to the bot lane. They caught that wave in bot, and then they secured the objective as well. Oh, top side.
Once again, they're looking to put the work in on Faker and BLG. Knight is eating so good in this one. 3-0-1 on the Ahri, 0-3-0 for Faker's Rise. A 1,500 gold lead for BLG. And while T1 was making their play in the bottom side, you already touched on it. Beishwan secured the Rift Herald, so that means BLG have the opportunity to extend the gold lead even further. Now Knight could have a bit of a problem. He's already used the Spirit Rush, and now he's got to try to escape from Doran and Owner, but his flash was already spent, and Owner's ready to chase. That's a kill going over to T1 as Carry and Gumayushi are up against the remainder of BLG. Bin trying to distract Doran and Owner, as now Carry is ready to jump right back into the fight. It's Faker trying to join up with the TP. He's arrived, and the cask flies out to buy some time, but it won't buy enough. Elk with a nice root there on the blade caller, but he gets pulled back. A double impale from Owner, and BLG are shattered.
Just like that, T1 flipped the game on its head once more. The momentum going so much in the favor of BLG. Knight is getting so strong, but he stays for a wave too many. T1 collapse onto him, they get a big shutdown. BLG, though, desperate for something else, think that they've caught out Carrier. Maybe they can even get a play onto Guma. He's safely over the wall, Carrier acting as a bodyguard, and then they forget that TP is available for Faker. The man arrives, T1 are poised to collect these kills, and as desperately as Elk tries to escape, Faker and Owner make the magic happen. Kill after kill after kill. They take out...
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I couldn't have said it better myself. 5 kills to 4. T1 now lead with the gold.
Beautiful sequence there from T1. BLG trying to make their play, but Knight getting caught at the very start. That was your 3-kill Ahri, dying to kick off the fight. Now Doran versus Bin once again. Doran popping the dominance to clear out the wave. BLG was trying to overload to go for a dive here. T1 brings up reinforcements. Doran clears the wave out in time that BLG can't act before those reinforcements arrive, and that means BLG back away. They're going to get a consolation prize of a red buff, but what's that, Vedius? Down there in the bot lane, we got a long-range problem as Faker's applying pressure onto the tier 2. He will demand a response from Knight there with the teleport to go answer that, but that's once again the most fed player on BLG being drawn away from the battlefield. Owner continues chasing forward. Gumayushi's going to pick up a Scuttle Crab. T1 maintains control over the topside river.
BLG gets sucked into the action. We've been seeing it throughout the series, and they're looking for more.
Okay, Carrier might be the target here for the BLG engage. Finds a nice 3-man pulverize. Drops the unbreakable will, but they'll break him anyway. They just want to give the money over to Elk, bring him back into the game. Gumayushi not back. Beautiful play from On. Shut down for Knight. Owner with another double impale as Ben has to flash away from the turret. BLG don't lose a man, and they find 2 critical picks.
These are the type of plays we need to be seeing from BLG. Pick after pick. Getting more control on the map, converting these picks into objectives as well. The mid tower has been secured. BLG showing us that there's still very much life left in them. I thought that they'd be in a bit of danger, but when you look at the map state, T1 is playing on 3 lanes. Guma throws out the ultimate to try and help his support, but there's little he can do. Knight has already collapsed. Guma doing his best to sidestep, but he doesn't have any summoners. Then On with a fantastic ulti, sets up for the shutdown on tonight. And then Owner's forced to retreat. T1 lose a few members, they lose that mid-tier 1, and BLG fight back here in game 3.
T1 still with a 2-0 Drake lead, however, and 10 seconds until the 3rd Drake of the game spawns. BLG do not want to give this one away for free, as T1 try to hit him with a couple of skill shots on the way through. Ward over the wall from BLG, going to see the Drake get pulled. T1 do not want to allow it to just sit in the pit, and Beishwan is ready to try to challenge here in the Smite fight. Bin looking for the angle on the side, but Doran's ready to block him. Ward's trying to keep an eye here with the Dragon as On tries to throw a barrel out. T1 still with control over the objective, but Beishwan is in range. We could get a Smite fight. It's going to be secured by Carrier, and now the engage coming out from BLG. Doran's over the wall. He slices. He's ready to dice. T1 staying alive for now, but Doran's going to be killed here at the very start. Bin, the only one caught inside the impale, and BLG's running the fight. Carrier's going to die next. He tries to get away. He flashes into the Realm Morph to survive. And now Faker, the next target. BLG are finally going to get him. Ben going for another. And Carrier barely hobbles away. BLG may have lost the Drake, but they absolutely smashed the fight.
A massive team fight win for BLG. Elk reacts beautifully to the flank from Doran, and they turn their attention to the dangerous Crocodile on the top side. Keep your eyes on the left flank. Doran eyes up the AD carry. He has vision on him, but they're aware of that collapse. As Knight attacks one flank and the engage comes through onto On, all of BLG turn their attention onto Doran. Knight comes back to the back line. They charm him up, they take him down, and there's more action back to live.
BLG looking to force down the Otacon, trying to fight their way back into the game. They secure the objective, but the fight afterwards is ready to rage. Faker with a Ruined Prison onto Bin, but Doran might drop. They peel off Bin and save the Croc. Owner looking for an approach here off to the side. Yes, T1 get back a kill, but that's a massive swing over to BLG. They've got a plus a 1,000 real gold lead, but then look at the Flowers, 29 to 6. Plus 23 Flowers is about a 2,000 gold lead in that stat for BLG. Carey is looking to go in and make the dive, and On's going to be caught by the Ishtal impact. Faker flashing back, making sure he doesn't die. Elk and Knight trying to continue providing covering fire and keeping themselves alive. T1 get another kill and have to back away.
T1 can't keep getting away with this. They just keep getting pick after pick. I admire BLG's resilience, because even if they find themselves a bit behind, they just keep forcing the fight. Objective after objective. They do not concede these without a fight. And they're turning things in their favor. You're right, Flowers. T1 finds themselves at soul point, but that Otacon will alleviate a lot of pressure. It will give them much needed stats and put BLG in a much better position as we get closer and closer to that soul fight. Knight at the precipice of completing that death cap will give him so much damage, and we said at the beginning of this game that he needed to step up. Beishwan very low.
Yeah, Beishwan caught up by the Ruined Prison there, wants to vault break his way away, but the Realm Warp's ready to catch him out. Knight immediately there to back up his jungler, and Beishwan at 8 HP walks away.
He face checks into Faker, and Faker ambitiously chases after his target, but he will not secure the kill. And Beishwan gets away. Bin looking to secure that top tower, getting a bit more of a gold injection for his team.
And he will smash that tower before Doran can show up, try to stop him. Let's take another look at how close this was.
Beishwan getting run down by Faker, the Sundered Sky, giving Beishwan a bit of extra HP. Knight, though, sitting there in the fog of war, connects the charm, the ultimate acting as an escape tool, and then he flashes away to safety. Ooh-hoo-hoo! The Flux coming dangerously close to securing that kill.
Two. Producers
but
have told me
as we say in the
two.
business, not even close.
Not even close. 2 HP, too many. That's what the deal is for Beishwan. All calculated all the time. He gets away from it. And now, the biggest gold differences in this game. Knight ahead over 2,000 versus Faker. He just purchased his Rabadon's death cap. This Ahri could decimate a fight if he gets the chance to play it his way.
Once he gets that level 16 as well, that ultimate is going to be on such a low cooldown. He's been fishing for flanks in every single fight. The target selection will be extremely important. Elk has also slowly found his way back into the game. Of course, he's still very far behind Gumayushi, but the experience, dead even. He's still at 2 completed items. This is getting into a scary situation for T1. Can they find the fights that they've continued to find throughout this series? Or will BLG bring us to a game 4? You can feel the fierceness in BLG's play. Knight is in a position to carry, and he's the player that we will continue to keep our eyes on. 30 seconds until the dragon spawns.
Elk critically also now with 2 fully completed items. He's got the Essence Reaver. He's got his Navori, Quick Blades. Over on the other side though, Guma with the Muramana, with the Edge of Night, with the Ghost Blade. 3 powerful items for the Lethality Varus. 10 seconds until the Mountain Soul for T1 spawns, but it's BLG with the combat stat advantage, with the slight gold lead, with control over the bot side river, as T1 grouped up They're going for a Realm Warp. They want to just go after the Baron. They're going to try to start this up and maybe burst it down. They demand a response from BLG instead. They don't want to walk into BLG. They're going to make BLG walk into them. The Baron's already down to half HP, but BLG has arrived. What is the call from T1? They're going to disengage it, it looks like, but they're still staying aggroed onto the Baron. It's down to 4K, 3K on a Knight trying to step up. The Baron is claimed by T1. Bins into the back line, but now he's in danger. Owner looking to control the rest of the fight. T1's already found the first kill. Beishuan's here on the front line, but a massive knockup from Carrier. On is down. T1 murdering BLG. Elk, the next to fall. Knight is the only one left, but the kingdom is burning.
BLG try their best to respond to the Baron. They cannot find the angle, and the crowd simply erupts as T1, for the third time in a row, will find the monstrous fight, will find the Baron, and are looking to close this series out.
A brilliant gambit from T1. They know that BLG owns the bottom side river. They know it's dangerous to check, so they just don't. They make BLG answer them instead. They win the fight, they earn the Baron, they secure the soul.
What's crazy about this is T1's Baron wasn't even that fast. They have a lethality Varus, and it gives so much time for BLG to actually respond, but they just cannot find an angle. We look back at this MasterCard priceless moment, and we see in this window a lot of damage is done to Doran. Bin goes in onto the backline, but there's no follow-up because BLG's focus is divided. 3 members set their sights on the Baron while Bin goes in alone onto the backside. They don't play the fight slow. Then watch Carrier. He gets the 2-man knockup onto Knight specifically. So much damage is dealt to him, and T1 just turned this into pick after pick after pick. Elk has nothing left. Even with the flash, there's nowhere for him to go. And T1 decimate the fight.
Really, really well done there. Owners Impale also locking up Beishuan so that the Vi can't jump in with the Mbessa. There's no two-pronged threat. And T1 now with the Baron pushing up. That last sequence also earned Owner his 1,000th assist at international tournaments for his career, as T1 now gonna get collapsed on, potentially. Bin with the TP wants the angle, but Owner's already found the pull. Beishuan's down, and T1's bringing in the backup. A nice blade collar from Elk, but is it enough? Doran pops the Dominus, and Elk's feathers fly. Carrier and Gumayushi putting more damage into Knight, as Carrier might just die. The point-blank piercing arrow finds a little, but Gumayushi has to flash away. Elk with another kill! Beautifully done alongside Knight. Faker dominating with the kill on Bin. It's a 2-for-2 trade.
T1 overstep on the bot side, and they give an angle for Knight to find the outplay. Working with Elk, they do massive damage, and they pick apart the bot lane. The Baron losing some value. Of course, still a massive Red Bull Baron power play, but Knight holds the line for now.
Big stop there from BLG. It looked like T1 was looking to maybe end the game, but watch Elk and watch Knight.
The fight is on 2 fronts. The TP comes in on the one side. Faker turns his attention onto that, whereas the moment that the engage comes through from Beishuan, he gets shut down. Bin gets isolated as Owner and Faker turn their attention onto him. But now this is too deep. A really good barrel comes through from On. The feathers do in fact fly, do massive damage onto Doran, and Carrier is low as well. Knight sees that as his opportunity to pick up a single pick. Then he converts it with the charm, and then the flash forward from Elk means that they secure another kill. A shutdown comes through. And it's BLG that fight back. They're not down and out just yet. They find themselves behind, fighting up against a Mountain Soul, but a few more picks, and they can still find a way to fight back here in Game 3.
4 fully completed major items for Knight. Elk completing his Lord Dominic's regards at the same time to make sure he can punch through the front line of T1. 3 minutes until the Elder spawns, 2 minutes until the Baron is back alive. T1 invading the enemy jungle. They want the red buff, but Beishuan secures it with a nice smite there. Will not let Owner get the better of that minor objective as T1 continues setting up vision, control wards in enemy territory, looking to choke BLG out of the rift, make it scary to walk anywhere into the fog, make it slow to walk anywhere outside of the base so that when these neutrals are ready, T1 can once again jump on that. 90 seconds now on the Baron, 1 minute more than that for the Elder. Because of the fact that they're desynced, there's not a chance to do this, pull them towards one side, jump to the other again, unless you delay. We'll see if T1 wants that delay, since they showed their ability to navigate it earlier, or if they just want to rush the first.
I think BLG still have a way to win the team fights. They really just have to be deliberate in their target selection. You can't have been diving onto the back line while the rest of BLG are focusing down the Baron. Their best team fight was when they turned their attention onto Doran as he tried to threaten Elk. If they can just lock down a single member, they have a lot of single target damage. The feathers can make it very difficult for T1 to chase them. It all comes down to patience. Right now it's T1 with the Mountain Soul, keeping the mid push up. The Baron spawning in 35 seconds. T1 know that they're stronger. They have a lot of poke, and you're seeing it on your screen right now. Guma can make it very difficult for BLG to approach the objective.
Ben coming back out of the base now, has his Death's Dance, Shojin and Eclipse all completed. BLG trying to step forward. They do not want to allow T1 to start DPSing another Baron, no matter how slow it might go. We know that they're not afraid of the objective. BLG, I completely agree with you, Vedius. They need to find the angles. They need to be coordinated. They need to all be playing like a machine if they want to win this next fight against the Mountain Soul. T1, keep your eyes on Faker in the Realm Warp. Nice piercing arrow from Gumayushi. On's already lost 60% HP. Doran with a potential pincer angle. BLG scattered now, split into two halves. Knight takes another big hit there from the piercing arrow. Realm Warp once again. It worked the first time. How about the second? On, barely at any HP. Beishwan and Knight looking to try to approach. Piercing arrow flies out. T1 still thinking about the turn. Doran's coming around from behind. The dominance flash with the Predator. Next, somebody gonna be locked up. Carrier's got the follow. It's over. It's done. T1 slam the final fight. Doran clutch again with the angle at the perfect moment.
Phenomenal, simply phenomenal from T1. Fantastic coordination. Doran leveraging the fog of war. Bin, he's trying to get a kill back, but his nexus is exposed and T1's looking to end the game and the series.
The TP coming in as Carrier is ready to join back up with the rest of the team. BLG wanted to conquer their demons, but T1 are their nightmare. 3-0. The LCK squad works their magic again.
BLG showed so many moments of brilliance, but T1 simply one-upped them. They played the fights better. And that final fight truly was exquisite. T1 and LCK fans will get the matchup that they wanted. They'll go up to face Gen G in the upper bracket.
With that win, Faker is now the first player ever to earn 200 wins at League of Legends Esports International events. The greatest of all time for a reason.
The man is just too damn good. Congratulations to Faker, congratulations to T1. Question marks surrounded this team coming into the tournament, and after a shaky performance against Cfo, it was not clear who would be the favorites in this matchup. But T1 established their authority. Faker makes his way to 200 wins. And they set their sights on a rematch against their rivals of Gen G.
LCK fans looking forward to that one. You already said it. And we go back to what we heard from the carries of T1 after their 5-game brutal series against Cfo. We heard Faker say that he looks forward to the match, but he thinks it would be easier than Cfo was. The numbers would align with what he said. Gumayushi talking even a little bit more trash, saying we're going to make them relive that final. They did. They made him relive 3/5 of it at least, because BLG could not find their footing in this series. The bracket in front of you now, Gen G versus T1, July 9th. But before that, the lower brackets got more action coming for us. CFO, with their defeat of Imkoi today, have earned a battle against anyone's legend there in the lower bracket. And the other lower bracket matchup will be BLG going against FlyQuest. A lot of exciting matches coming our way as we see our Damage Delta champions here at the very end. Gumayushi topping the tables. Lethality Varus, piloted by a world-class AD carry, is gonna get that done. And now, we're joining Shox and Jason with Doran for the Verizon post-game interview.
3-0 for T1 over BLG. Doran, your teammates had already said that they thought that this victory would be comfortable. How did the reality line up?
3대0 승리 가져오셨습니다. 지난번 무대 인터뷰에서 사실 T1 선수분들이 이번 BLG전은 조금 더 수월할 것이다라고 했는데요. 실제로 경기해 보시니까 어땠나요?
BLG랑 이제 연습 경기에서도 해봤는데 되게 잘하는 팀이라 좀 이제 평소에 비해서 더 연습을 대비를 더 많이 한 것 같고 오늘 3대0 나올 줄은 좀 예상 못했던 것 같습니다.
Well, we actually screamed BLG and they were really strong. So we wanted to make sure that we are extra prepared for the matchup. So I was not actually expecting a 3-0 here.
Okay, well, it was a wonderful performance. Now, I know that you had a goal to have a great international performance in your very first international tournament with T1. They did bully you a little, so I'd love to know how you felt about your games overall.
이제 T1에 합류하신 뒤로 첫 국제대회 무대를 밟으신 만큼 좋은 모습을 많이 보여주고 싶다고 하셨습니다. 그런데 이번 시리즈에서는 상대방이 좀 도란 선수를 많이 집중 공략했던 것 같아요. 게임적으로 좀 어땠나요?
일단 제일 기억에 남는 건 1세트 때 이제 1레벨에 사고가 있어서 좀 구도대로 나오지 않았는데 그래도 저희 팀이 너무 슈퍼 플레이로 게임을 뒤집어 놔서 그 1세트가 너무 오늘 승리에 영향이 많이 갔던 것 같습니다.
I want to talk about the first game because there was a little accident early on. So the top lane didn't really go based on the champion matchup, but my teammates, they just came in clutch and made super play, outplay. So they managed to turn the game around, and winning that game number one was so influential when it comes to winning the entire series.
Yes, your teammates were there for you, which is how it should be. Now, we often say that for T1, there is magic when they come to an international tournament. I'd love to know, now that you're a part of the team, how does it feel to play with them at this international tournament, and do you feel the same magic?
또 T1의 국제전 하면 정말 다르다. 뭔가 신비롭게 언제나 더 잘하고 정말 무시무시한 파워가 나온다라는 평가가 많은데 이제 T1의 멤버로서 실제로 국제대회 무대를 밟고 계시잖아요. 정말 이런 T1의 매직이 있다고 생각하시나요?
일단 기본적으로 선수들이 좀 이제 새로운 환경에서 적응을 잘 하려고 노력을 많이 하는 것 같아서 뭐 그런 부분도 영향이 있는 것 같고 다들 의지도 강하기 때문에 오늘 3대0 승리할 수 있었던 것 같아요.
I can say for sure that all of the players are very working hard in order to adapt to the new environment. I think that's one of the keys to T1's magic internationally. And also, they're just all working really hard and they're always willing to get the win. So I think that made us get the 3-0 today.
I see it. You work very hard as well, Doran, and you are an exceptional top laner. But we have a little gift for you to improve maybe just one small part of your training.
도란 선수가 또 언제나 노력도 정말 많이 하시고 연습도 많이 하시고 실력도 뛰어나시지만 연습에 더 도움이 되라고 저희가 선물을 하나 준비했습니다. 돌 거북. 펫 돌 거북입니다. 어떠신가요?
또 이렇게 선물을 준비해 주셔서 너무 감사하고요. 돌거북 위험합니다. 조심하세요.
Thank you so much for this lovely gift. Everyone, Krogs are dangerous. Be careful.
Not just Krugs, but we will leave it at that gift. But I, of course, need to ask you, you get the matchup versus Gen G up next. It's not one that we saw in a best of 5 in the LCK, and we've been wanting to see it. So what can you tell us about that match?
이제 다음 상대는 젠지입니다. 많은 분들이 기대하고 있는데요. 이제 LCK 로드 투 MSI에서는 포맷상 이제 만나지 못했잖아요. 이번 매치업 어느 부분이 가장 기대될 수 있을까요?
일단 어제 젠지 경기를 봤는데 기인 선수가 너무 좋은 모습을 많이 보여줘서 이제 탑라이너들 간의 라인전 그게 많이 기대되고 잘 준비해 보겠습니다.
I watched Genji play yesterday and Keen was on fire, so I think the top lane laning phase will be something to watch for.
Yes, the whole match will. Congratulations once again, Doran.
Thank you so much.
감사합니다 for the interview. One more time for Doran and T1.
Thank you so much, Rox and Jisan, of course, and congratulations to the Krog Lord. As the crowd cheers for him, of course. He's beating the international meme allegations one game at a time. Honestly, he got a bit of a hard time today, but still, Krug's dangerous. He is successful. Doran is happy. I love the gift from Shots here.
Absolutely. I mean, you got to be feeling really good regardless of whatever else is happening. It's the first time that T1 has ever beat BLG in a series at MSI. So they got that done. They swept them. And now we get to look forward to what is going to be the LCK finals everyone wanted.
That we wanted.
T1 versus Genji.
Oh man, I love it. Guma said we're gonna make them relive that finals, and we said again they made it quicker and painless.
Yeah,
that's nice of him.
Yeah, I was gonna say this was way faster than Worlds Finals, and the big thing for me throughout all of this was T1's better coordination, right? Even whenever it did seem like BLG were potentially able to get an early advantage like they did again in this third game, it was always the way that T1 were playing the map, the way that they were able to reposition around team fights, and just their overall coordination that really bested BLG today.
I feel like that's been a theme in a lot of the series here at MSI so far is, you know, we have teams that individually are looking just as skilled. You know, they're laning maybe up to par. It looks like they can skirmish with them, but then you get into the mid game and the way that some of the teams are playing the map really is superior, and T1 absolutely as well in the team fights. For me, it was chef's kiss. They were just absolutely so coordinated. It is like 5 players, 1 brain, right? Like they are all on the same page. It is just incredible to see. Like one person seems like they're controlling everything because everything is going perfectly at the same time. Everyone has the same targets. There's no miscommunications. There hardly feels like there's any miscues.
Yeah, and the other thing is just, again, how they play the map. Recognizing when they can choose those team fights. Even when they make a mistake, they're like, okay, we can sit back, we can soak up pressure. And it was really interesting hearing from Doran where he said that since they've scrimmed BLG, they really wanted to be prepared to beat BLG in this series because, again, these two teams are so familiar with each other. And that was really interesting to hear from him because T1 looked like the way more prepared team, the way more coordinated team. And like you said, Isaac, now we finally get the LCK finals that we were promised.
That we deserve. Night and day series, honestly, compared to the one they played against Cfo. And earlier today, Cfo actually took the Pacific's first win against a major region in a best-of-5, eliminating MKOI from MSI. We don't have any teams anymore, once again.
You can join us.
Sorry. You can root for
We
FlyQuest.
have some Europeans on FlyQuest.
Yeah.
Come on aboard.
Okay, all right.
You can root for Inspired and Whippo.
I will join the
We
hype
can
train.
share.
We can share. I mean, yeah, you have one of us. We will join the team. We will support
Exactly.
FlyQuest here as the last Western team standing here. And in that series, I feel like Driver was the difference maker here. He is our Oppo player of the series.
I mean, I think he was incredible, right? He won all 3 games. You know, he was basically the sweep. They just took a little breather, you know, he went backstage while his team did drop a game. But I thought he was so incredibly impressive. You know, I think back to the Sion game, even before this went wrong, which obviously was pretty tragic for MKOI, he was massively ahead in the isolated 1v1 over Mirwin, really looking good in the team fights. This guy, I feel like, has just been playing at an elite level so far this MSI.
Yeah, his Sion was absolutely stellar. It was also so great to have this insane bounce back performance from him. Not that he performed poorly in their first series by any means, but he did give an interview after that series and was like, you know, my condition wasn't the best.
Yeah.
The team was a little jet lagged, and I thought Driver absolutely showed up today. Minor shout out to Doggo, who you're seeing clean up a lot of these kills too, because I think
Smurfing too.
This MSI means a lot for him individually.
And
of
emoting.
course, there we go.
Emoting us.
We needed the
Oh my
Driver
God.
dance.
Ooh, the
He's
slow-mo
so funny.
He styled on us during the series and emoted us on stage after that. I was the one who prompted that, so I'm not even mad. That was beautiful. But with that victory, it means that MKOI is eliminated, sadly, and we had to say goodbye to the LEC on the international stage until Worlds and Sharks connected with Jojo Pyun backstage in the Verizon post-game interview. So let's check it out.
I'm here with Jojo Pyun after Movistar KOI's exit at MSI. Jojo, you, after the loss versus BLG, you talked so much about kind of the things you could learn from that and not being as afraid in some of these, I want to say, intense situations. Do you feel like you were dealing with the same issue here, or was it some other things?
Yeah, I think today we just didn't come in with as much energy as we usually do. I feel like today was a weird day, just from us as a team. I don't think we had the confidence we usually did, so I'm still not sure exactly why. At least for me, I think my form was definitely not normal today. My preparation could have been better, so I'm also very surprised with how aggressive Honky was playing, so I think those two factors caught me off guard.
Okay.
So it made me play off my game, and I think as a team we have to kind of reflect on what happened today, because even before the games happened, it felt like the energy was off and that we weren't as our usual self, you know? So I'm not sure exactly why, so I still have to think about that.
I feel like we saw that. Definitely you weren't playing like yourselves. Do you feel maybe you need to work on kind of not carrying what happened from the previous match into this? Because I know how dejected you all were, and that can be hard to shake off.
Yeah, I think it's different for every player, honestly. For me, I think I moved on from the games pretty fast, but at the same time, I just didn't perform today. So at the end of the day, I came in knowing I can't control if I play well or not. Today was a bad day for me, and also they also played really well, so I have to accept that. And I just have to make sure to not make it happen next time, because I really think if we played how we did versus BLG, the series, we should have won. Yeah. So it really sucks we lost this series, and they played very well too. So
yeah, they absolutely did. I don't want to pry if you don't want to answer this, but in terms of preparation, you say, oh, I could have done better in preparation or differently. Is that something that you can give more details about, or?
Yeah, just my routine. I wasn't as sharp usually, and I wasn't as clear. So I just didn't come in with the right mindsets as I usually do, fully prepared. I think the whole team didn't together, so I think that's on all of us. And it's something we talked about the whole year, how important it is. It's how we always won every game 5 and every best of 5, and we were always clutch. And today it just didn't happen, so we have to think about what happens, because yeah, I'm very surprised that all of us mentally were kind of like off today before the matches even started, you know, so.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Shout out to Jojo, obviously, for giving an interview after a difficult moment like this as the LEC first seed here. He really didn't look like what I expect from Jojo usually, but so goes for the rest of MKOI. I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, it was a full team loss, let's be honest, right? I don't think they showed up in the same way that we expected them to. I think it probably hurts that much more for Jojo, being a Canadian, being able to play in Canada, you know, with family here watching and everything. It's like you want to be able to represent yourself, you want to be able to represent your family and your country and everything like that. And these opportunities are few and far between. That's what makes them so special, but it's also what makes it hurt so much when you don't live up to your own expectations.
Yeah, really tough loss from them. I thought CFO, I thought two things happened, right? KOI, in particular, I think Jojo and Elioya were really shut down by a lot of what CFO did. In particular, I think Junja is still just a remarkable jungler, and he does a really good job of controlling their early game. But yeah, it's sad for KOI because I really love this team, like especially the support jungle duo of Elioya and Alvaro, and hopefully they can go back to LEC and regroup and go to Worlds.
Hopefully bounce back. They're going to have a lot of time to reflect on that series. Now, before we go, Emily, I want to have your take on who do you think is going to win between FlyQuest and Anyone's Legend? I think they're going to... No, wait, what am I saying? BLG FlyQuest. BLG FlyQuest. All right.
Yeah.
What do you think of this one?
Oh my gosh. So I actually think if BLG perform like they did today, I think FlyQuest are going to be more well coordinated,
liking what you're putting out.
I like it. I think the big thing is how much do you believe that this BLG team will be able to regroup, because we still saw some like individually stellar moments from them, and I think the scariest thing about BLG is when they do regroup, their team fighting can be some of the best in the world. And so that's really what FlyQuest are going to have to watch out for.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. I did feel like BLG lost a little bit of the kind of killer instinct that they showed, you know, in their previous series against MKOI. When they got advantages, they felt so suffocating. I feel like if they were intimidated at all by the nameplates, that is not going to be the same. You know, playing against Faker, he's got the aura. But FlyQuest,
Are you saying FlyQuest don't have the aura?
They've got aura,
They
but
got
they don't
aura.
have Faker aura, okay? Nobody has Faker aura except Faker. So I do think it's going to be a much tougher series, but I do think it's winnable for FlyQuest. And this is what they have been building towards the entire time that they've been together as a roster. They want to prove that not only can they beat Europe, not only can they compete with the LCK or the LPL, that they can beat them in a best-of-5 where there are no excuses. This is a really good opportunity for them. So I hope that they can make the most of it. Win or lose, I just hope they play a great series and can leave with no regrets.
You know what? You both gave me the hope that I needed for the West. Thank you all so much. It's been a pleasure being with you on the desk as always. And we're going to leave on that positive note because that's all for us here. We will see you on Monday, the 7th of July at 5 p.m. here in Vancouver, 8 p.m. Eastern and 2 a.m. Central European Summer Time. That's all for us here. Have a good night and see you later, Vancouver.
Jumps towards Doggo, misses everything, and the solar flare connects. Alva's going to try and save his mid lane, who has to flash away. The damage goes down onto Doggo and Drive, and you can see what the Ricochet can do here. Junju goes in with the Crescent Guard, looking for Honku here. Has that Emperor's Divide, Equalizer back down. Jojo going back in. Alva knocks Honku back, and he just delivers them! Here you go, CFO! 4 coins on a silver platter! He wants to go in, we'll land the gold card. You can see the extra range from the rapid fire cannon there, helping out. Temper Fate hits 2 though. As Super needs to get out of here, taunted immediately. Junjo on the chase as well, and Super has no recourse to survive. Next up is Mirwin, rooted up. The Mikhail's too late. The Ishtal's impact into the Impale. Alyoya dashes in, but immediately is Shadow Dash taunted. CFO find 2 curtains open. Jojo takes 1. Takes 2. Alvaro able to get out to the side, but Jojo's going to fall forward. Kaiwing chasing his opposite man with the Realm Warp coming out. He's sent to the Shadow Realm. CFO with a clean ace. MKOI managed to secure the objective. The Weaver's Wall coming out, though. Elyoya has other ideas as he dashes in onto Honku. Magnastorm on Honku means that he can't escape between worlds. Jojo still looking for more. Junja lands the Fear Tether onto Alvaro, but the stun still connects, and the Shroud of Darkness won't be enough to save him from Elyoya. MKOI getting a game in this series. Elyoya goes in, only onto Kaiwing. Doggo still untouched. Mirwin looking for the flank position. The Falling Star comes down. The hostile takeover is going to hit on Doggo, but immediately cleanses away, and Super's already down. Driver on the back line's doing so much work here. Elyoya with the bailout can't kill off Junja, and there's the soul, and the soul of EU is ripped right out of their very bodies. CFO cleaning up the fight.
Vedius, when you're this far down, you can't get to the turret. On, forced to be saved by Elk, as Doran's going to take a ton of damage in a counterattack. Nice kill for BLG, and they're about to make it 2. Keria in danger, but now Beishuan, stunned up by the Pantheon, forced to flash to survive. Faker flashes forward, but he can't get the distance in time. He keeps looking for more. Owner wants to make his way in with another shockwave, finding its way onto Elk. On drops next. Guma Yoshi's got his number, and T1's counting bodies. Another pop blossom, another double kill of a Faker. Beishuan dies to a point-blank spear, and T1 runs the rift. On wants to find some sort of an angle, but all he gets is a face full of bullets. Doran is joined up with the rest of the team, and once again they're going to go in. This time they find the shutdown on Faker, but it costs Beishuan's life. T1 trying to regroup. They're going to claim the Ocean Soul, but what about the rest of the fight? Doran's down to a corner. Owner jumps in on top of everybody, and Gumayushi's ready to free fire. 9 and on, both drop, and there's only 2 still standing for BLG. T1 grouped up. They're going for a Realm Warp. They want to just go after the Baron. They're going to try to start this up and maybe burst it down. They demand a response from BLG instead. They don't want to walk into BLG. They're going to make BLG walk into them. The Baron's already down to half HP, but BLG has arrived. What is the call from T1? They're going to disengage, and it looks like, but they're still staying aggroed under the Baron. It's down to 4K, 3K. On a Knight trying to step up. The Baron is claimed by T1. Bins into the back line, but now he's in danger. Owner looking to control the rest of the fight. T1's already found the first kill. Beishuan's here on the front line, but a massive knockup from Keria. On is down. T1 murdering BLG. Elk, the next to fall. Knight is the only one left, but the kingdom is burning.
Yeah, this might be something lethal. You can really see the flames, feeling like it's borderline insane. Man, this might be something lethal. Yeah, this might be something lethal. something lethal. Yeah, this might be something lethal. Welcome to the valley, it'll eat you alive. It'll hit you out of nowhere like a thief in the night. Ain't no way you can hide, it came seeking a fight. Push the pedal to the metal, better keep up the stride. Keep up the pace, this is a rage, we gon' light up this place. Please make some space, or move out the way. Come in with pressure, get smashed in the face. Something lethal, like a beast that can't be tamed. This the kind of rage you can't contain. Yeah, this might be something lethal. You can really feel the flames, feeling like it's borderline insane. Man, this might be something lethal. Yeah, 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 this might be something lethal. Welcome to the main
were showing, like that was just like Kaiwing moving up a little bit too quickly, and then
being about him, he has had a really good series, but he's doing what he needs to do. Staying relatively even with JoJo is about 500 gold ahead just because of the passive gold that Cfo have picked up.
Clutched the game 5 for the 3-2 victory to hoist the Summoners Cup, and you know BLG are hungry to get revenge for that loss here.
Ends up procking the bailout with all those spears stacking up.
Chicken's owner, though, has the smite on the large chicken. Is on, has to sidestep the Beishuan here in this red owner all the way back, walk away from it. Keep trading into the Yorick. The Soul Furnace is powered by ghouls. They count as coal. Every single time he farms these things up, he's getting extra power on the W, extra maximum health to be that massive front line.
Going to be a train with a lot of power behind it. That's
yes,
for sure.
sir.
We'll see how impactful that train will be later on into the game. I just want to come back to that owner pathing that you were talking about. I love the fact that he started with the red, moving to his Krugs, and then Raptors with the full intent on stealing the enemy Raptors, knowing that he's going to be able to work with Faker to get that mid push, be able to contest those Raptors, steal away what he can, and then the Raptors will respawn that little bit later, so he can then path back towards the Krugs, path nicely back through his jungle, and now he's going to continue on with that full clear. As right now we have a very timid, very safe early game with the swap coming through from BLG. Nothing too surprising. Something that we see often is not only can you get yourself out of a little bit more of a difficult 2 versus 2 matchup, but Sion loves, I always say this, loves being on the weak side. Obviously, players don't love being in a 1v2.
Nobody loves it.
But Bin doesn't mind it when playing the Sion champ.
As now Doran could be in a little bit of danger here. Nope, not quite. On and Elk aren't in range to back up Beishuan. There's no wall for the wall slam from the Poppy to actually find the big value there. So Doran's still all right, does have his Maiden of the Mist ready to be summoned, but does not want to summon it up at a time when these swaps are happening, when you could end up in a 1v3 situation, have the Maiden deleted very swiftly, especially with Beishuan having the smite available. If you lose that Maiden early, the cooldown is so long, it feels really bad, and you feel like you've lost a huge part of the power budget of your character, as now the Pantheon from T1 owner has secured the first Drake of the game. 6 minutes and 45 seconds in. Beishuan coming back up into the top side. Doran forced to flash away again, but nice handshake brings him right on back, and BLG get first blood.
One of those setting his sights on mids.
Right, flashing away, stays safe from that one as Karia's Tangle Barb's going to force out the summoner spell from the BLG mid laner, but it does cause Karia's flash at the same time.
Okay, so a lot of things have... Ooh, the Shockwave connects.
Nice shockwave from Faker to Chunk Knight, but not threaten lethal damage.
He's just chipping away at HP though, and he's doing damage because he's just denying a lot of farm away from Knight. You'll notice the mid gold gap really starting to increase in Faker's favor. We don't get a chance to talk about the previous play.
Yeah, Carry is already in danger. Remember, he used his flash trying to go after Knight. Now he's already dead. Owner wants to jump in and make something else happen, but he has to flash back over the wall. As on, Elk and Beishuan continue going forward. Elk needs a bailout if he wants to survive, and he gets it! Elk stays alive! Gumayushi tries to fire back, but he's got to reload the gun. Now the curtain calls open on sidestepping 3. The 4th can't hit Beishuan, but the dancing grenade dances on his grave. BLG up 3-1.
Action-packed is what we were hoping for, and BLG deliver, finding kill after kill, all being funneled into Elk is a fantastic start for BLG. T1 played for the Dragon. The swap was initiated by BLG. They recognized that they couldn't really do much to help Doran in this situation, but I don't think they were quite expecting this. After their gank attempt in the mid lane, Carry is trying to group up with his AD carry, but he gets collapsed on by Beishuan, not expecting him to invade on the top side. He falls short, but then the Pantheon ultimate had already been committed. There's little the owner can do. He has to turn and fight. Guma does his best to help him, but he ends up proccing the bailout with all those spears stacking up in owner, allowing him to get the revive and turning it into another kill. Beishuan out of options, out of ways to escape. At the very least, Gumayushi will get one back.
And you could see at the end there, Gumayushi, he takes 3 shots at the escaping players from BLG, thinks maybe he can convert that 4th onto Beishuan, but Beishuan had the distance to sidestep the curtain call. Sadly, Dancing Grenade, more of a targeted ability, can't quite get away from that one, as Elk takes a chunk of damage back on live now, as our bottom lane duos continue to scrap back and forth topside. Both junglers still hanging around this area as well. These trios of junglers and bottom laners are so aggro in the early stages of this game. It's a very modest gold lead for the side of BLG, but really nothing to write home about. Bin happy to just ult back down into the bottom lane, clear out the wave. Nice chunk of damage onto Doran there as well.
Choo-choo, Bin continues to build an advantage, and it's really him that benefited so much from all that action that was happening. Doran getting killed. He was also able to get a plate in the bot lane on the bottom side of the map. These teams are violent. They are tied for the highest kills per minute at MSI in 2025. A Clash of Titans is an apt title, given the pedigree of players that we have on stage right now. BLG have accrued a small advantage, but what I will say that surprises me is the goal difference between the AD carries is actually not that big.
No.
Guma has actually been able to get himself a small gold lead, all because of the farm that he was able to generate while all that action was happening on the Rift, getting 1 kill for himself. But considering that is a 3-0 Kalista, Guma is kind of unfazed.
Yeah, it's a lot of times what we're seeing get picked into these Kalistas that ends up making them not as effective as you would otherwise expect them to be. The power of range, the power of just bullying them away from playing as aggro as they want to. Nico throws out a Tangle Barb, Jin hits you with a Deadly Flourish into the Dancing Grenade with a hopefully 4th shot auto attack, and all of a sudden the Kalista doesn't feel as empowered to run the lane like she wants to. Gumayushi ahead of his opponent. Slide did secure the first, trying to get this side of mid towards the...
TP will be used by Knight to return to mid lane. For a mid lane play, Knocking Up is going to be super important, as both these AD carries want to be in a position to fight. With the Youmu's completed for Guma, he should have a slight advantage over Elk. No Blade of the Ruin King finish just yet, but T1 do not want to give this up without a fight.
Owner jumps in, immediately goes for the stun on the Knight. Carrier with a bomb blossom onto 3, but the backup damage isn't quite there. Owner's going to be chased away next. The Deadly Flourish doesn't hit Elk. Owner's going to take a ton of damage. The bailout from Elk is not there in time. Faker Shockwave finds 2, and T1 get a double kill for their Orianna and take the fight.
Just like that, T1 flip the fight on its head, and they get themselves 3 kills. BLG, it looked so good at the start of the fight for them. Faker wasn't involved. He had to go the long way round. Owner initiates the play. Carrier's ultimate looks fantastic, but then the re-engage from BLG is even better. Carrier's out of tools. He has to flash away. They're thinking, oh, Elk, he can come back to life if he can just get the kill, but then the shockwave comes through and finishes him off. Faker arrives at just the right time to secure a double kill. T1 get 3, they get the dragon, and they take firm control in this early game.
I said it was 2, but it was more like 2.5 because Elk was bailouted, but he still got hit by the thing. The shockwave sealed the deal, but the fight navigated so well by T1. Carrier's Pop Blossom buying the time for the reinforcements to arrive. And at the very end, I also do want to compliment On, who perfectly blocked the Deadly Flourish from Gumayushi, stopping that one from hitting Elk. BLG tried, but T1 played it better. Look at the damage in the last fight from Owner, beating the next closest damage by almost be the best jungler on the patch as Beishuan goes in for Faker, and now it's trouble for the T1 mid lane. The handshake pulls him right on back. Knight's got enough damage and a shutdown for BLG.
Now BLG are not the type of team to go out without a fight. Nice pick onto Faker. Even though he had his flash, they collapsed on multiple sides and they make the kill happen. T1 still holds on to a gold lead for now, but Knight with some much needed relief after the amount of push that Faker has had in this early game after getting a double kill. They've really needed to get some gold back into Knight's pockets.
Knight on this Talia, that could be the playmaker they need, and they're trying to get him there with plays like this.
A nice flash shockwave from Faker, but then he gets handshaked back into the team. He then decides in his last moments, maybe I can get a few more minion waves. He's just going to shake that one off. A nice collapse comes through from BLG. You can now see the goal difference between the two mid laners very even, but the gold advantage largely sitting on Owner and Gumayushi.
plates you can see here as we are now past that 14-minute point. A few for both sides, but not a major difference in the game being decided by them. However, the difference in plates is kind of the gold lead right now for T1. The game is that close, only a couple hundred this time, favoring the #2 seed of the LCK. The Rift Herald about to spawn in only a few seconds. BLG bringing everybody up here. Now, Knight will have his teleport. I believe there's still a few seconds remaining on that cooldown to use that to make his way into the fight, but Faker has been found out. Beishwan tackles Faker out of the decimating smash, and Owner's made his way into the fight, but he's immediately ejected by the Keeper's verdict. Faker still under pressure. Decimating smash hits this time, but Bin and Beishwan don't have any damage. Bin tries to get away, but a Pop Blossom locks him up. A deadly flourish to follow. Hostile takeover saves Bin's life as Elk and On try to fire into Gumayusi. Elk goes forward. Gumayusi still shielded and getting away as Faker's the target for On, but Elk and On have overextended. Faker's already killed On as T1 scramble for defense, and BLG way overplay their hand.
T1 do not lose a single member. BLG collapse onto Faker, but the Avengers descend in an instant. T1 are there to protect their mid laner. They turn the play massively in their favor, getting 3 kills as well. You called it, Flowers. The synergy knocking him out of Bin's Q means that that extra bit of damage doesn't connect onto Faker. A good shockwave buys time for Owner to arrive, but then when Owner gets knocked out, Bin thinks that there's a way for him to turn the play still in his favor. He's then forced back. He has to flash away. On and Elk make their presence known, isolating Gumayusi. But then at this point, you feel like you're going too deep. We're back to live.
We're already back to live, and Faker's got another target on his back. He's got another shockwave on BLG, and Carrier picks up the kill. They just keep going for him, and he just keeps hitting them right in the mouth. Faker gets it done again.
It feels like Faker's shockwave just continues to find them all. 8-4 is the kill score. BLG have set their sights onto Faker, but he only finds himself with a single death so far in this game. Dragon spawning, 30 seconds, Bin unleashes.
Bin unleashes, he finds a target, but it's only a Nico clone. The power of this ability as now another catch for T1. Spells the end of Beishwan in this river. The death timer's 30, the Drake timer's 15. This is gonna be sole point for the side of T1. 17 minutes into the game. Meanwhile, Vedius, we haven't seen Doran in a while. That's because he's doing a little bit of construction work in the side lanes, flashing forward after Knight to try to get this kill in the solo. The Maiden of the Mist giving him the lifesteal. He's trying to sidestep. He only needed an inch to get close enough to swing the shovel, but Knight denies it. While Doran drops to the BLG mid laner in the top side, the Herald is going to be summoned in mid lane. The Drake is going to be taken. It's sole point 18 minutes in for T1.
My goodness, T1 is running away with game 1. 3 dragons to their name. And while Knight does at the very least get a kill back, it's really only a small amount in the drop of the advantage that T1 has. Doran recognizes if he just tries to run away, he's gonna get chased out by Knight. He flashes forward, gets a bit of health back with the Q, and he realizes, oh, if I can just get one more Q off, maybe I can turn this in my favor. The Seraph Shield's procced, he can't close the gap quickly enough, and Knight secures a kill. Doran largely gonna be unfazed by that though, as he should be. With the lead that T1 have, they're still in full control of this game.
Exactly. Doran is the demo man in this game. The side lane turrets have been his targets, and he has been achieving those objectives. 4,000 gold lead, 3 Drake lead for the side of T1. All BLG really has here are those 3 Void Grubs, but Vedius, when you're this far down, you can't get to the turrets. On, forced to be saved by Elk, as Doran's gonna take a ton of damage in a counterattack. Nice kill for BLG, and they're about to make it 2. Carrier in danger, but now Beishwan stunned up by the Pantheon, forced to flash to survive. Faker flashes forward, but he can't get the distance in time. He keeps looking for more. Owner wants to make his way in with another shockwave, finding its way onto Elk. On drops next. Gumayushi's got his number, and T1's counting bodies. Another Pop Blossom, another double kill of a Faker. Beishwan dies to a point-blank spear, and T1 runs the Rift.
BLG BLG get a kill onto Doran, but look at what it cost them. 4 members fall, and T1 are steamrolling over BLG. It starts with On getting caught in the mid lane, but Elk has the ultimate to bring him to safety. Then with the Renata ultimate dropped, Oren is quick to fall. Now BLG see an opportunity to go onto the offensive, but they go too deep. The single target CC that comes out from T1 forces Beishuan immediately on the retreat, and Faker says, I don't need to run away, I need to run forward. I know that I have Owner at my back. The shockwave connects onto Elk, the deadly flourish connects onto On, and then Bin arrives just too late to turn the fight in their favor. And I don't know how Carrier found this angle, but he gets the route onto 2. They convert it into 4 kills, and Team T1 are steamrolling.
That tangle barb was disgusting to hit them both. T1, 5,500 gold lead now. Betty, it's only 2.5 minutes, and T1 will claim the Infernal Soul unless BLG can somehow stop them. But everything has gone T1's way for what feels like the past 10 straight minutes.
5.6k is the gold lead. BLG trying to find some footing in this game, but the Soul 2 minutes away. Push on the bot side, push on the top side for T1. They're keeping mid control as well. BLG is being suffocated out of their jungle. Beishuan's found an angle in.
This is another one of this play we've seen so often. Faker is the target for BLG. He drops a shockwave, and now BLG's got to be on the defensive. Beishuan channels Keeper's verdict, ends up not needing that one. But now that cooldown is spent. T1 recognizing that BLG now has a very injured front line. They're going to go after the Otacon, immediately ready to start this one up, as BLG know they can't afford to give an objective away when they're already this far down. Faker trying to use the ball to zone On out. Hostile takeover goes through, but it doesn't find much of anything else. Going to be zoned away now by the rest of T1 as immediately you got a problem for Doran. Beishuan takes him down. Curtain call's been opened up. Beishuan might just die here. One last shot goes through with a 4th shot, finds its mark. Now Bin trying to steal away the Otacon, but it's not going to matter. Doran and Beishuan have been traded, but everybody else is still alive. Faker claims the Otacon, and...
各种的 faker。 家伙怎么在这啊，老哥？太牛了！他怎么一集在那个蓝 buff 区？他是想反野是不是？重点我还被他蹲到了。幸好带虚弱。 真是又跑去开我野怪，真怪怪的，硬要反我野，我这杀了他一次也没用。 跑去哪里叫？
他。还行吧。那每次就这样子。是能跟他打一下。是都要听你们的才可以，是不是？瞎换线。然后可以针对他。不来，往前一，开个叫机也死了吧？ 是很艰巨，这个辅助好难给我吃掉是这样。 他没什么关系。总算停下来，他们一直叫。 干嘛？喂，干嘛？
喂，后面是哪边啊？
喂，干嘛？
喂，
干嘛啦？
没有啊，那个点数商场就是那个啊，装备啊，卖装备的地方。
嗯。
然后它这个点数就是有时候你跑熊猫嘛，它会有活动，它会送你点数。像我这次活动，它有抽几个人去测试新的几点数的，我有被抽到。跑1350单的话，会送350点。
哦，啊，350点就350块这样子是吗？
不能这样算啦。
哦。
它就类似那种点数兑换装备啊，可是那装备你不一定会用得到啊，这样懂？
哦，没。
然后你要用的装备可能就是1000块钱以上的那种新的那个袋子什么的。所以那350块就不无小补啊。
哦，好吧，没关系啦，反正我现在在等那个账号开通，然后重新申请。
一定是你当时在按账号的时候打错字。
打错字没有吧？那我都会天天在打错字。
我对啊，你账号密码到时候你没有跟他讲说是那个电话号码打错哦。
我跟他讲啦，他又没有客服可以，他又没有客服可以那个，他又没有客服可以让我直接把电话号码改掉，所以我那个密码不管怎么样，他都会送到那个。
所以你要重新办账号。
对啊。
我是觉得你很佩服你，我申请7天就好了，你超久。
那你要问他。
我7天是包含装备、那个居民证什么的开始弄，7天就搞定了。
那你要问他，我也是这样申请，不知道为什么。
没事啊，你就打马英赚钱吧。
是。今天都还没开始打，等下就把120打一打就好。
我现在，他这礼拜的达标比较难。他中午15单，我操！上礼拜才13个，这礼拜直接死。我昨天跑20单就休息了。然后因为我上礼拜跑太多钱，然后所以导致我礼拜6的单超少，然后就直接不跑了。然后我下载了那个 Uber， 我也跑了几单了。我发现 Uber 的单子蛮好笑的。它分成主单跟副单。副单不算在那个什么单子数量上面。
啊？负担不算在单子数量上面，这什么奇怪的东西？
它会有什么达标100单送1550块嘛？
负担按理说也是要算在单子上面的，那也是跑的一单啊。
它达标就是三阶段啦。照片放在57号23。它的模式就是它会给你3个金额，然后3个达标难度。它第一标可能就是100单，然后第2标可能是25单，然后第3标可能15单。 当你完成100单之后，它就进入下一单的25单，然后25单完成之后，再下一单的15单。你这样理解？
哦，好。
然后它达标的时间大概会是7天左右，会比熊猫还要长。然后所谓的负担不算是负担不算单里面，就是熊猫不是同家店2张单算2张单吗？可是 Uber 的单是夹单，就是主单旁边会夹一张副单，那副单的话钱会比较少。副单大概是主单的1半吧，就可能21块，就是它底就是21，然后主单的底就是这样的概念，然后它只算在1单里面，就等于是你跑100单的话，你要跑100单主单，不是主加副，所以你可能会跑到120或140单，你才完成这100单。然后加上新手时期的话，就是第1单加300，然后后10单加750，然后持续1个月。
我有看到最近好像有1个月什么加倍周，就是反正就是加倍啊，跑单加倍活动，新手的加倍。
新手的啊。反正你可以跑熊猫的新手跑完。
然后现在还有那个啊活动啊，是什么18到30岁，然后什么你跑外送啊就给你1万块。
就这样子啊，反正那些我领不到啊。
他妈跟着小兵一起过来。
又到下一单了，4、5、8、9，反正就跑都是这样子啊，慢慢跑啊。8、9，这些。反正接这种单就是熊猫就是拼那个速度嘛，然后 Uber 就是拼那个时间了。然后为什么大家都说跑 Uber 很累？你会发现其实很多人在赛那个什么奖金的时候都是赛熊猫，没有在赛 Uber 的嘛？你有发现这个事情吗？很少人在赛 Uber 不是吗？
很少人在赛 Uber， 其实我也不太知道到底有没有人在赛 Uber。
可是你熊猫很常看到有人在赛啊。
有，但是大多能发现就是统一都是说什么熊猫的什么什么不好，什么什么不好，就很少不会说听到说Uber 什么什么，
因为
Uber 什么什么不好。
熊猫的加码力度比 Uber 高。
是吗？
所以只要熊猫一加码，基本上都在跑熊猫。
是这样。
可是为什么还是有些人跑 Uber？ 是因为跑 Uber 的那些人他们在冲那个什么单子数量。就是假如熊猫加码，很多人去跑熊猫，那我去跑 Uber， 我是不是单子比较多？所以他们去冲单子数量，在那边冲。因为你算嘛，100单才加1550块。问我说是才，因为它这个100单是什么概念？你必须达100单才有奖品，而不像是什么熊猫有40、80这样子，有个底标，所以这压力会比较大啦。然后我也在抓那个感觉。 然后至于为什么有些人会说钱一直被砍很不爽，那些人都是跑当时一单至少就70-80块以上的人，这边靠北被砍到剩40。
是
问你哦，如果你月薪从20万变成12万，你会高兴吗？
啊？
如果你的月薪从20万变成12万，你会高兴吗？
当然是不会了。
所以你就知道我们他们在靠北了。
哦，是这样。
像现在11:06，我的达标才5单，我还差10单，10单要分在3个小时中，然后真的完成之后大概11:20，我剩剩160分钟，等于是我15分钟还要再一单。没事啊，今天只要不要下午放台风假，我基本上整天的45单稳了。
下午会放吗？不会吧，不是要到接近晚上才会放吗？
啊，晚上放我就挂啦。
哦。
45单至少跑到晚上10点啊。像那个，我要说，像三角洲行动，最近很多人这边在代跑，代跑哈夫币，1000万目前喊到350到500都有。
这我倒不清楚，但可以知道的是，不知道是我电话填错吗？但我觉得他这样也不太合理啦，因为理论上我电话号码跟信箱申请账号，熊猫账号，那为什么他新发的密码他不发到我的信箱，而是只发到我的电话号码里面？
没有，他不是他对电话比较重要啊。因为你客人联络你是用电话联络啊。
不是啊，我的意思是说，你要修改资料或者是账号密码这件事，应该都是你除了
没有，你要知道他们这种性质不一样，他这种是主要是以手机为主的东西，他会以电话为主，信箱只是辅助而已。
信箱是辅助，但是你还是要有给一些比较方便的一些特例吧。
没有啊，人家主要就是手机为主啊。为什么手机要为主？你想想看，它是什么平台？外送平台。那外送是不是要跟客人联系？是不是要用手机？是不是要电话号码？它不是用 LINE， 它是用电话。谢谢。
妈的，还有闪！
哎呦，还差9单，中午就结束了。然后目前接到一单超远单。
他妈怎么倒？
从民权路到那个清大那边的过去。 这种单的好处是，你过去通常就有单了，因为它这种单就是那什么、啊，它这种单不是死单，它那边是所谓的单子很多的地方，所以这样抓过去等于是那边一定有单。
哇，
只是那个单好或不好就不好说了。是永和哦，6月15号，永和豆浆哦。哦，不是。67，9元67。要再等一下哦，大概在5分钟。5分钟可以。好，等5分钟。最新挂断了。
OK 啊，
你去打马奇了，拜拜。
马奇哦。还不走啊，老哥。啊？一堆人呢。我把 A 死。
T1 get the objective as they look potentially for more of a fight. Carria thinking about a tangle barb here, but he can't get the range in time. Ben still here on the front line, gets caught by the tangle barb. Carria knocked into the unraveled earth, but he stays alive for now. Owner steps forward with a shield, not quite enough damage. Shut down from Elk, but Faker takes out 2. T1 unrelenting as Carria kills Knight over the wall, and only Ben is left standing. Gumayushi fires another shot, but it's a triple kill for Faker to seal the deal.
T1 will leave no survivors. The Arakan was not enough. They saw blood in their eyes, and they took out the rest of the BLG roster. A tier 2 tower will fall, and it looks quite separated. BLG pick a fight on the top side, while T1 set their sights onto Elk. The cleanse is good from the Kalista. He creates enough space, but now he's out of the fight. While they do get that pick onto Doran, Gumayushi responds with so much damage onto Beishuan. The 4th shot connects. It ends up being a 4 versus 4, but BLG just don't have the HB to play with. What surprised me is T1 said, we can still fight this. Look at the TP on your minimap. Faker comes in from the angle. He comes through the fog of war to come in from behind BLG, unsuspecting. and Faker makes the magic happen once again. A triple kill for the Orianna. Knight gets killed over the wall, and T1 with a statement game here to start off the series.
Faker's Orianna is a miracle worker in this game. He has found so many plays, so many counter plays, and T1 now with an Infernal Soul with 20 flowers of a lead thanks to the Otacon harvesting everything for them. They are so strong. BLG will need a full-on miracle to not drop this game one in our best-of-5 World Finals rematch. Beishwan out on the map trying to see if he can get any sort of useful information, but it's so tough, Vedius. Look at all of the vision placed down by T1. They've got wards all over the jungle. Damage dealt in the last team fight, nearly 8,000 on the Orianna. It's almost as much as I actually think it is as much as the entire enemy team put together. Doran flashing away from the unraveled earth, manages to not get caught out there. And T1 just continues slow and steady pushing up until they get their moment to make something happen. Fake Faker and real Faker stepping up to just completely scare BLG all the way back. And we've got 20 seconds until Baron spawns. T1 just fishing to see if they can find anything, but not wanting to overcommit because they know you get Baron, you walk it down a lane of your choosing, you win the first game.
So much of this game has been about Faker, but the quiet carry, Gumayushi, with a 3-0-13 scoreline. Faker, they're the target.
Faker caught, handshake from On. This could be huge, but Faker with a nice shockwave ready to turn it around. The hostile takeover ain't gonna do anything as On tries to get away, and Baseone flashes back over the wall. Owner ready to hunt him down. The spear doesn't hit the target, and now On right back out of the Callista ulti trying to stay alive. Faker with a nice use of the stasis, keeping himself alive and healthy as the curtain call opens. BLG gonna take a couple of shots from this one, has been body blocks for Knight. T1 won't get any kills, but it's a big win in terms of health bars, and they head back up towards, wait a second, Beishwan's going on a magical trip. Okay, he will at least be able to escape for now, but the enemy jungler's at 10% HP, and he has to recall. T1 sees the green light to go for the Baron.
Exactly that, Flowers. It's too difficult for BLG to contest this objective. They're still gonna try, though. The TP comes through from Knight.
It's a full send from BLG, perhaps, as Keria goes in. He finds the pop blossom for the BLG mid laner, and Knight is already dead as the fight starts. Ben's made his way into the back, but Faker will not be threatened by a Scion alone. Owner continues pressing forward, and Gumayushi puts the kill shot into On. Beishwan's the next to fall, and Doran buries him. T1 with a Baron plus 3 kills will force their way into the base. Elf continues fighting and kiting and trying to get away. The deadly flourish doesn't connect, but it gives him enough space to get the kill right after. Guma's unstoppable, and only Ben is standing. T1 slam this first game.
Gumayushi involved in 20 of the team's 22 kills, has the Nexus in his eyes, and is looking to close things out.
The Nexus turrets are nothing but a formality. Ben's health bar, the same thing as T1. It was close for about 10 minutes, and then it was not ever again in this first one. T1 takes game one.
A dominant showcase from T1 as they dismantle BLG.
Awesome showing from the LCK #2 seed. Let's head on over to the analyst desk to break it down.
The atmosphere is absolutely phenomenal here in Vancouver, and guys, Faker called it. He said, we're gonna make you guys relive that World Finals nightmare. No lies were told during that interview.
Not at all, and shout out to the Vancouver crowd. It sounded like World Finals in here.
It's great. You guys are amazing.
You guys are amazing. Keep that going for the rest of the series. We love you all, but man, T1 statement game one here, right off the bat. An amazing composition that allows you to team fight. It was beautiful done here.
Yeah, and so it looked really good for BLG initially, right? We had that top lane play where we're like, okay, they're in a really good spot. They get feats of warfare. They're all set. And then we have Faker coming in on, again, a classic champ for him. He's been playing this since he came into the LCK in the Orianna, being a massive difference maker already in game 1.
I mean, honestly, I was a bit worried for T1 when I saw, you know, this top lane matchup especially.
Yep.
I think it's pretty tough for York to get an advantage there. Bin, you know, he's going to become a brick wall, just getting so much passive HP from the Soul Furnace, from those York ghouls. So I thought it was going to be a bit of a slower game, but T1 had other plans. They're able to find so many advantages around the map, you know, utilizing Faker, the bot lane owner. They were crushing. So even though Doran wasn't really much of a part of this game, it didn't matter. He was there too. He was in the screenshot at the end.
I know. For a matchup that we set up about the top laners, it was a little bit less about them and a little bit more about how T1 were able to play out the composition. This is the play I was talking about, where it looks like it's going to be rough until Faker comes in with that clutch shockwave, really allows Guma to pop off, and then this was actually set up by Beishuan knocking, I believe, Doran out of Bin's knockup, which was a little bit unfortunate, but this was really the game breaker. This is where T1 took complete control, and BLG kind of lost their minds.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like one of those things where it's like a bit of a sunk cost fallacy, where one play goes bad, so the next person's trying to make up for that play, and then that play goes bad, so the next person's trying to make up for that. They're all piling in. You know, they were trying to catch Faker in that top lane after he'd used his flash mid lane when they got that kill. So they see him top, you're like, okay, maybe they have Faker, and then Beishuan comes in, knocks him out of Bin's Q, he survives, everyone piles in. We see, you know, Elk flying in there, trying to position in these outs. You know, everything
on them, just so we're able to see that to contest over them.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. You know, this is desperation hours for BLG, right?
Yeah.
They're going to try to make something happen. Back to base. Elf go on this deep the shockwave, being able to pick up a triple kill on a flank like this on Orianna is not something you expect to see.
Yeah, and Carrier kills Knight on the backside of that as well. Just an absolute rout. BLG did difficult.
One where Doran wasn't even involved and T1 stopped him. I'm pretty worried for BLG. Like, when T1 is playing this well, when they're really...
The flash to survive. Faker flashes forward, but he can't get the distance in time. He keeps looking for...
Elves. It's only the first lane and also scale nicely into the mid to late game.
Yeah, you could see the win-loss for MSI, 1-5 on this champion. The only thing I'm concerned about is when you look at the last game, Faker had so many clutch moments where he would utilize the shockwave to start off a play that the rest of T1 could then follow up on. Victor cannot start plays. His only CC is a delayed gravity well. It's not like you place it down and then dare the guy to stand on it for 2 seconds so that you can start the fight. However, Owner will be on that Xinjiao like you're talking about, but BLG happy to complete the Annie-Wukong combo. And what's that? The champion that Bin played for the first 3 games in a row in that World Final, the Rumble for Bin, BLG's cooking.
This is quite the wombo combo that BLG have crafted for themselves. Cheeky hovers coming through from T1, but it will be Doran's Ornn. So that's going to be the primary engage. Things like Brawn now rise in priority. You have to imagine that that's likely going to be high on the ban list for T1. Maybe they even want to grab it for themselves. I'll have to wait and see. But the bot lane's available for both sides. We know how deep the AD carry pool is for both of these players. My instincts say that BLG is immediately looking at something like the Misfortune. Just double down on the teamfight style that you're already heading in the direction of. That means that Rel and Leona also offer massive value in this composition, either as a follow-up or as an engaged tool themselves alongside the Wukong.
And I think this second game, there's going to be a lot more pressure on Doran. You and I were joking a little bit between the games about how Doran just got to kind of enjoy the passenger top laner lifestyle in game number 1, just split pushing the rest of the team, making all the big plays. But this time around, without Faker having the playmaking ability like he'd had on the Orianna, and Doran being on this big go button with the Ornn, there's the pressure on him to find the right angles, find the right times to start these team fights off. Lulu Kaisa banned out by T1 in the second half. The Rakan removed by BLG.
Kaisa is the concern from T1, recognizing the potential backline access and dive is available, so they'll remove that. But MF rising in priority here for Elk. They could also just pair it alongside the Ezreal if they want something a little bit safer, a little bit more long range. The Lucian, once again, going to be denied from Gumayushi. They do not want to have to deal with that. So what will the first pick be here? Caitlyn Hover And it's going to be locked in. Okay, so T1 going for very much a front-to-back style of composition with Victor and Caitlyn paired alongside the Ornn. You can see how the game plan is going to work out. Karma is going to be a prevalent pick. We haven't seen Lux paired alongside the Caitlyn, but it is a tried and true combo that we've seen this bot lane bring out before. Of course, if they want to play safe, they can also play the Braum themselves. There's that Ezreal that we were talking about. Can match the range in the sense that you can play very safe with the Ezreal on the back line.
Yep.
And also a Rel. Not a champion that's designed for peeling, but it is a champion designed for engaging. So when paired up alongside the Ezreal, Elk can play independently without relying on On, whereas On is going to be working with his team to dominate in the team fights.
These team fights from BLG are absolutely ferocious. Rel, Wukong, and Annie all have the ability to start the fight. Then the other two can follow up. You drop the Rumble ult over the top. You bring the True Shot Barrage in too. Every single champion contributes to this massive AoE damage dump, and T1 cannot get caught in it. Anybody that those 5 abilities overlap on, you are gone. Your screen is black and white for the next little while.
T1 bringing out the Braum to try and mitigate some of that engaged strength that BLG have crafted for themselves. It's only the first game, but we could feel the pressure that T1 was able to exert on the MSI stage. BLG have faced that pressure before though. Early game, likely towards the top side of the map. Doran was a point where he fell short. They were able to find a lot of successful ganks. If they could put the Rumble in a great position, the mid-game spike from BLG, Trinity Force on the Wukong, Trinity Force on the Ezreal, is a big spike that they're going to want to try and play around.
And in game number 1, you could see the killer instinct from BLG that they wanted to express, right? When you think back to Elk and On, chasing so deep in the top side team fight. When you think back to mid lane, after they get the first pick, and it looks like they're gonna get the second before Faker and Owner turn it around. BLG is so bloodthirsty in these fights, but they just didn't quite have enough firepower. This time around, I think they got it.
Game 2. And the crowd here in Vancouver continues to deliver. BLG versus T1, always an exciting matchup. So far in the early game, looks like that we're going to play relatively safe. We're expecting that early ward to come through from both sides to try and track where the jungler is starting and what they're up to in this early game.
Still have the combat summoner, or not summoner, keystone there for the Rel on the side of BLG. Meanwhile, Keria running that summoner spellbook on the G in this rematch. To G, so clear word.
Throwing out trash talk. That man is one of the most humble esports players. T1 start the game off a little bit slower.
Okay.
Similar to what we saw in game 1, just a bit of trading back and forth. We expect T1 to be the team to initiate that early swap, get the Ornn onto the weak side of the map to play into the 2 versus 1. For the time being, Gumayusi going to leverage his range to try and get that early push, chip away at the HP bars where he can, and potentially look for an early back and then a swap towards the top side.
Now, one important difference between game 2 and game 1, Doran did not find himself in a nasty 1v2 situation before the minion spawn. He was not forced to use that flash early, so there's no extra incentive for Beishwan to path up towards that top side, try to make a play towards Doran this time around. You can see both of the junglers actually doing their clears, going opposite directions. Beishwan will be moving towards that bottom lane as Owner paths towards the top side. Tri-lane camera just showing the state of everything, a little bit of trading back and forth on the one who's taken the most damage of anyone anywhere, as Gumayusi, just like you already said, the power of the Caitlyn early on. Every chance you get, utilize that 650 range, find those little pot shots to build yourself that lane advantage.
Junglers were spotted on vision as well, so everyone on the Rift is very much aware of what the early game plan is for both these junglers. T1 going to drop some vision on the ward in anticipation of a potential early gank, and On is looking to try and clear it out. Won't actually spot that ward. So there's a possibility of an early jungle gank. That's very much what On is signaling. So out for the time being, keeping my eyes on Beishwan. In from Elk, low on mana. The trade not really turning into much.
Yep. That's the nature of Braum, though. He jumps in the way, you throw up the door, the fireplace, I suppose, on this skin, and immediately negates all of the quick trade. wanted to be accomplished there from the Ezreal, as Beishuan has made his way down into this bottom side river. Standing on top of a ward, though, T1's going to be aware of the presence of BLG's jungler, so they'll continue to just play this one defensively. It doesn't really have to alter their behavior too much. A lot of times, if you're playing super aggressive and then you back off, it lets the enemy know, hey, that area is warded, but they have been playing relatively safely, as Beishuan now going to try to wrap around again, but he's still walking over top of that ward. T1 now, though, might be caught a little bit off guard, as Beishuan does decide to try to wrap the long way through the tri-brush. Decides to go for a recall now. Keria going to step up into that brush, saying, okay, we know that this guy was nearby. Gumayushi using the cleanse there, as immediately, as soon as there's distance between Keria and Guma, Elk and On try to step forward, play a little bit more aggressively.
Here to Shadow, making sure that his bot lane is well protected. Yeah, losing that cleanse, not ideal for Guma. Not the end of the world, though. Will take a bit of damage from Elk as he connects the Q. But now both junglers need to return to their respective sides of the map. The ping will come down. Ooh. The ping will come down from Beishuan onto Owner, spotting him out. He did drop that ward into that bot side of T1's jungle, as Doran and Bin continue to trade on the top side. It's a close affair here in the bot side of the map. Elk doing a good job considering how much pressure Gumayushi is continuing to try to put down. Nice chunk.
Ooh, nice follow-up there, too. Whenever you can get the stun from the Braum, you set the Yordle snap trap right underneath their feet. It'll arm by the time the first stun is done. You'll get the second stun. You'll prime the headshot, and it makes for a very mean combination there, as Guma and Keria will crash the wave into the turret. Knight's down to 100 HP here against Faker's Victor, but Faker is almost completely out of mana, now hitting level 6. Does have enough for maybe one more spell, as Knight will take the opportunity, start his first recall, make his way back to lane. Does have TP for all 4 of our solo laners as per usual, but remember, Elk on the Ezreal. This is one of the 80 carries you very commonly see teleport taken as that second summoner, so an extra TP as the game moves forward. We'll see how well BLG can leverage that for their own macro game advantages. Checking in back on the top side, you can see Doran slightly behind in farm, but honestly, as the Ornn against the Rumble, you're fine with that. And just like you were predicting earlier, T1 wants to get him down into that bot side of the map here nice and early, but BLG responds by sending Bin down there at the exact same time.
TP, TP, TP.
Everywhere.
Yeah, exactly. BLG able to match the lane assignments from T1, and they're going to keep things standard for now. As mentioned, Elkanon doing a good job against this Caitlyn, who continues to try and trade, but not really converting it into much. Faker's put a huge amount of pressure down on tonight, but he himself has also been farming very well, so it's a very slow and steady affair here, 6 minutes in. Dragon becomes a point of contention, as the Scuttle Crab is what they're setting their sights on for now.
Knight drops the combo there on Faker, but now Doran launching out the Ornn Horn. Beishuan could be in a little bit of danger, but Bin's here ready to back him up. The equalizer's already been used. Doran very low, about to die. It's first blood over to Knight and BLG.
An ambitious commitment from Doran. They thought that they got the chain combo onto Beishuan, but Faker wasn't in a position to follow. And with a composition like this, you really don't want to try and rush these type of fights. I mean, look, Faker's sitting on a catalyst. You really don't have that much damage this early on into the game. So a bit of an overforce there from Doran, is that BLG find themselves with first blood once more.
Tibbers constantly so annoying with the Molten Shell on it as he continues to harass Faker with that. Knight going for the early Ionian Boots of Lucidity also makes it so much easier for him to rotate down into those multi-man skirmishes in that bottom side of the river. As we do have a pause, we'll let you guys know as soon as we figure out exactly what's going on with that one, as BLG is off to a nice start here in the second game.
They certainly are. BLG with a nice punish on the bot side of the map. The thing is, we're in a situation where both bot laners are on the top side, so I expect Grubs to be the next main point of contention rather than the Dragon, unless one side decides to try and cross-map, which wouldn't be unreasonable from T1. As we talked about, I think they want to play a much slower early game. When you're running to Caitlyn, there's no need to overforce anything. We've definitely seen Caitlyn games kind of just come out the gate swinging, especially when we saw that it was from BLG, the Caitlyn Elise game, where at level 2 they were diving towers, they were roaming around the map, they were snowballing the game incredibly quickly. But this time around, I think that because they want to play more of that front-to-back style, they want to leverage their range, they don't want to try and overforce things, especially against an Annie, that double Trinity Force spike they've got to be cautious of. If they take a bunch of bad fights early, it just accelerates those spikes on the side of BLG, which means that they can then force you into more dragon fights and they can then continue to compound that lead. So T1 have to showcase that respect, and I think just trading in the cross map is a wiser choice for them.
It's a cascading problem. The first mistake only makes the second mistake that much easier to manifest, I guess I would say, as this type of situation can be very nerve-wracking when you have a pause in an intense game. Luckily, at least it's at the early stage of the game versus somewhere in the later stages when things can all just come down to that one big team fight. Going back to, again, we're probably going to end up referencing the last time these teams went head-to-head quite often, considering it was such a high-stakes match. It was such a close match going to the full 5 games in the 2024 World Finals. This was not fearless. It was not the one champion per series limit that we're knowing right now in the 2025 reality. So Bin played this Rumble in all 3 of the first games of that series. In all 3 of the Turbo Stomp games, Bin was Rumble, and in 2 out of 3 of those, BLG were the winners. This is a very iconic champion for Bin. He is very good on this, and obviously from the very beginning here, he was able to get into that bottom lane river fight. He has the equalizer, he has the presence, and we'll see how well he can continue building his leads. You can see a massive farm advantage for Bin, even though he didn't get
可以蠢成这样？怎么可以蠢成这样？我就想问。下路差这么多，什么小炮，小炮打死毛德，前面就炸掉，这怎么玩？蠢成这样子，他妈不知道怎么跟他玩了。白痴，能不能让他去对面？他妈就是蠢弱智真的。C 都 C 不了那种，一直送。史宝德明明弱成这样子的英雄，可以在那边跟他弄，妈的，而且还不是没帮他下路，拿着头还给他送，真是死马仔。这个狗干无敌的。 强攻应该是玩什么穿透的。真是他妈有个哭的欸。喜欢反，我就来刷，我就来 gank。喜欢反，给你去反，你反你的，我 gank 我。 亏了。死了就有点亏。没死。好可惜啊，这没死，被他闪。踢死。让出事来。 兄弟，太硬要了吧？要跑去反我红。我的医疗没丢好，丢好就好。有眼。在点啥？我前面来你不吃，你在那边跑，你跑什么？ 攻的，是不是？我手怎么这么痛？但我这波没大，怎么打？妈的嘞！我感觉这个谁都比他有用多。法沃斯真的是烂到一个窟窿，帮了 N 次，下路还打不过，啊，这整天这边顶。啊，辅助干嘛啊，老哥？你拿辅助干嘛？这个要是买叠书，那不得亏烂？峡谷。 没出这一只不等输啊！这群人这样子玩，抓都抓不过来。一直在点什么东西？选个莉莉啊，他全坦他怎么玩呢？他们又没有什么刺客。他们还有一堆也没前排。在乱玩什么？妈的，还有叠出喷了，干你的！得买金的。 没出完哎，才发现。自然之力，他妈的！ 他说水星刀是不是？还是？没有在吃，还在乱点。看他为什么屁话那么多？带都带不动哎，狂死他妈的！小前期也是狂死。那很好。黄金人是不是没按了？太他妈哭了吧！这样都得输啊！ 怎么 C 耶？我的天哪、伤害都打成这样也是输。是什么鬼啊？中路人马又是什么东西？他为什么不是跟辅助换啊？他一直跟我换干嘛啊？ 看起来好像一直在蹲我。还要来，视野能打，他好没必要。蜘蛛是不是疯了？我很久都出来了，啊，笑死！狂抓着逆命，我直接回家。回了呀！我都不用刷野吗？他就一直想要杀这个维克特。留不住耶。点了让你推，你就硬要，到底有啥毛病啊？他妈我靠背。 一直弱智。否则就他妈整把都不用吃野怪，一直跟他在这边跟他瞎跑就饱了。又死了，这才刚搬完又死了。你要怎么打？你本来就打不了嘞。闪不交。他还有1。 这个给吃掉了。一直来。这李星光处理这个谁，对啊，这个伊利斯光处理这个谁就处理不过来。收集者。 23000输出，有够吓人。 转贝贝，操你个大冬瓜！ 换一手吧。一堆 AP， 是要玩个勾勾。啊，一堆 AP 耶！那进爪还被 ban， 操你！ 自己会的好了。真假又跳！啊，我真的是什么时候可以打到一场？ 人怎么不见呢？吐。 花胶闪，应该还能抓。我直接隐身过去，他开我大，我感觉都只能直接杀。我会推，他还在推，真的假的？Q 空。好像也不亏，可惜差一点伤害。应该是还能抓了，一敲就狂推塔。天！真就狂推，这个解析。哇！直接被冰剑砸到了。快有点没得玩了。但我见证应该是不会打输。想一下我买什么？找到。 还以为 Q 到我耶。还行啊，辅助的小档，我扛到底了。Q， 我扛到底了。不死就好了。宝这边也怪事，像我们在这里，但胜这波没大。家我们在这。红叶。如果想要 TP 啊，直接走不就好了？哇，差点被他害死！我的天哪！砸了个兵剑过来。留不住，留不住哎。被这嘉文框到，被这拉克斯框到，哇，真得买这个吧，女妖吧，又被他 Q 到，大绝按不出来。可恶！ 这。妈的！这几个到底能不能做点事啊？看不懂。皮都不出来吃线。你妈第一时间不嘲讽在干嘛？为啥你？而且我要抓边，为啥你们下路要一直跟啊？烂要讲我他妈抓边他一直跟，到底在跟什么东西呢？我们把人给杀了，他也猜不到他，然后两个就在那边逛街，一直逛。被打散了，哎呦，怎么打 到底在干嘛啊？这怎么打啊？你下路到底2个，是不是都是白痴啊？875。是的。真的是他妈的傻屌 ，C 都 C 不动的那种。还他妈打团，打你老妈吧打团！老子抓边线，抓完边线才能打正面，打什么团呢、啊？玩的跟坨屎一样，跟我说要打团，打个什么团？你为什么又要过来啊，老哥？我操你的！我让胜过来，你过来干嘛、啊？哎、不是哎、你啊给他干嘛、啊？算了，别敌了。这乐色胜也是他妈的跟这个下路2个一对宝，一直把大绝拿去开下路，这下路就是不做事，拿钱不做事，他妈的还一直拿技能去开下路。看这个低能儿打到现在出这个装，第3件还在出火炮，他以为他下路多大优势？乐色胜，游戏砍一砍。哇，这个胜真的是乐色的，真的。这他妈怎么 C 他、啊？跟个废物没两样，我他妈疯狂帮他抓这个杰西，半点回馈没有哎、欸，这废物。这上下路我都抓了一个遍。玩这英雄真的是太难赢游戏了，他妈这双视野跟智障没两样。这家伙他妈打到都已经没用了，妈2个一直在那边送，龙也要我吃，人也要我抓，然后他妈的还要各种被单杀，那你就说这种废物到底他妈的要干嘛、啊？这个胜。打到 他妈300多场的垃圾翡翠，他妈是在讲啥的？交也是，妈2个都打了300多场，搞不好这2个还双排了。搞不好这2个废物还双排嘞。 躺也不会躺。我有优势，不给我抓边，然后在那边疯狂的去找对面送头，然后跟我说来啊，打团啊，打团啊，打什么团？笑死人！打什么团？ 没有萤火。我们拜托就不要来打积分了，行不行？带又带不动，然后这种废话很多，屁用没有，还废话一堆，到底为什么？你如果刚睡醒就没事，哼。你妈给我跟胜，我疯狂帮胜抓杰西，抓完他这下路屁事不做。 塔也不推，人也杀不了，然后跟我说要打团，打什么团？打团然后一直去送啊！他妈有个畜生的，我在讲。然后重点是帮他抓了下路，不知道抓了 N 次，我干下路还是打不过哎，妈有夸张的，我打不过就算了，还一直给对面送，妈的什么低能儿啊！第一次看到这种的，比他还肥，不绕着打也打，还得我绕着他打，真把自己当成什么玩意儿？真的，越想越气。 刚那个叫什么名字啊？我都忘了这个刚刚那个人到底叫什么名字。他妈烂到我他妈连他名字叫什么我都记不得。他叫什么？真得看一下。这衣服也他妈太难赢游戏了，什么小东西啊！他妈胜率52%，然后他妈打了300多场，那4连败，玩小火龙就3连败，干，这有够低能的耶，这家伙。然后这家伙还觉得他妈是他在 C 他老妈吧，下路线都没赢。你们。都是闪现呢，扁啊！你在干嘛？你还卡自己走位是怎样？老哥啊，你这都在挂机了，伤喊嘛吧？这萨克还是个辅助，我感觉下次他们在那边送，我真不能跟他们送，我得自己玩自己。节奏被这几个白痴带着跑。留1级是最强的。我只能说啊，每次遇到的小火龙都是对面的魔，都没有那种来我们这一队稍微正常点。要了，不是，这拳到底有什么毛病啊？这拳到底有什么毛病？你到底首先病呢？惹你的是不是？欠你多少钱是不是？杰大牙术确实是不好打。我可以往这边走，去吃个河蟹。 觉得你可以不用出来，兄弟。很生气，这上路被压等级。 他5级，你也才4级，你怎么打呀，老哥？他6级，怎么想都不太可能打，而且卡了一个等级了，他才刚5级。这个。 我直接交闪，我啥都没干，他就直接交闪，我就放了个爱心，他直接交闪，太酷了。感觉得进一下野区回一下魔，魔不够，900多，魔也不够。火熊运动。 有点疼。妈的！你好像把下路害死了。能不能跑线啊，姐？帮你抓了几波，你就是不跑线呢，哥哥。这他妈到底要怎么玩？他还这边回城，整个他妈野区全是空的。好烦。他伤害完全不够。萨克又在这，他真的很闲哎，这萨克，他就直接中路一直给他放，下路一直给他放推。 吐。还在回程。他还在吃。我有点忙哎，好烦哦。如果不跟他打也行吧。这个线在这里。又来。他这样子中路完全没办法洗线，等级越差越多。他还在喝水，应该打不过。他直接打那个50下来。干嘛？就跟你说萨科，你还要吃？妈，这杰是真的有垃圾的，干你的嘞！帮了他几波，他能回家也不回家，好让我直接回家补妆，真是畜生呢！这家伙也不是他妈什么高手，他妈一直在那边贪，到底在贪三小啊？ 点杀啦。这沙克这样玩真的有够酷的。 打回来了。哎，别撞到！妈嘞！我技能都没空也打不过啊！辅助去吃到他的大。 刚技能差一点，妈，这中路的智商稍微他妈再高一点，我感觉这局都不用这么难打。为什么不把我颗粒不成当攀升呢？ 我就感觉我颗粒比攀升更厉害，记住了吗？你要把我颗粒了，不要看着攀升，攀升那个谁玩啊？都没有玩，我一点用都没有。你看这英雄是不是死攀升出来？这个关卡比较好，你关到差不多。 你要不要直接砍游戏了？啊，也有，双招也有。妈的嘞！他妈，这里就已经纯他妈就是低能了。还要偷那个哎！我一觉睡起来加3个，我他妈10个，我都不知道发生了什么事。我昨天7个的时候，我很开心，我今天我感觉7个随随便便，随便打。这中午一起来，这3个我操，我天都大了，10个起步。我跟你说，只要有人打，你下人基本都打，你不可能下人，就是现在的闪，有的闪打。真就输在这个谁？输在这个中路。我他妈一直被卡位置，这怎么打呀？完全玩不了哎！点吧点吧，不要浪费时间。 真的。别浪费时间，带不动。啊，因为中上就是来混的。这一折在这。哦，杀完人，你在干嘛？你在干嘛？回家看戏哦。这两个低能啊！真的是小丑。不点吧，他点，算了，他直接回了。哇，怎么打耶？混都混不明白的白痴哎，真的这几个。我一过去他就开大，我只光放他技能他就开大。你妈他中路赢这么多，他随便玩的。他妈是什么白痴？装什么逼呀？看不懂。太他妈蠢了！妈的，这打位是怎么刚刚走下来？这家伙在干嘛？ 接走到脸上来，是不是？叫我这干嘛？不然靠你在 C 哦。啊，怎么打啊？有够难打的这压速处理不掉这压速配这个谁，到底要怎么打？然后也都没眼，他也没眼了，那这怎么打？他把那个打掉，没眼。差一点，那伤害。保你肯定也打不了，没前排。然后这中上2个都弱智，真可怜。他没。这中上真的是2个弱智。你妈从他妈的拿了1颗头不回家，然后回到线上一击雷文最猛，他都不敢跟达瑞斯拼，那你不如就回家补抓。打到那个什么，达瑞斯都6级，他才5级，什么憨的？妈，100多场的垃圾翡翠，你看3连败，妈这家伙估计连自己在玩啥小他自己都不知道了，3连败。妈，垃圾本地人。赶紧排，赶紧排！畜生！你这种畜生！293 999连3败，啊你个废，你个几百场的废物翡翠。哦， 那你是弱智吗？也不怪你啦。这给你脑子，你不用，确实。复打击。继续有。我干嘛排啊？啊？系统会刚好？你是脑子有问题吧？智障的人在说啥？我排对面，你能赢？你以为你能赢？就你那操作啊，废物、畜生、垃圾、傻狗。这傻屌是不是觉得我排对面他赢定了？就他姐完成那副屌样，他玩哑铃估计也好不到哪里去。就这种白痴他妈的还觉得我排对面他能赢，你要拿什么赢？妈老子1154都C不了他，怎么赢？他就是那种输线，你妈的，我帮他杀完一波，让他赶紧回家补装，死都不回家，硬要再去摊一波线，每一波一直给对面的萨科送头，然后送到那个萨科本来下路他就是对不了线，所以他只能跑线。然后因为他中路劣势，他才会一直去中路，所以他中路就不要打就好了，就闻经验就好了。然后这种人他妈的脑子他妈像给鬼打到一样，知道对面辅助在弄他，是因为他出线，他妈他还一直去给对面送。妈真的是有个畜生的这家伙。那以后排到这种垃圾，真的是连帮都不用帮，给他妈跟雷文一样去自生自灭算了。我还因为他妈野怪少吃好几坛，还在那边活在自己的世界，妈打个293还在那边义正言辞的在那边跟我讲一堆屁话，多少伤害啊？15000，妈傻屌一个。 你他妈玩持续输出的，玩这镜爪没什么，玩这伊芙琳没什么卵用。妈的，队友都稳定出线，怎么玩？又他妈牙速，我干你的嘞！整天拍到这牙速他妈怎么玩？妈怎么是分段全是这种垃圾啊？这把再输，我看我去做点别的好，不要浪费时间在这垃圾游戏上。打的脑袋疼。 操！我的，抱歉。哦。我没闪出来，直接送头。脚闪。敲炸。飞溜拿这么多颗头。 这下算很亏。倒是可以做。抓不了。啊，这都已经跑到那边去了，大老远去。还要很长，很小心，我偷他野分。他在帮他看野区吗？还怎样？